The Nationals were leading last night 4-2 all the way until the 8th inning. But that's when the Mets tied it up, ultimately won it in 10 innings. Your final score 5-4 in game 1 of the series. Mackenzie Gore pitched 6 steady innings in his latest performance that honestly we come to expect from him. CJ Abrams homered, doubled twice, and drove in 2 runs for the Nats. And Nathaniel Lowe launched a 2-run homer, his first since early May. Game 2 is tonight right here, 106.7 The Fan. Make sure you tune in to listen live. And after months of speculation, Kirk Cousins has finally addressed his future with the Falcons on the first day of the team's mandatory minicamp. Cousins appears to have resigned to the fact that he'll likely remain in Atlanta for the upcoming season. He said, quote, "We're moving forward, and it's about how we are as a team and as a quarterback room that we can be the best that we can in 2025. Obviously, there is still a chance that Cousins gets traded at some point, especially if one of the NFL's other 31 teams suffers a season-ending injury to their starting quarterback. But based on what Cousins said yesterday, it appears that he's no longer advocating for a trade and has kind of accepted it." From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
What up, everybody? It is 10 a.m. in the District of Columbia. Points north, south, east, and west. Me and B holding it down out in Ashburn, Virginia. Day 2 of Commander's mandatory minicamp. Brian, I'll make a promise to you right now. We will not be doing.
What is the promise?
We're not going to do 3 hours of Terry McLaurin talk.
Good.
That was a lot yesterday.
There were a lot. I did 3. You pushed it 3. You wanted it to be 3.
I wanted to let callers weigh in, and
yeah,
I mean, we probably
sometimes just to
2 of those out.
After an hour,
you always tell me I don't take enough calls.
No, I said after an hour and a half, 2 hours, that's over with.
Well, once DQ chimed in is kind of when it changed. I think a lot of people. I think when the coach comes out and has clearly zero issue, then everybody should realize, this is the business of football.
Well, when you and I role played earlier, I told him basically.
Pause,
no, role play can be multiple things now. And when I role played as Dan Quinn, I said exactly what Dan Quinn said.
You sure did. Did. It's a exciting day just to kind of watch football. I do think we'll get to hear from Laramie Tunsil today, which will be fun. I don't know. What I've learned about Marshall Lattimore in the brief time I've covered him and folks I've talked to from New Orleans, he's not the biggest talker. Okay. He likes to talk on the field, but not necessarily with the media and stuff. So I don't know that we'll hear from Marshall today. We'll see how that goes. Obviously, exciting to be out here. And we were off the air and got to go watch the end of practice yesterday, and they're running 2-minute, they're running goal line. You were in the league for 14 years. Mm-hmm. That was some intense practice for June. Not intense in a bad way.
Well, it's
high energy.
Like it's competitive, and I think that's the thing about it. I think these guys now are at a point where they're mature enough to understand how to put in work, but not try and harm each other. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And after the practice, you saw everybody coming up, dapping up and stuff. Because listen, man, for 14 years, I always wanted the guy across from me to give me the best look possible. So when I got in the game, it was just easy. When the lights are on and fans are in the stand, it doesn't take much to get somebody up. When you're in practice in the dog days of summer and like this time of year, it's hard as hell to go out there and do it for an hour and a half, 2 hours, whatever it is. But when the lights are on, that's easy. So if somebody is out there BSing around and not giving you the best look, you're not ready for the big time. You're not ready for the lights. So I saw a lot of them like competing, but not trying to do stupid stuff. And sometimes it's hard at this time of the year when you got so many new guys around. They haven't understood how you work yet, but they seem to be right on point.
I think DQ has talked about how Adam Peters puts the team together, but they have a lot of collaboration, and it's just so clear that being a good teammate and busting your ass to the highest level is the most paramount necessity to be a commander. You know what I mean? And like when DQ and Adam Peters talk about what they want in a commander, like they mean it. There is not lip service. The marketing department is not in charge. There is not somebody pulling things one way and then going the other direction.
It's consistency, and you and I have talked about that before we started doing this radio station and this radio show and after. If the coach or the front office is consistent at what they do, guys will adjust to that. If the coach or the front office comes in and they are trying to be hard one day and try to be your buddy the next day and be all those different things, then guess what? You're going to find out you're going to have different guys going different ways. But they're consistent in what they do. Look, Dan says it all the time. I have to have relationships with the dudes, with the guys. I want to know what's going on in their personal lives so I can be able to really approach them right how I'm going to get stuff out of them in their professional life. So he's the one that's making sure guys are cool, making sure things are okay when they're not here or they're not coming in. So when they step in, things happen. Because you never, listen, Adam and Dan are attached. But those players got to always feel that coach has their back. And I think he does a great job of that.
Totally. You know what? Something that I've kind of given up seeking validation in my career at this point. Like I think my work can kind of stand on its own. But Jason Garrett was here yesterday. I don't know if you talked to Jason at all.
No, I left out. I wanted to go in and just smack him one. Yeah, I play with Jay. I think me and Jason would have gone on one staff.
Probably the Giants.
Giants staff. Yeah.
Super nice guy. I've met him a couple times, talked to him a couple times.
Little red.
Yeah, and obviously he did the bulk of his coaching in Dallas. He and Dan Quinn were assistants together in Miami like 20 years ago, and they're clearly still close friends. And I got to talk to Jason for a minute as he was leaving the field. And when Josh Harris bought the team and they were going through the process, right, all I said over and over and over was organizational alignment. I want the owner to hire the GM, to hire the coach, and everybody to be on board and pick your quarterback. And they did it. And you see what that alignment can do for an organization. Yeah. Now, we've only seen the ups. Eventually, downs will come. That alignment is more important in the downs than it is in the ups.
Yeah.
Because everybody understands the direction this thing is going and why they want it to be that way.
When things are going good, it's not hard to get people on board.
Nah.
When things are going bad, you find out who's really about that life.
For sure. And I think Jason Garrett, I just asked him, hey, you've been around a lot of teams. Like, how do you think this team is operating? And he said, he's like, they've nailed it. When he brought up the alignment on his own, right? And I think he said when you have owner to GM and all the way down and the coaches, because think about the coaching staff. One thing that always impresses me, I'm talking regular season, week 11. They're playing the Broncos. I don't know who the hell they're playing week 11, right? What coaches do, and this is a league-wide thing, and I imagine this is something that's kind of always happened. Week 11 is actually Miami. There's like a theme for the week. You know what I mean? And what I have seen in the past is whatever the theme for the week is, the coach will kind of push, and then you don't often hear about it. But whatever that is that week, I hear it independently from players and coaches all over the building at different moments, on camera, off camera. Like, everybody is on board with what they're doing, and that starts in position rooms. That starts in position meetings.
See, the theme for the week is okay if you have an overall theme.
Right.
And every time you hear every one of those guys talk, I don't care who it is. What is it? Anytime, anybody, anywhere.
Yeah.
They all have a overall theme to where, yes, they can branch off from that. Certain weeks they may feel like they got to, emphasize one point or the other a little bit more. But what I've liked about it, I remember when you asked the question, and I think I had a few other people ask me the question when they start doing the bag drill. You say, man, when things start getting tough, guys going to keep doing that? I say, as long as he's consistent with it. And you watch all these new guys that were there yesterday, they jump right into it and they compete. And it's a competitive thing where they have two groups going across these bags, and each group is trying to go through this thing and try to finish up first. And I think that right there, everything that they do, there's a level of competition. People talk about Michael Jordan all the time.
Sure.
And Mike became so good, I think, at basketball and in other aspects of life because he's a damn good businessman as well, because he competes at everything. If you and I are sitting here, if Mike wasn't walking in right now, he was sitting here, and I'm closer to the door than you are. He'll be in the corner. He'd say, I bet you I can get out that door before y'all. And we'll sit there and say, how much you want back? Because I'm looking right here. How you going to get past me? And you could jump across the table.
I think I'd go under.
But he'll find a way eventually where we get into a conversation and he'll fool you and like, yo, I got to do something real quick and be out the door. And bam, he got us.
Right.
You see what I'm saying?
Right.
But we lost all damn money. But it's just always being on point in everything that you do. And I think what Dan has done, he's gotten every one of these players, for the most part, at this point, because they got some young guys probably still trying to get some other stuff out, to where everything that you do, try to be the best at it. And if that, because like when we talk about diets and stuff, I tell people, don't do a diet, have a lifestyle change.
Right.
Because if you do it every day, then it's just something you do. It's not something, oh, I'm doing it for a certain period of time. If guys just start trying to be the best at everything all the time, then you don't have to force it when you're on the football field.
Totally. And then when you have that type of atmosphere, it's like a jet wash. Like it just continues to create itself.
Totally.
And dude, unfortunately, when you have a negative, toxic atmosphere, that's also a jet wash that just continues to create itself.
Because and the thing of it is, like, it's not only just the players, and I think that's where we got lost over the years that were here prior. Everyone thought it was just like the players. You were around long enough to understand every aspect of this team suffered from what was going on at the top.
Sure.
Hey, attitudes, the way personalities were presented, everything's different now. Guys are much more inviting and fun when they were kind of closed off before. Why? Because that's how the person up top was.
100%, man. They have hit all the right buttons, and the trajectory is pointing upward clearly. Also helps when you draft a stud quarterback. Like it's remarkable how much of an impact that can make. Pack show coming your way. We're going to talk to Rob McNamara here in a few minutes. He is the head pro down at Keswick in Charlottesville. But perhaps more impressively, he qualified as an amateur golfer for the U.S. Open at Oakmont some years back. But to do that and to understand what Oakmont is
Oakmont is hell.
Oakmont is hell.
They got the church pews, and it's nothing about no church. That is hell. Look, man, I'm gonna ask a question. I don't know who designed Oakmont. Why do you put a sand trap and then put some little grass, little they call it church pews, but like little grass mounds in the middle, but the grass is thick ass rough.
Dude, it's crazy.
You know, it's the most asinine thing I've ever seen in my life. And then that one green on it and with those church pews is weird.
Totally.
Because it's more like down there in North Carolina.
Pinehurst.
It's more like Pinehurst than it is than the other course.
I think it is. I don't think it's a stretch to say it is the hardest golf course in America. Well, maybe the world.
As DeChambeau said yesterday, this is the hardest golf course in the world.
Yeah.
But you know what?
I can't wait to watch you.
They need to be tested, baby.
Sure.
You know, like
that's what the U.S. Open especially is supposed to be.
What golf has become, and everybody that plays golf, everybody goes to the range. What's the first thing they do? Start bombing drivers.
Bomb it.
You know what? You better get your ass ready for some thick rough, because I watched some shots yesterday when I was watching the Golf Channel Live. They were dropping balls and then come back, and the camera wasn't looking at the ball because the ball goes all the way to the bottom of it.
Right. And
that stuff is gnarly, and it's all different directions. So, hey, I like it. You know, just like when John Daly walked off the course, I smiled.
Right.
Because, hell, if they always do it good, then, hell, I need to see them test it too.
It also, like, you feel a connection with it as a you're a good golfer. I'm an average golfer. Like I've been super frustrated and walked off the course. Mm-hmm. Like I did it last weekend at Woodmont. I'm gonna do it tomorrow at Congressional. Like my boy playing at Woody last weekend.
Bro, you got to have a better mindset going into it, Jay. You already predicting I'm playing hard, I'm walking off.
I feel all right. I went to the range I went to Haynes. Haynes might be my one seed of ranges. You never know what you're going to get at the East Potomac Park golf range.
That was you that said that was that Jeff that saw the guy riding up.
Oh, that was me.
That was you?
Yep.
He had the little unicycle.
So what I like to do is I go hit a bucket of balls, and then I get a grilled cheese at the Haynes Point little snack shop.
Man, you can get your old half smoke in there, too.
I know. Dude, that may be the best priced restaurant in all of Washington, D.C.
It's kind of like a Augusta-style restaurant.
It's a throwback in there.
Yeah.
I love it in there.
Yeah.
But my man, so I'm sitting there eating my grilled cheese, and this dude next to me has this like device, which I thought was just like a speaker because he was playing music, and that's fine. Play music, dude. And then it's time for him to go, and he like stands up, and this what I thought was a speaker turns into a unicycle.
So he rode his speaker away.
Yo, he rode it down the little steps. You know the little steps at the snack shop? He rode it down there. Did this crazy little like 180, 360 at the putting green and just zoomed off into the sunset. It was
so hey,
it was impressive.
When you find things that have multiple uses, it's great.
Yeah,
he has a speaker, a seat, and a bike ride.
He's basically Batman.
Yeah.
Now that did not compare to the dude I saw before at the driving range with ski goggles on, but
why was he wearing ski goggles?
I don't know, B. Maybe that's the next step in golf technology.
No. I don't think so.
I'm really excited to talk to Rob McNamara. We have Greenberg at 11. We should hear DQ live around 12:30. And then at 1 o'clock, Spot Track and Over the Cap have become the absolute go-to kind of contract salary cap websites. Over the Cap is kind of specific to the NFL. Spot Track does everything, but they both do a fantastic job. Michael Ganetti is going to join us from Spot Track, and this dude's a contract expert. So with Terry, the big conversation is like, what does this deal need to look like? I feel like I have a decent idea. You got to kind of get to DK. But Michael Ganetti is going to join us to really break down what that deal looks like for Terry. But B, this morning, special moment, last day of school for my girls.
Oh, boy.
And so last night was the time trials. Swim team. So swim team's off and running. And then today is last day of school. And it's just for my oldest, for Shelby, who's finishing 3rd grade and now going to go to 4th grade. Like that in my mind totally makes sense. Like she's reading like crazy. I think she's ready for like the next step academically, like all these things. Right. For my little one though, last night, so she's now like really swimming on swim team, not just kind of the very little kid version. Mm-hmm. Like last night she's in time trials and doing backstroke and stuff. And then today's her last day of kindergarten. It just kind of hits you like she's only going into 1st grade and she's completely ready for it. And I'm so excited for that. But like, she's not going to be little forever, you know?
Well, you didn't know that?
I
told you a long time
There are
ago.
things you know, but then when they hit, it's like, oh.
You ask me questions along the way, and I always tell you, I say, hey, they don't stay small, dog. And you're like, I know.
But it just, it hits you different. And
hey, wait till they become 13, 14. Things like that. That's what change up.
Lauren's in charge
wait
of that.
Till a little dude knock on the door.
Dog.
Then you got to call Uncle Jeff.
Hey, I want Shelby to tell him, hey, you know my Uncle Jeff has concealed carry, right?
And Uncle B-Mitch.
Yeah, I got people. All right, boys, if you're listening, B, you'll like this. So I met somebody for coffee this morning, and you know I don't drink coffee, but like meeting for coffee is the appropriate thing. I can't be like, hey, you want to meet for a Diet Coke? And it was a really nice time, just good conversation. But I'm walking out, and there's my man that I see all the time, Sinai. He's a big listener of the show. He's always asking me about Heard It Here First, and like he's just a good dude. And I'm walking by the Starbucks to my car, and I see him, and he just points at his watch, like telling me, like, dog, you're running late. And it made me laugh because if you're a listener to our program, yeah.
I saw 4 or 5 guys yesterday came to me at the golf course saying how they listen and like the show and all that stuff. So the people listening,
we appreciate it.
So I don't know what the hell that little machine telling people, but I think that machine lying his ass off because people listen.
We're going to do some U.S. Open when we return. It is B. Mitch and Finley live in Ashburn, Commanders minicamp day 2.
Hey, you all know I'm getting ready to ride a bike to Dewey Beach on June 20th because I love supporting great causes. And this great cause this time is going to be autism awareness and also disability inclusion. It's going to be a great ride. The ride is always a blast, and it all ends with a beachside festival at the Beach House Hotel in Dewey Beach, which is just 1 block away from the ocean, right in the heart of the action. So I want you all to come out and ride with me. Listen, I know the bike ride is next week, but there are some guys that have been riding a long time, and you want to be able to help. So you can join my team, Riding 30. Go to biketothebeach.org. That's biketothebeach.org and join today. Or you can just go to that same website and donate. You can find everything right on my social media, on X and on Instagram. So make sure you join us. Let's have some great fun and support a great cause.
The Dallas Mavericks have become the latest to deny the New York Knicks in their search for a new head coach. This morning, the Mavs firmly and formally rejected the Knicks' request to speak with Jason Kidd per ESPN. Kidd joins the Houston Rockets coach Ime Udoka and Minnesota Timberwolves coach Chris Finch, whose teams have denied permission to interview with the Knicks. Jay Wright, who coached 3 current Knicks starters when he was with Villanova, reportedly informed New York that he was not interested in the position last week. So those are 4 names that probably won't be in New York this season. The Knicks need to find somebody to take over for Thibodeau. From the Crop Minicamp 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
B. Mitch Finley, 1067 The Fan. B, at some point, we got to take a minute to talk about the Nats. That was a tough loss last night. I'm really starting to enjoy watching Mackenzie Gore pitch, man.
Yeah, he needs some closers.
Well, dude, or just run support. I mean,
Bullpen.
A lot of things they need.
Something.
Yeah. Right now, though, I'm really excited to get to the Rude Guest Hotline and welcome in Rob McNamara, director of golf down at the Keswick Club in Charlottesville. But more impressively, Robert, how you doing, man? What's going on?
Hey, I'm doing great. Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah,
yep, we got you,
dude. So
awesome technology. Love it.
Yeah, man. So B. Mitch will love to hear this. That Rob played his college golf at LSU. All American 3 times.
Right across the river from where I grew up, Rob.
But
is that right?
I grew up in
down there.
I grew up in
There you go.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
There you go. Missed the food big time.
Rob, I want to talk to you about the U.S. Open and who you think should win this week and all that. I think if you're a golfer, you are so excited to watch Oakmont with the best in the world.
Yeah.
But, dude, we got to go back. You were 17 years old, and you qualified for the U.S. Open at Oakmont in 1983. I mean, how does a 17-year-old qualify and play that course? What was that like?
It was unbelievable. I was in high school. I went through the qualifying like everyone else and gave it a whirl and got in a playoff. And, you have to go through 2 stages of qualifier. I made it through and anyway, ended up in Oakmont and had a hell of a time. I'll tell you, I probably ran my race a little too soon. I played way too many practice rounds, but I got to play with Gary Player and Arnold Palmer and Johnny Miller a couple of times. So I had a hell of an experience. But I will tell you that what makes Oakmont so interesting, and I think everybody likes watching the U.S. Open for guys that have train wrecks and to make par a great score. Well, Oakmont won't have any trouble making that happen. It is so hard. The rough is knee high to a giraffe. I mean, you can't believe how hard this golf course is.
Yeah, those are those times when you were young, though, Rob. When you were young, you just don't know. You don't know how tough things are. You get a little older, you start thinking about it. But does it get to a point like some of this rough? I was watching last night on Golf Channel. They drop the ball, come back, and the camera is not able to pick the ball up.
Oh, you can lose the softball. Yeah. You can lose a softball in that rough. You don't have to worry about a golf ball. You can lose the softball. I'm telling you, it's unbelievable.
Is that the way to protect a lot of courses from these guys that just bomb the ball forever?
Well, the golf has changed so much. That was 42 years ago when I qualified for the U.S. Open.
Wow.
As a high school senior, like, where the hell has my life gone? I just tell your viewers and listeners or whatever to enjoy the show, enjoy the ride. But you think about the golf ball today, it just doesn't fit as much. And they've got these clubs that are designed to complement the golf ball spin rate, and people can hit it in eternity. And the only shot you have to try to slow down low scoring is high rough and wind. Wind is the ultimate test, and rough is close second. But you can't do it with the speed of greens. They're afraid to get the greens really firm. They saw what happened in, a few years back when they played at Shinnecock. The Greens got rock hard and guys started train wrecking, and they got a lot of criticism. But Oakmont's rough is straight up legend. I'm just telling you.
Rob, it's funny. I hear good golfers talk about how, the technology, the clubs and the balls, and it just eliminates spin. My shots sure as hell still spin. Not always the way I want them to, man.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, you're totally fine. So there's another 17-year-old that qualified, and I think you were the last 17-year-old that qualified. What do you think of this kid, Mason Howell? He shot a pair of 63s at Piedmont Driving Club, which is like arguably as exclusive as Augusta down in Georgia. I mean, that's a serious track. What do you think about a 17-year-old getting in, and kind of what does it say about our national open, the U.S. Open, that it truly is open to the public?
Well, there's a lot of merit in having that. That in and of itself makes golf feel a lot more inclusive, number one. You could go down that highway for sure. But I will tell you, I was pretty good. This kid, Mason Howell, I mean, I wouldn't shoot any pair of 63s. I mean, it's phenomenal. I realize that technology is better and scoring in golf today is a lot better. But, this kid can obviously really golf his ball. I saw him hit balls on the Golf Channel as well, watched his swing. I really like his action and just really think this kid could be a real superstar. I mean, people probably said that about me, and I mean, golf's a long journey, and the thing I would tell Mason Howell, the kid that's qualified, is no matter what you shoot, have a great time, and your life is going to turn out to be pretty damn good, because as long as you're nice to everybody along the way, it's going to be hard to screw it up from where you're sitting right now.
Wow. So let's talk a little bit about the tournament this week. We're talking with Rob McNamara, director of golf down at Keswick Hall in Charlottesville. I mean, truly one of the great courses in Virginia, if not the Mid-Atlantic or maybe the whole damn country. We
got a good course. You would really like the improvements we've made. It's straight up legend. You'll love it. Come down and be our guest. We'd love to have you.
Well, consider that done. The way B-Mitch drives, we get to Charlottesville in an hour, 90 minutes, man.
Easy commute.
Yeah. But when we talk about this week, hard to not start the conversation with Scotty Scheffler. As a person that played golf at a really high level, what do you think of where Scheffler's game is right now?
Well, he's God gave this man his swing. He's got action that you wouldn't try to really teach someone to do what he does with all the foot action, but where his club is at the top and beautiful high hands, just the club's right on the path, club face square. He putts great. He thinks great. He's got the heart of a lion. I mean, he's going to be tough to beat, but I'm from Kentucky and I grew up betting horses and I don't like betting favorites. So, I know that in today's world, we got a lot of sports bettors, listeners out there. I'm going to give you my inside pick. I'm going to go with Sepp Straka and a fellow Kentuckian, Justin Thomas. Those are my two picks for the people listening. Get it down. And Sepp Straka can drive it good. He's a big old strong boy. That's who my money's on. I'm not going to go for the favorite bet on a lock like Scotty.
Would you say that the favorites should be guys who drive the ball straighter? Because I'm serious. I don't care if they're pros or not. They're getting that damn rough. They're not advancing the ball to the green.
Well, I remember meeting Jim Thorpe, and your real golfers will know who Jim Thorpe was.
Oh, yeah.
I'm not talking about the
used to play at Langston.
I'm talking about the golfer. And Jim Thorpe, Cal Sutton introduced me to him in the locker room at Oakmont, and Cal Sutton, I remember asking, said, Jim, what do you think about that rough? He called them sucker lies. He said, don't try to hit it out of a sucker lie. He goes, you can't get more than an 8-iron out of any lie out there. He goes, anybody trying to hit a 7 or 6 or 5-iron has lost their mind. He goes, you can only hit 8-iron down to a sand wedge. He goes, forget it on everything else. And that's probably still true. I did not get to go up this year, sadly. I went for the U.S. Amateur 3 years ago and saw the rough. it's wicked. Like I said, it's knee high to a giraffe.
I got to play Oakmont once, and I parred the first hole, and I was feeling myself. And
how many pars did after that?
I literally, on the second hole, B-Mitch, I wrote down the infinity sign because I was in a greenside bunker, and I could get out of it into the other greenside bunker. And I did that back and forth like 5 times, and I was just like, I'm going to pick up, guys. Like, it was just nothing I could do. Rob, your 2 picks, you like Sepp and you like Justin Thomas. If you hit on that, those are both plus 5,000 to win. So even if it's a $10 bet.
Horses.
Yeah, dude.
You got to make his money.
I love that. Rob, where do you think, obviously Rory McIlroy started this year so red hot. He won the Players. I think he won Pebble. And then obviously he won Augusta in just like a wild fashion. But then at the PGA, his driver gets snagged. He's kind of been like on and off talking to the media when he's usually a guy that I would say enjoys talking. Where do you think Rory is coming into Oakmont?
Well, I don't understand if he used that driver in the Masters. And I mean, this is probably not going to win a lot of favoritism awards with the Rory fans out there, but how is the driver legal for the Masters and not legal for the PGA or whatever they deemed it to be illegal on? I don't get it. It doesn't make sense. I don't know why people aren't asking the question. I don't know Rory McIlroy. I mean, I'm just sitting here as a golfer or respecting the game of golf. It just doesn't make sense to me. Obviously, I don't know all the facts.
It's a fair question.
But they say that some of those drivers sometimes get flagged and sometimes they don't.
Right.
I don't know if it's the player. I think it's just the people that's judging.
And they only test like 30 of 120.
They must not have a universal testing system, because you can't tell me sometimes it get flagged, sometimes it doesn't.
It doesn't make sense to me. I don't know. It's quacking like a duck a little bit, if you ask me. But you can feel a little of the zip out of his voice. That's all I'll say.
For sure. All right, in just a moment here, we're going to do our U.S. Open draft for the boys on the show. You like Sepp and you like Justin Thomas. Now, this is an interesting question. I heard this on one of the golf podcasts I listened to this morning. You like the ponies. I'm guessing you know your way around an over-under. A over-under Scotty Scheffler's where he finishes this tournament, over-under 3.5. Which way are you going?
I'll take the under.
How crazy is that?
I think he's going to finish second.
Wow.
A lot of great. You look in the history of golf, how many great champions have runner-up finishes? I mean, Phil Mickelson, I think, had 19 runner-up finishes in major.
Nicklaus
had. Yeah, Nicklaus had 19 runner-ups, I think. Mickelson, I know, finished runner-up in the U.S. Open 5 times. I mean, he's due for a runner-up is all I'm saying. That's what I'm gonna bet on a place horse. I'm gonna load up on a place. Let's get down. Let's go to Laurel Park, baby.
Rob, I could talk to you for hours. You're speaking my language. Last one from me, B. Rob, I'm guessing with your track record and being at a place like Keswick, which is obviously world-renowned, you qualified for the U.S. Open at Oakmont. I'm guessing you've played all of our country's greatest golf courses, if not those in the world. I'm curious, for you, what would you say is the best golf course in America?
Well, I won't count Keswick Hall because that would be home cooking to talk about how good the Full Cry golf course is. But I've been fortunate enough to play Augusta National. I got to play it 9 times.
Wow!
And I got to tell you that one, if you only had one more day to live, it'd be hard. You'd be hard pressed not to say it. If God said you picked the spot, it'd be hard pressed not to say I'll take a round of golf there.
I bet. Have you played Cypress?
I have played Cypress Point. That would be number 2.
Okay.
Although. That place is pretty special. I snuck on Cypress Point one time with just back when I was really poor and played 3 holes, but I then got to go back as a guest and got to be a guest and play the whole thing. But they got those signs everywhere: "Do not trespass. You will be prosecuted to the full extent of the law. I was much younger, and like I said, I was completely busted. So why not? I had nothing to lose.
Rob, this is awesome, man. Maybe we do it again before the British. Thank you for the time.
Thank you guys so much. Love your show. Thank you.
Man,
thanks, man. It's our guy, Rob McNamara from Keswick Hall. Beautiful, beautiful golf course down there in Charlottesville, Virginia, and a really, really accomplished amateur golfer. You know what? Maybe we move to Charlottesville, B. Mm-hmm. That would mean we sell our home here, but those rolling hills, it's beautiful. If I'm selling my house, I'm going with John Leahy.
Yep, just like a recent seller did. They were thrilled to receive an offer which was $20,000 over the asking price for their Silver Spring property. Everything went smoothly. There was no stress, no setbacks, and the sale closed right on time. The client had previously been told by another agent that he wouldn't be able to make any profit at all, but he ended up earning exactly what he wanted. So who says there are no guarantees in life? You can check out our friend John Leahy's guaranteed offer right there on his website. You can get the ball rolling at johnsellsdmv.com. Talking about our good friend John Leahy and the Fine Living Group of eXp Realty. Go to johnsellsdmv.com and find out your home's value in mere seconds. John offers you flexible fees customized to your needs, and he knows that life happens. So if needed, he will let you out of your contract at any time.
I saw this stat from Unusual Wales this morning. The typical home sold in April of 2025 took 40 days to go under contract, 5 days longer than last April. Things are happening. Things are changing in the real estate market. You need an expert that can still get you cash and get your home sold fast. That is John Leahy and the Fine Living Group. Hit him up today, 301-900-3052. Go online to johnsellsdmv.com, or what's even easier, just Google John Leahy Group and start backing. All right, boys, it's that time. We just talked to Rob McNamara, got our U.S. Open. We're getting ready to rock here. U.S. Open starts tomorrow, Oakmont in Pittsburgh. Time for the draft. How do we want to do it? Snake draft, 4 players each, maybe?
That's cool.
How do we determine? Let's go youngest. White Brian gets to start, then Jeff, then Landy, then me, then you, B.
That'll work.
All right, White Brian, lead us off.
You'll be going last because you're so old.
Who are you talking to? You wish you can get to my age.
White Brian, make a pick.
Scotty Scheffler.
That was a tough one.
That was tough.
Jeffrey.
Bryson DeChambeau.
That's your guy. Team Crushers all the way. Although you're a Range Goats guy, I believe. Professor Landini.
God, everybody else is just so unappealing. Xander.
Ooh, I wanted Xander. You guys are putting me in a box right here. You know that, right? You know what? John Rahm. Bang. Big Spaniard.
All right. I'm taking Rory and Justin.
Rory and JT. Back to me. I can't believe I passed on Rory, but I'm okay with it. I'm between 2 guys here.
Pause.
Yo, relax, Landfill. You know what? I'm gonna ride with Rob McNamara. He likes Sepp Straka. Give me the big fella. I believe he's Polish. Let's go, Sepp.
He's Austrian, and I'm taking Neiman.
Austrian, pardon me. Sorry to the Austrians I've offended. Jeffrey, this is where it gets fun with Jeff. Round 2.
I'm going to take Colin Morikawa.
Okay. Where's he from, Jeff?
Don't know.
California. All right. Go ahead, White Brian. You get 2.
Ludwig and Keegan Bradley.
Ooh, captain's pick.
Ludwig and Keegan?
Jeffrey?
Nick Taylor.
Wow. Where's he from, Jeff?
Man, I don't know. Where is he from, JP? Do you know?
I believe he's Canadian. Do I have? I may be wrong.
Do you believe or do you know?
I think they were talking about. Yeah, he's Canadian.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's Canadian
because he won the Canadian Open last year with the Eagle on 18. I think.
Cool, but how you gonna ask me questions you don't even for sure know the answer to? I could have said anything.
Why'd you pick Nick Taylor then, Jeff?
Because I'm just reading stuff and going with picks.
I like it. I like it.
Hey,
read your stuff.
I like that you're honest. He's like, I'm reading stuff. Damn it.
All right, Landini.
Hideki.
Ooh. I'm gonna go with Mike Lowry. Shane Lowry, actually, but I just love saying Mike Lowry. If you're my age and
what's the dude I don't like?
Everyone?
No, I like most people. I just don't like ass.
Cantlay?
Me?
No, not Cantlay.
Landfill?
No, I don't like Landfill. Landfill will get on my damn nerves. Landfill like to just picking on, when I pick at him, he gets a little sensitive.
Spieth?
No, the dude that's a little athletic dude that on the live tour.
Athletic dude on
Koepka.
Koepka.
Give me Koepka and Batia.
You like Batia. I feel like you pick him in every draft.
No, that's just 2. Last 2.
Okay. Well,
dude could play.
All right, with my last pick, I will take Hovland's still out there, right?
Yeah.
I'm gonna take Victor Hovland. My man's always smiling, no matter what.
Oh, he's like this.
He looks possibly insane, but like the nice kind of insane, not like the, stab you in an alley insane.
No, I think he'll stab you in the alley.
Landfill?
I'm gonna take your boy, Maverick McNeely.
Whoa.
What?
Yo, he's been playing really well. You know that his dad...
It's not the U.S. Open, though.
He's one of the richest dudes in the world. His old man, invented one of the giant tech companies, Sun Microsystems or something. Jeffrey.
I'm going to go with Siwoo Kim.
Bang.
Just because I like his name.
I like it.
You say he sound like you like his name, or he sound like his name?
No, I said I like his name.
Oh.
Siwoo Kim.
There you go. He's a good player.
See some woo.
White Bryant, finish us off.
Jackson Coyven, War Eagle.
Who? Oh, you just picked some random Auburn
Some
guy.
random Bama from Auburn.
Coyven?
Yep.
He's not going to make the cut.
I'm not familiar with his work, but hey, who knows? It's open to the
He's
world.
not making a cut.
2-time SEC Golfer of the Year.
Is he an amateur?
He just won his card
The guy Voigt is an amateur. He's
through the
real good.
accelerated program.
Okay. All right, here we go. We have 5 teams, 4 players each. B. Mitch has Rory McIlroy, Justin Thomas, Brooks Koepka, and Ashke Bhatia. I have John Rahm, Sepp Straka, Shane Lowry, and Victor Hovland. Now, B, I don't know if you noticed this, but the Commanders made a concerted effort to get bigger on their D-line.
Mm-hmm.
I went big in my U.S. Open picks. Rahm, Sepp, and Lowry, they all barrel-chested fellas. I'm prepared for Western Pennsylvania.
They're going to need it with all that rough they're going to be in.
Well, and then Victor Hovland's like a toothpick, but whatever.
Yeah.
Landfill, Xander Schauffele, Joaquin Neiman, Hideki Matsuyama, and Mav McNeely. Landfill went with 2 Cali boys and a Chilean and a Japanese player. Jeff, Bryson DeChambeau, Colin Morikawa, Nick Taylor, and Siwoo Kim. White Bryant, Scotty Scheffler, Ludwig Aberg, Keegan Bradley, and the Auburn dude. That's the official picks. White Bryant is in charge of keeping track. When we return, Neil Greenberg joins the program.
This sports update is brought to you by the Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. Deion Sanders posted on social media that everything is okay after he has not attended football camps in Boulder. Now, a source confirmed to ESPN that Sanders has been ill and out of the office recently. His son, Deion Sanders Jr., posted a live stream video over the weekend in which he said his father remains well and at home in Texas. The school had no comment or reason for his absence. Over at Major League Baseball, Dodgers superstar Shohei Ohtani slowly but surely continues to work his way towards the first regular season pitching appearance since September of 2023. Prior to yesterday's game, Ohtani delivered 44 pitches across 3 innings of a simulated game. That marked the third time that he's faced live batters as part of his recovery process from elbow surgery. And while the Dodgers haven't issued a timeline on when Ohtani could return to in-game pitching, manager Dave Roberts told reporters that the chances of him doing it before the All-Star break, which is July 13th, are north of 0. So we will just keep waiting. Last night, the Nationals dropped Game 1 of the series with the Mets, 5-4 in extra innings. Game 2 tonight, 7:10 p.m. with Jake Irvin on the mound. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to the Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call, just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
Wednesdays at 11, it's the Neil Greenberg podcast on B. Mitch and Finley. Our boy Greenberg joins us from the Washington Post. He's a sports writer and a stats geek, but not a nerd. Hello, Greenberg. How do you do, buddy?
I'm doing super duper. How are you guys doing?
Good, man.
We are good, dude. Of course, Neil Greenberg joins us via the Rude Guest Hotline. If it ain't rude, it ain't right.
Right, brother.
There's a lot to discuss. I'd like to give you an opportunity, though. I was at TJ Oshi's retirement ceremony the other night. Just an absolute class act and a hell of a player. It feels to me that Ovi's going to play another year, but like I don't know what Carlson does. You know what I mean? But like as the Caps have to get younger and they bring up another Protus brother and you've got Leonard, it feels like kind of a certain era of Caps hockey is over. And I wanted to give you just a chance to reflect on it.
Yeah, we've seen probably 2 distinct eras in the overall Ovechkin era, right? The young guns with Mike Green and Alex Semin and Backstrom. And then that transition to Carlson, Oshi, Backstrom, Ovechkin. The latter won the cup and, will forever be endeared to hockey fans and the DMV. But like you said, I mean, we've seen Backstrom, not being able to play anymore, and now Oshi. Alex Ovechkin has 1 more year on his contract. He's going to be, of an advanced age, and then you have John Carlson getting up there as well. I do think the torch is in the midst of being passed. We are seeing them get younger. We're seeing them, kind of point towards the end of the Ovechkin era. I think it's going to be next year. That's only my personal thought. I don't have any inside information or anything. I think it's been remarkable. I mean, you look at, how good Ovechkin has been and, the cast that he's had with him, especially, TJ Oshi, who, he's not an unsung hero by any means, but he's down the depth chart in terms of Ovechkin, Backstrom, star power, but probably the perfect complement to those two players for this team and really was an enabler for them to be as good as they were.
Absolutely. I thought it was a very cool moment. Now, I'm going to switch gears because I want to make sure we get a minute to talk about this in what will probably be a pretty packed football show for us. Mackenzie Gore was brilliant last night. You, like Mitch Tischler and Danny Frank and others I know, are a Mets fan. I had a bad feeling that the Nats bullpen would cough up the lead Gore gave them. But what do you think when you watch Mackenzie Gore? He's starting to hit one of my favorite things in sports is a true young stud pitcher, and I think he deserves that title.
I do. He's one of the young stars in the game. He's very, very difficult to play against. Can get players to chase pitches. He's got good stuff. And he's just, steadily on the upswing. You look at just how he's kind of progressed here, since he's been in the majors. And, it seems like his strikeout rate has gotten a little bit better every year. His walk rate's certainly improved. And then this year, just boom, he's striking out, more than a third of batters he's facing. His walk rate is career low, short career, but still career low. And whenever you see young players that have that type of command at the strike zone, that typically, that shows that they're on the upward trajectory, and more importantly, that the upward trajectory is real, right? Like he's not benefiting from good luck. He's not benefiting from, a high scoring run environment. I mean, he is getting on the mound and doing exactly what they want him to do.
Are they going to be able to, when they hit their stride, make Mackenzie Gore? Is he going to still be around? Or are they going to waste this?
Yeah, I think the Nats are ahead of schedule in terms of competing at a higher level. They're a young team. They have a lot of good young players. They're built a little bit like the Cubs were before they kind of broke through and won, their World Series and beat the curse. I see a lot of similarities there in terms of just young talent coming up together. Whenever you have that cluster of young talent that's really good, those are the players that tend to have high upside. And if you have one or two like spike even higher, I mean, I don't know how much more James Woods can spike, but when you have players, one or two that are playing really well, that helps lift the entire team. And, when you look at Woods and Gore especially, I don't think this team is too far from competing at a higher level, especially at the playoffs. I think we're only looking like at another year or two. So, yeah, I think he'll be here.
Talking with our friend.
He'll be a big part of it.
Yeah, I tend to agree with you, man. Talking with our friend Neil Greenberg here on the Rude Guest Hotline. You can give Neil a follow at N Greenberg. Check out his work at the Washington Post. The big story yesterday was McLaurin not being at OTAs. I don't really think it was a surprise to many. I did see you had a tweet kind of working out his contract. Do you want to kind of expand on what you tweeted, your math to Terry's value and why you think this thing should get done?
Yeah, so I just did some back of the envelope math. I looked at some comparables that have gotten contracts in recent years. Mike Evans kind of looks a little bit similar. He had almost $30 million a year, about 9% of the cap. You look at the production that McLaurin had, and I really do think that last year's production has to carry a lot of the freight because there was obviously a big difference in terms of what he had to work with at the quarterback position. Not a surprise he had a career year. So I think when you look at, what he brought to the table in terms of production, I think that was worth about $28 million a year. And there's talk that he would probably get around 30 and change or something. So whenever, the numbers are that close, reality, projections, estimates, etc., my worry level goes way down. Like, I'm not worried that this team is going to get a deal done for McLaurin in any way, because he's shown that he's worth it, and it's not an egregious amount of money that's being talked about for him. So I have faith that the front office is going to get this done, and this is just really a blip and something to talk about during the offseason. But I don't really think it has much to do about anything.
Like people talk about the age and things like that, but there's nothing in his game that has shown he's taken any steps back.
No, if anything, you have to look at he's taking steps forward with a competent quarterback.
Yeah,
right. I mean, I think
everything is business, and it happens. It's gonna happen in due time, and we'll
always be talking about off-season contract stuff, and someone not showing up, and what does it mean? And look, I get it. This is a violent sport with high injury. People get hurt on the practice field all the time. If I am, looking to get a contract, knowing how much money is at stake, I am also taking care of myself and using as much leverage as I can to maximize my situation. For a player, that includes, skipping voluntary workouts. I think a lot of people forget what the word voluntary means. But then as we get into minicamp, there's a little song and dance that needs to be done. But look, Terry McLaurin is a huge part of this puzzle, and they do not get to the conference championship game without him. I mean, I'm not breaking any ground here at how integral he is to the offense. I think it's going to be fine. He'll be here.
I do too. I think we're all kind of landing in the same place. This time of year, how much attention when you're doing your handicapping and everything? How much attention do you pay to holdouts and contract disputes? And even, some of these guys, the tone of the conversation is much different than it is here with Terry. The Hendrickson thing still seems sideways. Whatever's going on with Jalen Ramsey seems sideways. How do you keep track of that when you're throwing futures and bets around?
Well, I'm just, the impact of a single player, especially a non-quarterback, is not that high. Only because there are 17 games, there's, a dozen players on the field or so. There's just not enough to move the needle. If for some reason the McLaurin thing went sideways and Terry McLaurin was in another uniform, I don't think that that's going to impact Washington's outlook all that much, because they're going to have someone fill those shoes. Now, they may not be as good as Terry, but those targets do go somewhere, and the coaching staff has plenty of time to figure that part out. So unless it's a quarterback, I don't really worry about it too much. I worry more about clusters, meaning if we saw 3 cornerbacks go down in a game, or, you lose 2 offensive linemen and, you got to scramble, that stuff to me is a lot more impactful. But I'll just wait to see who's actually going to be suiting up for game day, and before I make any major adjustments to any sort of power ratings that I have.
That seems fair. You know why? Because it's June 11th.
It's June 11th.
They play games on September 10th.
No one's playing today.
They're still in short.
People crib me when they're losing their mind today.
Right.
Kill me over that.
So Greenberg, last thing I want to talk about, I don't know if you had more football stuff. Talking with our friend Neil Greenberg here, Washington Post stats sports writer. A lot of betting, and as betting has become, just everywhere, right? You can't really watch TV without watching sports betting commercials. It feels like there is pushback coming. I think within the last few months, I think the city of Baltimore decided they wanted to sue the big betting houses for what they thought were predatory promotional practices. And then I noticed something you tweeted out, DraftKings. So what is going on in Illinois with this tax, and how are these betting houses responding?
So Illinois passed a tax on sports betting, and the odds makers are passing it along to the customers, as you would expect. and it's coming in a form of a 50-cent transaction fee. So every bet you make, you will be charged 50 cents. Okay. Now that doesn't sound like a lot, but when you think about the most recreational bettors only bet $2, $5, $10, it is a non-insignificant amount.
Can we pause? Can you pause for me real quick? White Brian, our video producer,
he bets 20 cents.
He bets 20 cents a bet. White Brian, if your 20-cent bet starts to cost you 70 cents, what are you going to do?
Done. He's over.
Well, your bet's only going to be the profit's only going to be based on the 20 cents.
Right. So White Brian, what are you going to do if a 20-cent bet costs you 70 cents and you still only make on the 20 cents?
I guess I'm cooked. I'm going to have to quit.
You probably should if you're betting 20 cents.
I was going to say, well, let's talk about the 20 cents. I'm not bankroll shaming anybody, but him and I could talk about the 20 cent wagers offline. But yeah, I mean, so that's what happened. My biggest concern is that other states will see this as a cash grab, and we're going to have a lot more taxes on sports books. This was floated about I want to say almost a year ago, and DraftKings said they were going to pass it on, and they backed off of that. But now they're going forward with it. My guess is that we're going to see more of this, not less, because there's really there's no reason for a state not to do it, because it doesn't hurt. The betting constituency is a lot smaller than the non-betting constituency, so you're not going to get a lot of pushback on enacting a sports betting tax because just the numbers aren't there in terms of people that would be against it.
They're going to start treating it like tobacco and booze and just tax the hell out of it, don't you think?
Sin tax, yeah. And what DraftKings already wants to do is they're already targeting a 16% hold, and that's a huge number, blended whole between parlays and straight bets, et cetera. Your typical NFL side or total has a hold of about 4%. So the fact that they're targeting a 16% hold, they're with the taxes and everything, the proposition for the bettor gets a lot harder in terms of turning a profit. So don't, the 50 cents sounds low, but as I said, I mean, it's pretty impactful. And you had a great case study of someone that for some reason bets 20 cents each time.
Dude, I think it's going to be like charging for bags at the grocery store. Like, where'd that start? California, New York, then D.C., then Montgomery County.
I've been in Virginia.
Loudoun County's had it for a while now. You go to Wegmans, you're getting hit for that nickel. I guarantee that nickel doesn't go to whatever it's supposed to. It just goes to the money. It just goes to the pot. This, at least to me, Greenberg, and maybe I'm skeptical of things, this feels like a seminal moment that not a lot of people are going to pay attention to.
I agree. And, again, if one state has any sort of success, then it's going to start to get rolled out. And then you have, people will pay 50 cents. Maybe they'll pay 60 cents. Maybe they'll pay 70. Maybe they'll pay 80. Like we don't know what the breaking point is.
Yep.
But I guarantee you if states think they can get tax revenue out of this with a light lift of taxing sports bettors, they're going to do it.
I agree with you, man. Yo, thank you for the time as always, dude. Appreciate you.
Hi, Greenberg.
All right. Talk to you guys soon.
Take care, man.
That's our guy, Neil Greenberg from the Washington Post. You can check out all his work at WashingtonPost.com. Plenty to discuss. In about an hour, you're going to hear from Dan Quinn. Nobody go anywhere.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. FanDuel is the best place to find all your favorite player props for the NBA Finals as they continue on this week. And now you can make the smarter play with new performance trends. Want to check a player's consistency during the playoffs? Or maybe they've been flirting with a potential triple-double. Get the latest stats right inside the app and see who's heating up. And after the tip-off, you can combine live prop bets into a same-game parlay for a chance to win big. If you don't already have FanDuel, it's not too late to get in on the action. You'll get started with $200 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. So just visit FanDuel.com/Brian to join today. Make every moment more with FanDuel, the official sports betting partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 106.7 The Fan. You have to be 21 years old and present in Virginia. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as a non-withdrawable bonus bet, which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This Sports Update is brought to you by Coach Wooten's Basketball Camp. CoachWooten.com, that's 2 O's and 2 T's. New York's search for a head coach to replace Tom Thibodeau continues without a clear frontrunner. The Knicks and Mavericks coach Jason Kidd had some level of flirtation, but when New York reached out this morning, they asked Dallas for permission to speak with Kidd. They were rejected. New York also reached out to Houston about speaking with Coach Ime Udoka, and Minnesota about head coach Chris Finch was rejected by both teams. So the Knicks are back to square one. Taylor Jenkins, the coach fired by the Grizzlies late in the season, is a name to keep an eye on. Michael Malone, the fired Denver coach, is the biggest name, and he's won a ring, but he's very similar to Tom Thibodeau in style, so I doubt the Knicks are going to go back to what they just had. Coach Wooten's Basketball Camp, they instill a love of the game by teaching kids how to play, the values of the game, and having fun. Join the rite of passage for beginners all the way up to the rising high school star and experience the legacy of the Wooten basketball camps. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley. 1067 The Fan. Coming up in a bit, you're going to hear from Commanders defensive line coach Daryl Tap. I thought Tap was really good talking about this defensive line, and I know a lot of people, I know there's some level of consternation about do they do enough on the edge and this and that. I can't help. I will get used to this, but having seen this team now on the field, dress for football, we've only seen them now 3 times, 2 OTAs and 1 minicamp. We'll see them again today, right? Mm-hmm. It is striking how much bigger they are up front.
Yeah.
Not that anybody's small that plays D-line in the NFL, but these dudes are big.
They're big, but like that the size they got bigger, but I think it's going to have to make sure that the play comes with it. And all that comes down to is necessarily, listen, a lot of these guys were good on other teams. None of them have been like one of those guys we've been talking about, like a TJ Watt or somebody like that. But ultimately, if they can match wits with those other teams that we feel, the Eagles, that are bigger, it gives you a chance. You competed without being bigger. Now you're bigger, you should be able to compete even better.
Yeah, I don't know that there's a silver bullet here, and I don't think it's only done to compete with Philly. Like, getting bigger and better on your D-line is good in all capacities. Trying to get better against the run is good in all capacities.
It's good in all capacities, but I guarantee you, Philadelphia twice a year in your division, you got to deal with them to get to the next level. It is to compete against them.
Cliff said it. Cliff said it about the O-line additions.
Yeah.
And, dude, they started getting injured on that offensive line. The O-line the last month of the season really struggled. And I don't think it's a surprise. I think because Jaden was able to play at such an incredible level and because they were still winning games, I don't know if you agree with this. I think fans kind of only pay attention to offensive line play in losses. Not all fans, but I think a lot of folks, if they win the game, then they're not too focused on how the O-line looked.
And outcome is what they care about.
Right.
And then when it's not the proper outcome, then they start to look at what could have happened. If the quarterback got sacked multiple times, yes, this offensive line problem. If you couldn't stop the run, that defensive line couldn't do stuff. That's the only time. But if the outcome is a win, that's why at times I've said, when a team wins, you still find there are things that you can critique. And you probably should do it then, because you know what? They're willing to accept it. When they lose, you might want to let it go sometimes because they don't want to accept it at that moment. I already know they lost the damn game. Yeah.
Like that Saints game, which they won in kind of a miracle fashion, right? Because New Orleans started a thing called Jake Haener at quarterback. And then they pulled him at halftime. But the run game was a series. I mean, Jaden was your leading rusher in that game. B-Rob had 21 carries for 65 yards.
Jaden was your leading rusher and didn't play the whole game. think about that.
Jaden played that whole game. It was
the Saints.
Yeah,
I thought Mariota came in at the end of the Saints game and finished it up.
that was
Saints.
no,
The touchdown in the back of the end zone was the Saints, wasn't it?
that was Dallas.
Dallas?
At the end of the season, you're talking about? Saints was right after the bye. Maybe Mariota came in that. I thought that was all Jaden. Dallas was 100%. Mariota came in at halftime and brought him back to the win. Remember, Mariota had that outrageous, 50-yard run before he threw the pass to.
Yeah.
I don't see Mariota getting a snap in that game. I remember it that way. But, dude, I think Jaden or probably Marcus was the leading rusher for this team in like 5 of the last 6 games. And I think addressing that was a big part of what Washington tried to do this offseason. Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to go week by week, but the win over Philly was Jaden as the leading rusher. I have sensed, and I'm curious if you sense this too, B. Among some in the fan base, it feels like they have turned the page from Brian Robinson, and I think that is inaccurate. I don't think the organization has. Like, I just, to me, I don't understand where that's coming from. I think early in the year when the O-line was healthy and B-Rob and Eckler were healthy, the run game was really good. And I thought B-Rob said it yesterday. He's like, I just I got to be healthy. He's like, when I'm available, I'm really good. My focus is on being available.
That's it. If what's the best ability is availability?
Yeah.
It's the truth. There are a lot of guys that have been outstanding for moments, and then they never get a chance to show what they're really about because they're not healthy all the time. And because what people do, they go away from you when you're not healthy.
Agreed.
So
agreed. I think with this, this is cool. NFLPA just put out a list of best-selling gear. Jaden Daniels, 4th overall most selling jersey, only behind Saquon, Mahomes, and Jalen Hurts.
His jersey?
Or his officially licensed products. So maybe that includes like T-shirts and stuff. You have Super Bowl winner. I mean, it's all Super Bowl winners ahead of him. Hurts, Mahomes, Barkley.
Yeah.
I can see why Saquon's jersey was such a high seller last year. Also, if Saquon can't win MVP last year, we just got to stop calling it MVP and calling it like the QB MVP.
Yeah, I said that a long time ago. You need to make 2 awards. A quarterback MVP and the other people, because the quarterback gets it all the time, no matter what. I would say this: take Jalen off of the Eagles last year, take Saquon off the Eagles. Tell me which one has a bigger effect.
Sure. Yesterday when we were watching practice, you said who's number 3, and we both, that's Will Harris. Now Lattimore in the portions we were watching, the 11-on-11s, and then that goal line 7-on-7. I didn't see Lattimore out there for that. I think that's more just like veteran management. He obviously was running. Quinn said no restrictions. Saw Noah Sam are still, Quan, Harris. How you feeling about that secondary group?
I'm cool. Amos, based on how it's established now, and I'm eliminating injuries and things of that nature. They go on the field, they're healthy. I think you got a legitimate bunch. If you have some injuries for certain people, then that's a problem, which is the same thing on every football team. But if Lattimore is healthy, with Sam still, how he played last year, and I expect him to be better. The guy's a damn student of the game. Amos is long and ready to go. I believe you bring in Will Harris. You have all the extra guys on the team, that veteran guys from other teams. And then you go to the safety group. I'm cool with that. Quan, the way Quan played last year with an injured shoulder, hell, he's healthy, then I expect him to take a major step.
I think Quan is already playing at maybe not a Pro Bowl level, but like established starter, legit NFL player level.
Yep.
I don't see that changing. I think they like Harris a lot. I think any and all discussions around the Washington secondary, the headline on all of them is Lattimore healthy?
Mm-hmm.
If he's healthy, then ideally he returns to form, and that changes everything. Because I think Mikey's a stud. I think Trey Amos is going to be a stud.
Mm-hmm.
But if they have a veteran lockdown guy on one side, and then you've got two young guys emerging as stud, then you've really got something.
The health is everything, though, because if you're not completely healthy, people can say what they want outside of the game. When you're not completely healthy, you don't just go freely. You are always trying to, you're worried about something, you're trying something new, which push you behind. And if you watch him how he played last year, once he got here, he was behind.
100%. And then at that position you're grabbing. I think it's also like any football conversation you have, right?
Mm-hmm.
Health is at the top of the list.
Paramount.
Because what the hell happens in Kansas City if Pat gets hurt? They're probably cooked. Like, there's lots of situations. So you kind of, to have like real conversations around football teams and real analysis of football teams, you have to assume X level of health.
Yeah.
So you could always bring it back to that. And in some ways, it's kind of lazy. With Lattimore, it's a different conversation because health has been the issue for 3 seasons.
3 seasons and the position. If you're not healthy at that position, you got problems.
Right.
Because the position he plays is he's a lockdown, shutdown guy. He gets the best player on the other team. If you're not healthy, that other player takes advantage of you.
Well, and there's certain things like if a corner has a elbow contusion, they can play through that.
Yeah.
But if your hammy can't go at a speed position, like an old lineman, elbow is going to really mess him up. Hammy, they might be able to kind of gut through it.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, I think.
Unless you're a Trent Williams, where you like to run.
The hammy matters. Right.
Hammy matters then.
Right. Here's the plan. You're going to hear from Daryl Tap. You're going to hear from Dan Quinn. 1 o'clock, Michael Ganetti from Spot Track is going to join us. Talking a little NBA Finals. Next, it's B. Mitch Finley. B. Mitchell Finley, 1067 The Fan. Live out in Ashburn, Virginia. Commanders minicamp day 2. B, we got hoops tonight. Last night was a tough night. No hoop, no basketball, no puck, no hoops. I watched the Nats. I made some putts in my back porch. But basketball's back tonight. 8:30. Yes. Pacers Thunder.
Should be finished with my ride by then.
I'm guessing you plan on watching?
Yeah, I got a ride at 5:30. Should take about an hour and a half. I'll be back home by then.
How much you riding tonight?
26.
Are you on, because you have Bite to the Beach next week, right?
Yeah.
Are you on like a specific?
No.
So you just kind of
like
train
a specific
yourself.
Training thing?
Yeah.
Nah, I do different things, Mom. Just like I want to feel good because like you have stops and stuff in there, and you can rejuvenate yourself, and get back out on it. But I'm not. It's not a race,
Right.
If I was racing, then I might do some specific things. But I'm relatively doing what I did last year. Last year, I didn't do nothing but walk on the treadmill on incline.
That's all you did to get ready for it?
Yeah, I rode a couple of rides, but I rode more this year than I did last year.
All right. Well, that settles that then. I mean,
yeah.
Tells you a little bit about Brian Mitchell that he can not really train for a 130-mile bike ride or whatever.
You just got to gut through it sometimes, Jay. And hopefully the weather's a lot better than it was last year. Because last year was 102 degrees.
I tell you, it looks hot the next couple of days.
I just don't need it to be 102 in humidity.
I hear
that was hell.
I fear that this series has already drifted out of must watch for me.
That means
it still want to watch.
Listen, man,
I'm not gonna plan my evening around it.
See, I'm the type of sports fan where I go into a game. Now let's say if it's like my team and things are going bad for me, I'm in a situation there where you get pissed off. If I'm just watching two teams that I don't care about either of them, but if one team decides that they now come and they hitting on all cylinders and they just handle the other team, I'm going to watch because I admire that as well. I love watching domination. I love seeing a team that come in and can do things right all the time. Kansas City, people hate them because they were playing so well. I didn't hate it. I loved it because, to do that and be that good for such a long period of time, that's not easy. So I admire that type of stuff.
Kansas City, I'm with you. And because of the longevity and the greatness of Mahomes.
That's what I'm saying.
I'm not
somebody now, one of these teams could be the start of something like that. So you can't. So in the
I'm
end,
not hating on either of these teams. I like both these teams. For me, it's more, I'll probably catch the second half.
I mean, see, you are like that in relatively every aspect of your life. You're not.
There's stuff I lock in for.
You lock in
football
till you're not locked in.
Football, I lock in. Like Monday Night Football, I'm there.
You watch the whole thing.
Yeah,
all the time.
Yeah,
even if it's a blowout. No.
I usually have some action that kind of makes the end of it.
But I'm saying though, see, you're not watching the game because of the actual game. You watch it because of the action. Then
I don't think you can differentiate that. It's the actual game. It's the outcome of the game.
No.
Yes,
people that watch the game and they got action on it, watch it more intently than they do when they just watching the game. The way I watch the game, listen,
I've done both things my entire life, so I don't know that I separate that. I can hear what you're saying.
I can watch it with something on it or without something on it. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to walk around and do all kind of stuff because I am not going to stress over it. Because you can't listen. There are people that think if I stand up or kneel, I ain't doing none of that crap.
Dude, it's the same stuff when people tell us we jinx something. I assure you, I've made no impact on the events on that field.
Walker. Gil Walker says that all the time. if he's watching the game and the team loses, probably lost when he was watching it by himself, and you walk in, it's your fault.
Pacers are favored by 5.5. I'm sorry, Pacers are 5.5 point underdogs. Yeah. A brief look at where the money is. It looks relatively split. More folks are on the money line, which makes sense. They think Indy can pull a rabbit out of a hat. What do you think is more indicative of this series? Game one, Pacers steal it late. That's kind of been their MO is these like late runs to win games, and Halliburton does something crazy. You think Game 1 where that happened, or Game 2 where the Thunder just controlled it. Game 2 was a slow strangulation. It was like Hoist Gracie.
I would go more with Game 2 because even in Game 1, they led one time, the Pacers. Once. Right. And let's be real. If you keep falling back and you think you're going to make up, you're not going to do that when you're playing in the finals all the time. I think overall, Oklahoma City has shown they are the far better team when you look at offense and defense and depth, okay? And their star has scored 30-plus in both games. Siakam, I think people forget. Yeah, Halliburton hit the last shot, but Siakam has been the most consistent.
You like Siakam.
I like players. He's been the most consistent. He hoisted the Eastern Conference Final MVP trophy.
He's got a ring.
Not Halliburton.
He's got a ring.
Yes. So my thing is, when you look at everything working and you had to bet one way or the other and your life depended on it, you're going to OKC.
Oh, for sure.
Now, if it doesn't happen, that's maybe because they also hearing the comments in the press, reading the press clippings. They got lax in that first game. They're not going to get lax. I
don't think you get to this level and that happens over and over. I thought because of Halliburton's ability to close, I thought Siakam being a dude that was a huge piece on an unexpected title team when the Raptors won. Mm-hmm. And I thought Rick Carlisle being a dude that's coached a team to a title when the Mavs won. Mm-hmm. I thought that would be enough, and maybe it still will be. It's only Game 3. I thought those factors would really impact this game, and I think they did in Game 1. This thing kind of feels to me like the hockey is the Panthers are the way better team, and the Oilers have the best player. Mm-hmm. This feels to me like the other way. Like the Thunder's the way better team, and they have the best player.
Yeah, true. But the thing about it, man, Jalen Williams,
yeah,
dude, he's undamnable.
Right, it's not all SGA,
you know. And then you start looking around at it, you know. Holmgren, he does so many different things. The dude Hartenstein, you don't think about him much, but he rebounds.
And when they could go to both of them in there.
He does a lot of stuff, man. So, and then they got guys coming off the bench that can just take your heart. So,
Wiggins,
I don't know, man.
Shout out to Wiggy.
Wiggins.
Caruso's
a
guy with a ring, too.
Caruso's a problem. Caruso is the guy you look at and you go, oh, man, he's a hustle guy. But at the end of the thing, he had like 4 steals. He has some rebounds. He's assisting, and he may have 14, 15 points on you.
Right.
Now, I told you I came back the other day. When they took off, they had a ball that they threw it down court, and he took off. Dude got speed, too.
Totally. Now, I think his ring came in the bubble, which doesn't really count, but still, he's got a ring. He can talk.
Got a ring. But he plays hard.
Does, definitely.
Consistently.
And when you play defense like that, 12:30, Dan Quinn, nobody go anywhere.
This sports update is brought to you by Prince George's Community College. Colorado coach Deion Sanders assured fans and the college football world that his health is nothing to worry about following reports of him missing a recent speaking engagement due to an ongoing situation within his personal life. Now, Sanders has dealt with a series of ailments in recent years due to struggles with blood clots. Sanders missed a recent speaking engagement and hasn't been seen in the public since the end of Colorado's spring practice in April. So the rumors began to circulate. Well, he tweeted today, quote, "I can assure you everything is okay and will continue to be so. I'm excited to get back to Colorado, to be at home with my staff, team, and all associated with our program. When we arrive back to Boulder, you'll be updated on everything." And the Nats were leading last night into the 8th inning, but that's when the Mets tied it up and ultimately won it in 10 innings. Final score last night, 5-4. Mackenzie Gore pitched 6 steady innings. CJ Abrams homered. Nathaniel Lowe homered. So the offense starting to get going against a really talented Mets squad. You've got game 2 of that series coming up right here on 106.7 The Fan. 7:10 p.m. is first pitch. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
High noon in the District of Columbia. Wherever you are in this world, it's 5 o'clock somewhere. You need to know. B, did you see Aaron Rodgers opening presser with Pittsburgh? You fired up?
Nope.
I got some Aaron Rodgers.
I'm not cheering for the Steelers, and I'm not pulling for Aaron Rodgers, so I'm damn sure not following it.
You think it was Tomlin's call?
No.
You think it's Omar Khan's call? He's the GM.
Probably him and he's the one that's talking directly to the ownership all the time. He probably made them believe that this guy, he may not be what he once was, but he could be once what he was before. But what song by?
I'm not as good as I once was, but once I'm as good as I ever was.
He's probably making them think that Aaron can get to that form.
Do you know what Rodgers is mad about?
I hear he's married.
He got married. Congratulations.
Yeah.
I'm sure she's lovely.
To deal with him, she must be a saint.
He's mad about his helmet.
What's wrong with his helmet?
They banned it. He's wearing an old school helmet, and last year they had it. His helmet was on probation because the league tests all these helmets, and they're constantly trying to, update the technology and make it safer.
Mm-hmm.
So last year his helmet was on probation, and this year it's out, and he's pissed.
Well, he can be pissed all he wants. This is not about Aaron Rodgers. It's about the league. And the league is basically saying, you use an old helmet and something happened to you, we're not going to be held responsible. So the best thing to do is just don't let you wear it. Because if they in any way approve that helmet and something is wrong with it and he gets hurt, they're in trouble.
White Brian, you are the top of the research team. Can you find us a photo of Aaron Rodgers' new wife or wife? I feel like we should see that in the text thread. Aaron Rodgers has a resume. He was with Olivia Munn for a while. I think he was dating Danica Patrick for a minute.
Mm-hmm. You're an NFL quarterback. It ain't hard.
That's a good point.
Believe me.
What is the percent chance, B. Mitch, that this goes really well for Aaron Rodgers in Pittsburgh?
I'm not the one to sit there and have a lot of algorithms to figure that out. I'm just saying, based off of what he's done as of late, he is going to blame everything if it goes wrong on everybody else. If it goes right, it's all because of him. I give you that 100% on those two things.
Vegas is not too hot on Rodgers. I'm looking at DraftKings. For Aaron Rodgers to go over 4,000 yards passing, which really isn't that hard in a 17-game season in a passing league, plus 400. For Aaron Rodgers to throw 30 passing touchdowns, something that hasn't happened in Washington since Sonny Jurgensen, which is still one of the most amazing bad stats in the world, plus 425. Vegas has him under 3,300 yards. That's where the action suggests they think it lands, and at about 23 touchdown passes, which for a pedestrian quarterback, not that bad, but for Aaron Rodgers, that
would be bad.
If you pick the Steelers to win the Super Bowl, plus $4,500, B.
I think most people will not be putting that bet in.
I mean, maybe at a White Brian 20-cent bet.
Don't even do that. That's a waste of your money.
It is. That I agree with you. B, there is a conversation kind of surrounding Jaden Daniels and where this season goes. And I actually think this is a legitimate conversation I think you could have talked about it last year, honestly.
I think some people did.
You're right.
Yeah.
But Jaden Daniels for NFL MVP. I think it's reasonable because it could happen, right?
The mere fact that he's a quarterback, yes, he's up for it. He should be in the count. He's going to be thought of. The fact that he had the year he had last year with this team, and now they're on prime time in a lot of games this year. If he comes out and play anywhere close to what they did last year, hell yeah.
White Brian, give me odds on this. I think Jaden has the 5th best odds to win MVP. I think there is.
So if he has the 5th best odds, then the answer to the question is a resounding yes.
I
even asked the question.
Because I think there are people that will try to dispute it and whatever. I think Chris Sims nailed it. And Chris Sims put out his quarterback rankings for the year. And he does it in a really funny way. I also like Chris. I know some people think he can be polarizing. I think Chris is just
Chris
himself.
doesn't mind going against the standard.
Totally.
And I think people don't like that sometimes. Most people just, like they said, they hear something, they see something, and they run with it. Don't know if it's got facts or anything to support it or not. They just go with it.
So Sims put out his quarterback rankings for the year. And I don't think you can argue the top 4 odds for MVPs. Let's just say this. I think if you're chasing a big win by taking Jamar Chase or Justin Jefferson or Saquon as MVP, I think it's bad money. I think you're throwing money away on that, because if Saquon couldn't win it with the year he had last year, I don't think anybody's winning it.
Yeah.
But that's not a quarterback. And when you have the star power and the elite level of play of, to me, Mahomes, Burrow, Allen, Lamar, you're talking about Allen, Lamar, Mahomes probably have the last 5 MVP trophies.
Easily.
Right? Maybe more than that. I think Allen won this year. I think Lamar won 3 of the last 4, or 2 of the last 3. Pat won at least 1. I don't think Burrow's won one yet, but I think his level of play has been there. I don't think there's any – you can argue about how you rank those top 4, but I think the top 4 are the top 4.
Yeah.
So then I like what Sims did is he put them into tiers. He had those as his top 4, and then he had – for his next tier, he called it surgicality, which I like that term. I don't think it's a real word, but it's cool.
All you have to make them up. They pop up every day.
In the surgicality tier, he has Jaden, Stafford, and Stroud. Next tier, he calls them pocket rockets. He goes Herbert and Mayfield. And then at number 10 in his own tier, B, tell me if you can guess what quarterback this is by the name of the tier. The truth hurts.
JD?
No, Jalen. JD's 5.
Oh, Jalen Hurts.
Yeah, he's got Hurts ranked 10th. And then there's a couple categories he came up with that I loved. So 11, 12, 13, he went Purdy, Rodgers, Goff. Goff at 25-1 for MVP, like Greenberg suggested. I find that pretty interesting, just because the numbers are going to be there. I think that team's going to win the games. Next tier, Kyler Murray, Jordan Love. He called it. I don't know what this means. Want to touch the hiney. Next tier, Bo Nix, Caleb Williams, ready to launch. And then I like this tier a lot. He calls this, is this it? Dak, Tua, and Trevor Lawrence. I think there's legit,
yeah, they get a lot of hype, but they are not there in the end. And they not being there is a major, major thing when you are a top-notch quarterback, right?
Totally. I think this is a good tier. Need more info. Penix and Drake May. Then he's got Darnold and Geno as escape from New York, because both of those guys have found success later in their careers after escaping the New York Jets. Don't you forget about me is Kirk Cousins. Although it's starting to sound more and more like Kirk staying in Atlanta. I think you wait for an injury in August. If there's a quarterback that goes down in August, I think that team will pay up for Kirk.
Yeah, I just think that Atlanta, you can't keep a backup quarterback at $50 million.
I don't know if they have an option, B.
Hey, if they are thinking about letting him go and paying some money for him to go somewhere else, you can let him go and just pay him. But having a $50 million backup quarterback on your roster, that is not conducive to anything good.
I agree. That every interception, that becomes a conversation, you know? That's why I didn't think this team, and I'm so glad to not have to have conversations about this. But when they were going with Howell, that's why I didn't think they could keep Heineke around, because there'd be parts of the fan base that would want Taylor.
Oh yeah, we knew that.
Cam Ward, he calls a ready rookie. There has never been a less talked about number 1 overall pick quarterback than Cam Ward, and I think that's a great place to be.
You better be taking advantage of it, though.
What do you think of this category? Justin Fields and Daniel Jones land in the category of still on the toilet, which I think is for a reference to bleep or get off the pot.
Yeah.
Russ Wilson, he just put a clicking clock on it. Young mysteries, Bryce Young and J.J. McCarthy. Then he got backup supremes, Flacco, Willis, Winston, Mariota. This is my favorite category. Anthony Richardson, incredibly athletically gifted young man for the Colts. He said, wow or whoa.
Yeah.
Like, because he'll make a play.
He can get that. Like, the pass he threw, that was the long pass, but he had 45% completion rate.
Do you think he can ever overcome checking himself out of the game?
It's going to be tough. He has to come back and do some astronomical things. You know, you're the quarterback. You check yourself out of the game. So now, if he had been hitting the head and he sat and he was like, couldn't really get his bearings, I understand that. He was tired.
He was tired.
Bro, at the quarterback position, and you walk off the field, the next time you tell somebody, come on, man, we need you to help us out, what are they going to say? You did. You know what I mean?
Yep.
So, it's going to be hard to live that down. Outlive that.
You know what? Have you watched, I know you don't watch many movies, but they made a movie out of the Kurt Warner story. For me, the movie kind of stunk. It was much too much about his wife.
But I could have told you right off the bat that if that movie is how their life is, it's going to be a boring ass movie. It's like every time he's around somewhere, she takes over. He's in the back seat, and that's not the story. That's not what people want to do. But he goes along with it. So hey, to each his own.
So the reason I brought up the Kurt Warner movie, as we're talking about Anthony Richardson, I think Kurt Warner clearly is good at the media and obviously has made friends with the right people in media. Mm-hmm. I think a lot of his Hall of Fame was because of that. What does not get talked about enough, but they did put in the movie, but they still kind of put it in a flattering light. So everybody's like, oh, Warner never got a chance. Warner never got a chance, right? I didn't know this till I watched the movie. I don't know if you know this part of the story. You may. He got an undrafted. He got signed by the Packers coming out of, I believe, Northern Iowa. And he's there. And on day 2 or whatever, they tell him to go in. And he tells the coaches, I'm not ready. I need a couple more days studying the playbook. You can't do that.
No, you got to be ready to go.
And then he was cut.
Yeah.
And then it took him a while, right?
Yeah, because
that's why.
You're telling the coach, I'm not prepared. Let's be real. You've seen quarterbacks join the team that week and play. Okay? It's also that thing about guys say, look, man, if you don't know what to do, make sure you make your mistake going 100 miles per hour. So I'm saying, if you go out there, you flying around, they may say, oh, you know what? He was gung-ho. We teach him the playbook, but we know he's going to be going in there. But I tell you to go in the game, and you tell me, oh, no. I need a few more days to learn the playbook.
So, yeah.
You may never get another chance.
Yo, and he didn't. I mean, it took him 5-6 years or whatever.
He was bagging groceries because he said something relatively stupid to a coach.
But,
and if it's any old school coach, you tell them that, they're going to talk about you the rest of the time. You may never get another chance.
I find it astounding as we talk about kind of the Kurt Warner fairy tale that's not addressed. That they did put it in the movie, so good for them for telling the full story. But I can only imagine because the time of practice.
Can you imagine a player in a locker room? They tell him he's gonna play, and that player come in the locker room and say, "Yo, bro, man, I ain't gonna be able to play, bro, because I'm not ready." He might get beat up. You know what I mean? It's just not. You have to be ready to go, dog. And a quarterback cannot do that. But he got a chance.
Little bit of news.
He didn't make that comment next time.
A little bit of news that I imagine Dan Quinn is going to address when he speaks to the media here in about 10 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
I just saw this from Rap Sheet. Source: the Commanders have signed special teams ace Jeremy Reeves, one of the NFL's highest paid at his position, to a 1-year extension. He's now under contract with the team through 2026.
I like that.
That's a dude that earns it every day.
He earns it. He puts in the work. And the thing about Revo, he's not just all about the special teams. If you need to play him as safety, he's ready to go in there and do that too.
I mean, you talk about a guy doing it right, man.
Mm-hmm.
I love that. That is that to me is indicative of this organization also doing it right.
So for all you people out there, all the guys that your friends tell you, oh man, you playing special team. What year is Revo going into now?
I mean, I'll pull it up. I want to say, he was here for Gruden. He goes back.
Mm-hmm.
So undrafted, so I don't have his draft year. All right, he's going to turn 29 in August. He's going into year 8.
Hey, get into the league and get the mindset of I'm not going home. That's what you got to think. I'm going to be here.
That's what you got to think to make it in the NFL.
Yeah.
First rounder, undrafted, regardless.
You always somewhere in when your coach. What I did was I was always trying to be in the coach's eyesight or be on his mind. And it was going to not be because of something negative. It's going to be always because B. Mitchell was the last person here, or B. Mitchell was the first person here. Or, man, dog, you should have saw him running today. You open up the eyes. And when they constantly talking about you in a positive light, you stay around, dog. And if you stay out of the negative light, you stay around even longer.
When you're in the NFL, you got to have an attitude that you are never going home.
Mm-hmm.
But when you get a new garage door from Door Pro America, baby, you want to go home all the time because it's easy as hell to get in and out of your house. I truly love my new garage door from Door Pro America. They've changed my house. We had this old, clangy 1970s garage that sounded like a Harley Davidson was starting in a shoebox. It was so loud. And my new joint is so quiet. Doesn't wake the girls up when I come home late from a game or something. It is a tremendous asset to my house. It's definitely added equity, curb appeal, all those things. But it's also just better for my life. I can open and close it on the app. If you have like a contractor coming to the house, you got to be able to let them in. No more leaving keys under the mat and hoping no burglars realize it. Like you just let them in and out through the garage door opener on your phone, man. It's incredible. If you want to check them out, man, you should. DoorProAmerica.com. If you call today, you can save $60 on a repair or $150 on a new garage door. They're based locally. They've been serving the DMV for over 50 years. And they can do it all. It's not just new garage doors, but if you want one installed, they do it the best. They can also just do maintenance or repairs, whatever you need. Check them out, doorproamerica.com, or you can call them at 877-DOOR-PRO. Tell them JP Finley sent you, 877-DOOR-PRO.
This sports update is brought to you by Paul Henry's Window Installation, your clear home improvement choice. New tweet from Ian Rappaport. The Commanders have signed special teams ace Jeremy Reeves, one of the NFL's highest paid at his position, to a 1-year contract extension, meaning now he is under contract with the team until 2026. Very well deserved. But of course, every single comment under that tweet is, how about Terry's deal? It's coming. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. You heard us there. Ian Rappaport just broke some news that Jeremy Reeves got a 1-year contract extension.
Way to go, Revo.
I mean, doesn't that just make you happy, B?
I'm thrilled for him.
Guy that does it right.
Talked to him yesterday. Always happy for that dude.
Yeah, man. I mean, I imagine he's getting married.
Should be soon, huh?
I might have to check the old Instagram, make sure it hadn't happened yet. You know,
I think I did see a picture, Jay, maybe at one point.
So I've told you this story. I don't know if I've told it on the air, but I played golf. I played golf with Rebo a couple times, and I played with him, and I think he had played for about 6 weeks, like just learning the game. And I think he shot like a 94. like the athleticism and now how much he's into it. Like, that's a dude that sets his mind to something and just will not back off.
If you're going to be good at it, you better be focused on it, and you got to go for it. I remember when I got my first set of clubs. Ronnie handed me the clubs. I said, "You sure about this?" He said, "What do you mean?" I said, "Well, you got to play it to be good at it. And you know, once I jump into something, I'm going to play it. It ain't going to be that bad."
Monica got you your first set of clubs?
Yeah.
What, she knew you were retiring and just needed something?
No, it was in 96 for Christmas. I was just talking about it because I went to playing the charity tournament and I had to rent some clubs. I was like, man, you know, hey, golf is not that bad because, you know, I said they were out there with music and drinking and, you know, there cigars. Well, oh, okay. And then that was my birthday gift.
You know the difference in you and I, Brian?
What?
Is you realize, all right, golf's kind of cool. You're out here drinking and listening to music, and you decided, I'm going to get awesome at this. And I decided, I like drinking and hanging out, listening to music.
Yeah, but if you bet and you leave money with those, you're drinking to pay you're paying for the drinks and stuff already.
Yeah.
You don't lose money on top of it.
Yeah. Yeah. Who knows? Maybe this. What do you think the chances are? Me and my boy Lee, we're partners this weekend. This weekend, what are the chances we shock the world, win the whole thing?
Lee might shock the world. You're not shocking anybody.
What do you think the chances are we win our flight?
I give y'all a 20% chance.
I'll take it. Commanders head coach Dan Quinn addressing the media now.
I'll explain that as the systems. On all three phases. Can the players have a deeper understanding of that? And I thought Cliff and Joe and Larry, like they have really put it in that space. And the other group is the year 2 players assisting the first year players into it, whether it's a first year as a free agent joining the team or a first year as a rookie. And that's such an important thing. So that's really where I feel like in the off season, this is the coach's time. They've got to get these systems in place so the guys can really do their thing. And if we can isolate the skill, then there's these next 40 days that'll be coming up for the players to really work those. You also see some high school coaches here today, quite a few, over 100, which is awesome. And they play such an important role in the lives of, the kids that they are coaching. And that was certainly impactful in my life. And I know that they're having that impact now. So with all that said, let's get rocking with you guys and begin.
You talked yesterday about the front seven doing a lot of stuff together and all that. Is it more than in the past? And how much, when you go to doing something like stopping the run, can what they're doing now help translate into more success there?
Yes, on both. Yes, they're doing more as a group together. And I, really lean on Joe on that. Like I thought he's one that's also thrown a great offseason. What things can we incorporate? How do we add certain things? And some of that comes, John, from like doing more time together. So when you're starting last year in the first, OTAs and where you're going and how you're doing. And so when you have being together for a whole calendar year, like that's a big deal. And so for so many of these coaches to be back here, wanting to elevate ourselves to see, can we take it further to help the players take it further? That was one of my off-season goals. As a staff, can we, collectively help one another, take it up a notch? And a number of them have. So yes, it's by design that they spent more time together. And yes, usually the things that you emphasize during that time, you get to see it come to fruition.
And you have several guys for sure, like in key years in their contracts. How much do you like having guys like that, where it's like, like, hey, a guy like Debo, whatever, they've got to go out and produce if they want to get something beyond that. Is that a good thing for a team?
To me, everything's custom. And sometimes like having the security can be just the thing the person needs. Sometimes it's the carrot, can be just something that they need. So I think it's just customized to where we're at. The fun part about our group is that they're really connected and stay tight together. And so there's so much fun knowing that the better we play, more opportunities are for everyone. And so they have a very good understanding of that.
Dan, you guys obviously kept David Blau some interest outside. When you have this situation where the young guy, he's learning, does he get more responsibilities, or do you change what he's is, or is it just, hey, keep doing what you're doing and, improve on that?
Yeah, no, we changed some responsibilities. And the purpose behind that, Ben, was to get more development chances. And so, he spoke in front of the team today. So that's one of those things of what are the more responsibilities that are going in. We, did a presentation on the ball. And so it was good to see Tom Donatel and him, in conjunction presented today. So yes, there's more responsibility. And with that is also like, hey, we care about your development as a coach, and we're going to work really hard to help develop you, much like we are, with the players. And so that was by design.
Obviously, building the rapport with the players, the culture, this has obviously been a huge deal for you over the last, since you got here. How much time do you spend in the offseason thinking, okay, now what? How do I change it up? What's fresh? What do I say? How much time do you do that? Are there some things you have already done that have been different?
Some things are different. Sometimes as a coach, you also need to remind yourself, like, you don't have to say this differently. Repetition doesn't spoil the prayer. You can sometimes say the same thing about the ball or tackling, and those are things that, like, I don't have to have a new way to say that. What's nice, Ben, here is seeing the other leaders develop here, and so that's, to me, where I take great pride in, to see other players into this spot where they're elevating one another. And if it only had to come from me, I think you're right, where you would have to really think, how do I say this different? But when it's also coming from the next person, they'll say it in their own way. So message isn't just what we say. It's also like how we live and how we act and how we treat one another. And so the messaging is really how we live, and we show examples. But there's some things that we highlight that are like all the time things. And a lot of them are the skill work at practice. And we work tackling a lot and breaking tackles and leverage and disguises on defense and tempo on offense. And so those things, I don't need to say it in a different way, but I want to make sure it's always emphasized. I think there's quite a few, and it'd be the easy ones where, some guys who've already had leadership things like a Marcus. But also it's Percy. I see it in some of the second-year players, that we were talking about yesterday. I felt it in Jordan McGee in terms of the way that he's put in so much work. Ben Sinnott is one I thought like had just a fantastic offseason. And I'm seeing that come to fruition in this, time frame that he's been going. So seeing different guys into different spaces, it's been good. But there's quite a few actually that, and it's not all in the same way. Like sometimes it might be out on the field. Somebody else might be in the meeting room. Somebody else might be down in the weight room and with the guys in their training. So different voices, and some new players that's made an impact on me. Dietrich Wise and Jonathan Jones, just such a good standard about how they do things. So it's cool, to find different guys.
You guys gave Jeremy Reeves another year. What has he meant to this team, both on the special teams and defense, and how have you seen him grow in there year or so?
Yeah, that honestly makes me smile. This is a true commander, one of our heavy hitters, and like an absolute all-around BMF, like in every way. It's no surprise he was elected one of the captains, when the postseason began, but he affects all sides of the ball. And that's kind of the best part about our team. It's not like, hey, I'm just over here with the defense or just on the special teams. Like, we're one team, and I love that. And Jeremy represents that about as strongly as anybody could. Now, the performance side, man, you feel him, and the speed and the tackling and the toughness. And we really value what he brings to us on and off the field. So, when that came out, man, that's an absolute really cool moment for us.
And you mentioned the coaches that'll be here today. You've had coaches, college, high school coaches, pretty much throughout the offseason. When did that really become important to you to start bringing them in and to show them sort of how you run things?
Yeah, I think it's really important for our game, Nikki, number one. Off the field, there's such an impact that high school coaches have. It's way bigger than football. And I recognize that because that's true in high school. It's also true in college. And so I wanted them to know how important that role is and how much I respect it of what they do. Then from the football side, I want them to see the techniques and see things that, we are teaching. And if we can do that and share that with them and help their programs become better, man, that's paying it forward. And so I'm really pumped. There's like over 100 coaches here today and some flag coaches as well. And so to have that kind of turnout quickly, that's really cool.
A couple of weeks ago, Cliff Kingsbury talked about how big a year it is for Brian Robinson.
Mm-hmm.
He spoke yesterday and talked about he knows it's a big year. Can you talk about his offseason and what the year means for Brian Robinson?
Yeah, he looks, number one, really healthy. There was a cut specifically yesterday on a run and where he was able to cut, plant, and like downhill as fast as you could see. And those are the things that I've seen. He's back. We got him back on the return game as well on the kickoff side. So you feel his urgency and intensity for it, but he's really thrown a good offseason. He really has. Yes.
I was excited to have Laramie here as a player, but also, it's like little leadership things like calling Josh right after he was drafted.
Yeah.
He hasn't been here that long, but have you noticed anything just as a player or a leader out on the field?
Yeah, and I think most of the time, some of the very best leaders are excellent communicators, and I felt that way with LT right from the beginning. I got a chance to meet his family and what were the things in his background that made him unique, and finding out about him. And also on the football side, what are the things that he's excellent at? What are the things he wants to work on? And so as he goes through an off season, there's like such a specific plan for this is what I want to do during this time to get ready, and having that kind of process of winning. I noticed that right away.
That's Commanders head coach Dan Quinn talking in advance of the second day of minicamp. By far the best line in there I heard reminded me of Samuel L. Jackson's wallet in Pulp Fiction. What am I talking about? I'm talking about Jeremy Reeves. I'll explain when we return. It's B. Mitchell Finley. All right, so Dan Quinn just spoke to the media. A few things really stood out to me. One, we just got the news Jeremy Reeves received a 1-year contract extension. He's now signed through 2026. For the morons in my mention saying, oh, they should have gotten Terry done first. These are very different deals. One has nothing to do with the other. You can walk and chew gum at the same time, period. Two, Dan Quinn describing Jeremy Reeves, who's a person you and I both know well, as an all-around BMF. If you're unaware of what BMF stands for,
Brian Mitchell Foundation.
Indeed. And you, sir, are also an all-around BMF.
Yeah. I've been told that before.
Samuel L. Jackson's wallet in Pulp Fiction. He asked someone to hand him his wallet. He says, well, how do I know which wallet is yours? It's a bag full of wallets. He says, the one that says BMF on it. I think there's also a line reference to a BMF in the Shaft theme song. So if you don't know what BMF is, hopefully you know now, and Revo's absolutely deserving of that title. Two other things that stood out to me. Dan Quinn talked about Brian Robinson looking really healthy and having a really good offseason. This is the time for good. If coaches are saying bad things about you right now, it's really bad.
Yeah.
So you don't want to read too much into the good news, but a healthy, hungry B-Rob is good news for the football team.
Yeah, it is. And I think, but what it is, he's letting you know. And he talks to guys before they leave for the offseason. And he probably told certain guys what they need to do and certain things. And then that may be a guy that came back and did exactly what they said. You know what I mean? Because listen to me. It's not, if you're in this game or you're in the field of being in shape and all that, you can look at a person and know what's going on. I told you before, I walked in before I did my conditioning test in New York, and the guy said, you're going to cramp up. No, it was in Philly. I'm like, what do you mean? He say, you've been doing a lot, but you've been drinking nothing but water, right? I say, yeah, I've been drinking a lot of water. He said, why? You remember drinking electrolytes? I said, nope. So you're going to cramp up today. Yep. As soon as I hit number 12, I cramped up. I finished them, but I'm like, how did you know that? He said, I can tell by your body that you were just doing water. You wouldn't doing anything else. And just water is not good enough. So the coaches know too.
Yeah. Coaches know. You said that yesterday after DQ's comments with Terry. The other thing that DQ said is he talked about the young players that are standing out to him. He mentioned specifically Jordan McGee, Ben Sennett, and Percy Butler. Sennett yesterday made a hell of a catch on a really nice throw from Mariota.
Back in the end zone?
Yeah.
Yep.
Sennett wearing that non-contact. I wanted to ask him about that. McGee has a real opportunity. McGee had some serious buzz last year in camp before the knee thing popped up. So I wonder, could a role expand for Jordan McGee if he stays healthy? And then I do find the Percy Butler discourse is interesting because he's another badass special teams player. And this team absolutely cares about that stuff. Previous regimes just didn't care enough. But if you develop badass special teams players, a lot of times they develop into more than that too.
See, some guys that come in and they start playing special teams, you know what? That's the thing that grabs the attention. But then all of a sudden, when you get in other positions and you start to play at those positions too, it makes you even more valuable.
Right. Something very interesting just popped up that I want to be able to spend a few minutes on. I know we have, we're going to talk to Mike Ganetti from Spot Track next about what a Terry contract looks like. Maybe we can do this at 1:30 or something. Have you heard that there might be like a live situation for the NBA?
No.
I mean, outside of soccer, the NBA might be the most popular global sport.
Cool.
And if the Saudis want to throw their money at something, and I don't know, that'd be pretty damn interesting.
It will be. How much money they gonna pay? And this is the question, though.
Think about how much money they paid Taylor Gooch. They got money.
I still understand that, but I'm saying, are they gonna pay no-name people that amount of money? Or are they gonna pay the stars of the NBA that type of money? Are they gonna pay guys that are aging now that type of money.
Ding, ding, ding. So Bill Simmons is a pretty wired-in guy around basketball. And what he said is, I'm quoting, what they're telling people is that they have a couple major stars that are going to be joining that are going to be jaw-dropping. It's pretty clear because Maverick Carter is running this or is one of the people involved in it that he's dangling that LeBron is going to be one of the people to do it. Could it be Kevin Durant? My guess is it's probably older, famous superstars nearing the end of their careers who are just going to do it, where they would get a bunch of money, probably equity in the league, and it's a financial play, and you try to build something. They basically want it to be like F1, and it's this international league. They play less games, and they go to different spots all over the world. So they go to like Singapore, they go to Monaco, wherever it is, almost operating like F1, and they go there, and they're there for like, 10 days. They play multiple games, they have concerts, and the schedule is 30 to 35 games. That could work, dude.
Maybe.
You go to China, you bring LeBron and KD to China, and I don't know.
I still say this, Jay. You bring in aging players to do basically exhibitions.
Hey, it's working for MLS.
MLS soccer?
Yeah.
When the other
Messi's the star of the league.
Yeah, Messi is the star of the league because in soccer you can play to that long. And MLS can't compete with the real European league anyway. So you're bringing Messi over here. Yes, that looks good here. Are they going to be able to do enough to overtake the NBA? It's the question I'm talking about.
Liv hasn't overtaken the PGA Tour, but they've taken some of their biggest players.
They've taken some of their biggest players, and their biggest players now wish they would have not left.
True.
And I went to the tournament the other day, and I'm going to tell you, it's not a PGA Tour event.
The bottom half, and I imagine it'd be the same in this, the bottom half of this league would probably be NCAA level. I can think of one guy that if you paid him the same amount of money, got to play a lot less games, he'd be into it.
Oh.
Luka.
Oh, Luka be gone.
Gone.
Hey, we can get my man Hibachi back in there too.
Yo, Gil can shoot.
Gil can still shoot. Cross half court, let it fly.
When we come back, we're talking Terry McLaurin contract. What does an extension look like?
This sports update is brought to you by the Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. Washington is keeping one of their special teams players around for another year. Per Ian Rappaport, the Commanders have signed special teams ace Jeremy Reeves to a one-year contract extension. Reeves has been with Washington since 2018 after entering the league as an undrafted free agent with Philly. He's become a critical special teams piece for the club, a well-earned contract extension for him. And moving over to the NBA, another key player, the Celtics, is dealing with an injury. Jaylen Brown underwent a procedure on his right knee this morning, meaning he will spend the offseason rehabbing from this injury. He's expected to be ready for training camp without any limitation per the Celtics. Brown won't be the only big-name Celtics player, though, rehabbing this offseason. Star Jason Tatum sustained an Achilles injury during the team's Game 4 loss. The team has still not announced a timeline for his recovery. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to the Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call, just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
This is a weird song, B. You heard this song before?
Mm-mm.
You know what the chorus is? I'm just going to let you hear it. This song takes forever to get to the chorus. The chorus of the song is literally, You want to hear the whole thing? All right, we're excited to get to the Rude Guest Get to the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude makes the most dependable HVAC equipment in the DMV. And talk to Michael Ganetti, co-founder and the editor of Spot Track, the best source for NFL, NBA, MLB, hockey, soccer, whatever kind of contract and player,
they got
whatever player information you want, head over to Spot Track. Michael, what's up, man? Thanks for making time for us.
You're my first crash test dummies leading, so I appreciate it.
I mean, that song is really hard to explain to people that have never heard it. It is oddly catchy, but it is odd.
Yeah, they stopped halfway through on that one.
Yeah, for sure. Dude, so you and I were tweeting back and forth yesterday about Terry and this contract holdout. So you're an expert in the field of NFL contracts. Why don't we start there, kind of where you think this Terry thing is? I know you guys wrote a story about kind of predicting summer contract extensions, including Terry McLaurin. Just let our listeners know kind of what you're expecting.
Yeah, I'm expecting a contract, first of all and foremost. I do think this gets to the finish line probably right around, but slightly before training camp. So I think that staying positive is step one here. But, the numbers are tough. Once you hit that 30 mark, that's sort of the line of demarcation, especially at this position. And that's where he's headed, at least to start the season here. So we've got some positive steps in this direction, right? I mean, they brought in a player like Deebo Samuel, who's in a similar boat. They were able to find a pretty good number in a renegotiation there. And Pittsburgh did them a real nice solid with bringing over DK Metcalf and handing him essentially a 2 for $60 million contract. So about $30 million per year. That's now the foundation piece. DK is a year younger than Terry McLaurin. There's a similar skill set. There's a similar offensive style built around them. Very different quarterback situations, but that's certainly the foundational piece to look at. So, when we're talking about projections and predictions, it's somewhere around that 32, 33 million per year with a 2-year guarantee that takes us through 2026. So it's not a daunting situation in terms of locking down financials for the Commanders going forward long term, but there's a lot of red flags that you can bring to the negotiating table, which is making this prolonged.
Yeah. I don't even think it's that complicated. Do you? I think there are complicated contract scenarios. I don't particularly find this to be one of them.
No, I don't either. And this feels like such a no-brainer situation to keep him around, at least for the next couple of seasons, with Jaden Daniels sort of taking the next couple of steps, through his rookie contract and then into his first big contract. But the timing's right. You can overpay a little bit here to make sure McLaurin's happy, and maybe even back pay him a little bit, right, for some of the work he's had to do in the dirty years. And then you go ahead forward and you get younger and you get cheaper when Jaden Daniels starts to cost you $70 million a year. So I just think most teams in this situation pull the trigger on this one pretty quickly, and I expect we get there pretty soon here.
Yeah, I think when you look at it, sometimes like this deal seems to be something that's a no-brainer. Okay. Mm-hmm. But it always takes every year something that seems stressful, like pressure, and then all of a sudden, boom, here we come with the contract, and then you go, well, damn, why did they do that before?
Yeah, that's right. Right. There's always a back and forth, at least what we hear publicly. Yeah. And there's a lot of outside factors that now become inside factors because of the social media world, right? So, yes, the negotiations that are happening elsewhere right now with other wide receivers, or maybe even the Cincinnati situation that went down in March and April, may be further complicated. Even something that seems as simple and elementary as getting McLaurin done for 2 years guaranteed. There's a world now where some of these other contracts that live out there at this position have pushed McLaurin to try to get that third year fully guaranteed, and maybe that's the sticking point we're dealing with here. Which when you're talking about a 3 for $90 or maybe a 3 for $92 million on a full guarantee, that may be a little bit too far for Washington to go in terms of how I feel comfortable right now.
Do you think maybe they land with just like a guaranteed for injury in the third year or something?
That's probably what they're pushing for, and they're probably happy to offer that at this point in time. If I'm McLaurin's agent, I'm saying, sure, we start there, but that becomes fully guaranteed in March of 2026, right? So I'm going to get that money. I'm going to give you a little bit of an out if you want to buy me out first, but I think you at least have to compromise halfway and give him an opportunity to make this 3 years, which, again, lines up with Jaden Daniels. Even though he'll have that extension, he'll still be cost-effectively friendly for the Washington Commanders in 2027 if we have to get to that point.
Yeah, absolutely. We are on the Rude Guest Hotline talking with Michael Ganetti, co-founder, editor, Spot Track. I mean, listen, on my computer, for me personally, I always have at least 2 tabs of Pro Football Reference open and Spot Track and Over the Cap. Like, you guys are just like, you are a must. It's a resource. I mean, people. Like I read the New York Times is like, per Spot Track, the new contract looks like this. You guys have created this industry where you dominate, and we appreciate you making time for us. I think we all agree that the Terry deal seems relatively, maybe it's not simple, but there's a very clear baseline for what we expect it to land at and kind of how Washington could get this thing done. You mentioned something interesting there that I think you might be able to really illustrate for fans why this was advantageous. I bet it was like 6 weeks ago, maybe 2 months ago even, that Washington converted some of Deebo Samuel's bonus money into salary, and that actually helped their cap. Can you expand on that so folks can understand?
Yeah, essentially they acquired, a $17 million practical guarantee for Deebo Samuel, but in order to sort of operate for the rest of this offseason, because that was an early league year move to acquire him, you take about $15 million of that effectively and you push it out over the next 5 years using void years, something that's become super in vogue with most teams in the NFL over the past few years here. So, what could have been 17, 18 million against their cap this year is now just over 5 million, and they'll take the remaining 12 or so on after the contract voids in 2026, barring a contract extension, which could very much be on the table here. And by the way, which could also be further complicating the McLaurin discussion, right? Mm-hmm. Because if there's 2 mouths to feed within the course of 8-9 months here, that's a much different situation than anything they've had to deal with McLaurin in the past. So, yeah, the Deebo conversion certainly helped them get through March and April, and now they're trying to clean up a little bit of the remaining mess to get them into the season and then certainly ready for March of 2026.
And then I think another perhaps misconception, and you and I were kind of going back and forth on this. I think there are fans that are so focused on Jaden Daniels here in Washington, and rightfully so. Jaden's an absolute star, that they're like, oh man, you can't tie up all this money with Terry. You got to make sure you take care of Jaden. Mm-hmm. The Jaden contract extension is going to come and it's going to be massive, and I'll ask you your guesses at that. But it's not really going to the timelines don't really intersect between McLaurin and Jaden, right?
No, it should never happen. I would expect that the plan right now internally is to extend Jaden as soon as possible, which would be March of 2027. And, to give you the guess, we'll see what happens next offseason with CJ Stroud. That's the big one that's going to push this envelope further. We'll see what happens with Lamar Jackson in the coming months. That should push the envelope much higher. I think we'll be near 70 to 75 million a year by the time that Jaden Daniels is sitting down at the table. So huge numbers. But to your original point here, we don't really need to worry from a cap perspective, right? Certainly there's going to be hundreds of millions of dollars handed out here over the course of 2027 through 2029. That's unavoidable with these quarterback contracts. But from a cap perspective, because of these bonuses that can be basically paid out every year, we can consider Jaden Daniels cost-effective, cap-friendly, essentially, for the next 4 seasons, pretty comfortably, right? 2025 through 2028, he will be at least team-friendly from a cap perspective, which allows them to continue to build a juggernaut, right? And ramp up so that the timelines all sort of nicely come together in a staggered approach, so they can maybe keep this thing together for 5 to 6 years and on a consistent basis, which is just getting harder and harder to do in every sport, let alone the NFL with the hard cap.
I just think that some fans need to just let those numbers be done with people like you, because they look at the number and then they think about what they make, and they're going to always think it's too much for everybody. And really, this is just what the going rate of most people.
No question. And let's also keep in mind, if they do sign an extension with Jaden in 2027, there'll be 2 years left on his rookie contract, which means if it's a 5-year extension, that's a 7-year contract total. So the $75 million per year only applies to those 5 years we're adding on, which means over a 7-year span, maybe he's a $60 million per year quarterback from an actual perspective over the 7-year term. So getting it done early, as long as he's the slam dunk we think he's going to be, is of uber importance, and there's no better example of that than the Philadelphia Eagles over the past couple of seasons.
See, I had that same conversation on my golf trip, JP, with one of my buddies. Talking about the contract, and I had to let them know that this deal doesn't start till after that other contract's over.
Right. That's why they call it an extension.
They didn't understand what I was saying.
We're talking with Mike Ganetti here from Spot Track. You mentioned Lamar there. Now Lamar, I know he missed some OTAs, but I think he has just missed stuff at various times. I can't imagine that contract as a topic right now, but he does have like a $75 million cap hit next year or something?
Yeah, they are actually making active negotiations with right now. And in terms of the bonuses you're talking about, he's missed every workout bonus he's ever had. So he just makes it, he makes it a thing that, you can build it in, but I'm not going to show up. So I'm happy to forfeit the $750,000 because I've got bigger fish to fry here. And it sounds like that they're going to get this done early. And rather than have to deal with March 15th next year when he's got a $74 million cap hit and they've got to maneuver something around that, unlike, what Dallas did, which was they converted some of Dak Prescott and then extended him months later. They don't want to get into that mess. So they're going to do it right now, I think, over the course of the next couple of months. And I would imagine that this time around, because remember the last time was a bit of a mess, but this time around, he's going to be at the top of every single market value across the board in terms of including the guaranteed stuff this time. So I expect it to be an absolute blockbuster over the next couple of weeks here.
Wow. And what do you expect for Stroud, who's been so good? That window to get the extension done is now open for him. Does he get? I mean, the top of the market at quarterback now is Dak still, right? And which is amazing in its own right. But when does Dak start to fall off with these new Lamar and Stroud deals?
Yeah, I think the Lamar numbers really push things quite a bit here. And Stroud actually can't sign until January 1st, 2026. So,
but can't they work on the extension now or not till then? I guess, no, that's his 3rd year. I'm sorry.
Yeah. They've got to get through one more year, and that's probably good news for him because Stroud certainly took a little bit of a step back last year with a banged up offense and a lot of factors. But if he bounces back into form, and as long as this whatever's going on with the shoulder situation for him, as long as he looks the part again in 2025 here, he's going to be, the next version of these rookie quarterbacks that go to the top of the market, probably in a cap adjusted version of Joe Burrow's situation in Cincinnati, which will put, tons of pressure on the Bryce Youngs and the Caleb Williams and all these other young guys who are stepping into plate next.
Talking with Mike Ganetti here from Spot Track. You could follow him at SPOTRAC, joining us via the Rude Guest Hotline. Can you help us make sense of the Mahomes contract? Because when you look at it like from an AAV standpoint, he's pretty far down, the list. But we always hear that his actual cash in pocket every year is among the highest in the NFL. Like
they keep
what kind of
giving him stuff?
Yeah, like what kind of deal does Mahomes have that's different than others?
Yeah, that's exactly the right approach. How you just framed that. He's a baseball guy from a baseball family, and he signed himself up to a baseball contract. Unfortunately, he put himself on, 15 years when he should never have gone more than 4 in the current climate of sports financials, which is changing so fast and increasing so rapidly. It just got to a point 4 years into this contract where he looked around the room and he was saying the same things we were all saying. This guy's drastically underpaid for a, continual MVP candidate / Super Bowl MVP candidate. So the Kansas City Chiefs essentially renegotiated this thing in the middle of it and brought a ton of money forward over the course of 2024 through 2027. And yeah, he remains now on at least an average annual basis for these 4 seasons, one of the top 2-3 highest cash paid quarterbacks in football. So he's happy. He's comfortable. But once 2027 gets here, it's going to be time to start talking about him as well, which aligns nicely, by the way, with the Jaden conversation. So we will have a world where Patrick Mahomes and Jaden Daniels will be negotiating a contract at the exact same time.
Oh, boy.
Wow.
But I mean, like I always say, like, if Pat wasn't mad, something is happening. And you never heard him say anything. He just kept getting into the renegotiations to keep moving forward.
That's right. And
some teams know how to do it, some teams don't.
That's right. And we said the same things about Brady, who took a very different approach, but was constantly getting top 2-3 cash payments every couple of seasons to make sure that he was happy and he was affable and that he didn't have to go to the public, and say things out loud. You're right. Pat's comfortable. He's very happy, this next couple of seasons, making 50-55 million cash per year here. And then we'll have to see what happens in 2 off seasons when things get really silly.
Yeah, that sounds like it's going to get nuts. If I can, a couple of edge rushers, Mike, that I'm curious about. Both Micah Parsons in Dallas and then Trey Hendrickson in Cincinnati. Now, these are different players with different skill sets and at different stages of their careers. Let's start in Dallas. What are your expectations with Parsons?
As big as humanly possible. I read this morning, and I believe everything Jerry Jones says because he's not afraid, that the numbers have been agreed to. And if that's the case, it has to be top everything, right? So I would expect it to be north of 40 million, probably in the 42 million per year range. I expect it to push way past Myles Garrett's 123 million guaranteed. I'd expect it to be closer to 140, right? And this is essentially a 4-year practical contract through 2028. It's going to be big time stuff. And I realize, production from a production standpoint, from a little bit of injury standpoint, he's got some red flags, but he's also got age on his side. He's one year younger hitting this contract discussion than most edge rushers would be. So it's, so we see this in baseball quite a bit where if you've got that 1 year advantage, you can really cash out. And I think that's what we're about to see over the next couple of days here.
And then what about Hendrickson? I mean, that Bengals situation just seems like a mess. You got the first rounder holding out. Yeah. They obviously paid the wideouts. Do you think they get it done with Hendrickson? And what do you think that contract looks like?
Boy, this is tough. This is one of those flip-flop situations where it feels like every week you have to change course. But yeah, they're dragging this one out. The rookie stuff is a real mess, and I do think that will drag out into training camp. But in terms of Hendrickson, they're just going to have to look in the room and say, well, if we can't get it right with Shamar Stewart, who's supposed to be Henderson's eventual replacement here, we better get it done at least for 2 years with Hendrickson, and it's going to have to be an overpay to get it done in that regard. So not unlike this McLaurin conversation, it's simply just going to be about getting the number over the next 2 years that fits. And whether that's 2 for 60, 2 for 70 on a practical guarantee, whatever it's going to take, eventually they're going to have to bend and break and just pay Trey Hendrickson everything he's worth, not just for this year and next year, but really some back pay as well, because they've been getting some incredible value out of that player.
These rookie contracts are slotted so much so that this seems like it's just asinine. Why can't they get that deal done?
There's some back and forth with language. They're trying to essentially find every single loophole possible and put it and make it their favor, make it to their advantage, which is certain things happen with these first round picks where some of the money gets pushed into training camp roster bonuses. And the problem with that is you can pay a guy early, except for when he has the cash in hand, it's much, much harder to get that cash back. And that's essentially the argument that's being had here is they're trying to slide more of the money into base salary, which gets paid out throughout the season, and less money into that upfront roster bonus. And there's sort of a percentage game happening, which, it kind of goes up and down annually in the middle of that first round, but they're just trying to get every advantage, every dollar they can to be delayed in terms of being paid versus handing them something in the middle of summer where some things can go wrong.
This has been really, really great. I appreciate you making time for us. It's going to be so you circling it back to Terry. You think B. Mitch and I, we have maintained our stance that unless this is a topic when we get to training camp, this really isn't a topic. Does that sound about right for you?
Absolutely. I'll restate what I said initially, which is I'm not even a little worried about this one. It just seems too simple to not get done. And if it takes a couple extra million, that's what the NFL is all about, right?
They got it.
I mean, I wish I was all about that. Mike, thank you so much for the time, dude. Appreciate it.
My pleasure. Thanks.
All right. That's Michael Ganetti from Spot Track, founder, editor. Awesome website, awesome information. If you're not using that in your sports information gathering, you're missing out. You can give him a follow on socials at Spot Track, SPOTRAC. When we come back, you're going to hear from Commanders defensive line coach Daryl Tap.
The Phoenix Suns and Kevin Durant's business partner, Rich Kleinman, have met multiple times over the past week and are shifting through a few different trade scenarios, according to ESPN. The two sides are expected to work together on possible destinations. Teams that have expressed interest in Durant, sources told ESPN, mainly feature the Rockets, the Spurs, Heat, Timberwolves, and the Knicks. Several wildcard suitors have made inquiries on Durant in the past 7 to 10 days. Teams around the NBA have been anticipating that Durant was going to be traded ever since the Sun engaged in talks around the trade deadline, but that passed and he stayed in Phoenix. So where will Kevin Durant end up? Seems like he's going to have his pick of the litter. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
Is there anyone home? B. Mitch Finley 1067 The Fan. One guy whose energy I just feel is really, really, what's the right term? You gravitate off it. Like,
Thank you. Appreciate it.
You too, B. But I've really been impressed by Daryl Tap. And it's also cool.
I like Tap.
And he's a local guy, played at Tech, grew up rooting for the Burgundy and Gold. And
he has good vibes.
Totally.
Yeah.
Totally. But one thing that's interesting is I think a lot of Commanders fans are a little uneasy about the edge position specifically and maybe the D-line as a whole. And I got to talk to Daryl Tap at length. Ben Standig and I were both part of this interview, so I want to make sure I mention Ben. But I think you're going to learn something here, particularly about Javon Kinlaw and how the organization views him.
The D-line looks a lot bigger.
A little bit. A little bit.
Was that by design?
That was definitely by design. As you know, everybody in NFC East loves to run the ball. Unique guy in Philadelphia that we got to make sure we're conscious of. So it was by design. Get us some guys that had some size to them, getting some guys that have played a lot of ball, getting guys that are strong and versatile. Like, that was the mindset, and I'm very happy that Coach Q and AP were able to get that done to help out Coach Witt, myself, Sharif, and Ryan, to where we can put some guys out there to stop this run and to rush the passer.
One guy I want to ask specifically about, and I feel like it's kind of gone under the radar, but what does Eddie Goldman bring to this team? Where's he at?
Man, he is a massive man that's played some ball, very smart. He just understands the game, man. So having a chance to really work with him has been cool to see where his football mind is. Like, you can see why he's had success at every place that he's been.
Is he kind of situational? Is he? I can't imagine he's a 3-down guy, but like against the run, like you get in goal line or perhaps tush push situations. Yeah. Is that a guy that really stands out?
Yeah, he's a. Let's put some respect on Eddie's name now. He's a versatile big man. Like, a guy that's 300 plus pounds, that can run to the ball, that can stop the run, that can get on the edge. Like, those guys just don't walk around the earth. Like, he is a athletic guy. Now, for us, it's all about putting guys in position to make plays. And that's the one thing that Coach Witt really likes and really strives for. Like, if you have on a jersey on game day, you're going to contribute to this team. That's just the way we do things around here. So we're always trying to find ways to utilize him, utilize Deron different way, with Kinlaw coming to the mix, with Javonte Jean-Baptiste and Jerzon and all these guys. Like, how can we put them in position to make plays? That's what we're trying to focus on. And it may be situational, and it may be just on first thing that we don't know yet. Like, we won't really understand those things until we get to training camp and those bullets really start to fly.
Speaking of Kinlaw, it feels like the conversation around him has been confusing for a lot of people because nobody knows exactly where he's going to play. The signing kind of came out of left field. What do you kind of say are his strengths, and how do you guys look to utilize that?
Well, that's pretty cool. That's came out of left field for y'all, but it was by design by us. See, AP had him in San Fran. Yeah. I had the honor of working with that young man back in 21 in my first opportunity of being back in the league as a coach, and that's kind of where we built our relationship. He's a local kid from DC. You guys know that whole story, but to see everything that young man put into getting himself prepared to go. Like, he had some injury stuff that went on, and I was able to see him battle back each and every time something happened in San Fran, 21 to 22, where he got healthy in 23, where he made the run out there. He was more in a backup role just due to circumstances, but he had a pretty good year as a backup player. And then last year, seeing him from afar in New York, where he had his first healthy year, he did some really good things. So we're witnessing an ascending player. Like, you guys forget, like, we get confused seeing like contract and all that stuff. Like, this is an ascending player that's really got his best ball in front of him. And the best thing about it, he's kind of in the same boat as me, with me being a coach here for the Commanders and being a former Skins guy and being a Virginia kid. He's the exact same person. So it's not just a job to him. This is personal. Like, to be able to rep for a team that he grew up watching, to be able to be able to play freely for a GM that had confidence in him, to give him the help get him to San Fran as a draft pick, and with a D-line coach that was able to see him grow from a puppy down to a full-grown dog. Like, he has some stuff on his chest and on his shoulders that he's trying to show the world. So that's exciting to see him in that space.
So one thing that's maybe tough for us, right? Because you see his body type, and he's huge,
yoked.
But I can't figure out where you like. What is his comp? What is his ceiling?
Yeah, everywhere. That's where we put him. Everywhere. Utilize that guy. Honestly, his ceiling is the sky. That's the saying, because he's so big and he's so athletic. Like, he was a top 5 pick, like, for a reason. Like, because that guy has that ability, and he can play in any scheme. He can play attack. He can play read attack. He can play mirror. He can do whatever you need to do. That guy can do it. And the biggest thing that I appreciate, the best thing about him that I appreciate, is that he works. You get a lot of guys that kind of just rest in their laurels and, hey, my natural talent and ability will take me everywhere. Not JK. JK works. He works his tail off. I guarantee you right now, if we call him, he's in somebody's gym or on somebody's table getting a massage or dry needling or something like that. He is constantly working, and that's what's going to allow him to hopefully have one of his best years this year. And with Coach Witt and talking to Coach Q and brainstorming with Ryan and Reef and myself, like, how do we get this guy on the field in positions to help us to not only stop the run, but rush the passer? Just don't think because we see a man that's 6'6" or whatever he is and 305 pounds and 330 pounds that he's just a run stopper. No, he can affect the game any way that needs to be affected. And that's the thing right now. We're just continuing to spoon feed this guy. There's a lot of similarities to what he's done in the past, but there's also a lot of different nuances that Coach Witt has brought here that is going to help make us and make him that much better.
To help the fans and others understand the context of what he is, then there's been this talk. DQ's had this elephant position in the past. You know, it's sort of that's the sort of the run stopping edge kind of a guy. He's not a sleek edge rusher, so is that?
Well, he's trying to say poorly.
Relative to Ryan Kerrigan, you know what I mean. So I guess how does you mentioned also like stopping guys like Saquon. I mean, it seems like that's why on a lot of levels he's here to maybe have him help set that edge that was a little more problematic last year. Is that a way to sort of help contextualize what he'd be able to help do?
Not necessarily. Well, remember we also just signed Derrick Wise, who's a massive man that's played DN as well. So the goal is to get bigger, to get athletic, and to be interchangeable with everybody that we signed. So it's unfair to say that you're going to peg JK into that elephant role because we have a Derrick Wise. We have Cleveland Ferrell, who's come back and he's healthy. We have Javonte Jean-Baptiste, who looks like a totally different player this year, just size-wise, spending a lot of time in the weight room eating red meat and doing a bunch of stuff to make himself stronger. So we're going to be better this year, like I said, in year 2, because we understand what the picture is, what the vision is now. And that's allowed these guys to go prepare and play free in these OTAs. Hopefully we can use that to springboard us into training camp.
You brought up red meat. Is Wise a vegan?
Why is it? I said that about Javonte, not vegan.
I know, but that's what triggered my memory.
Yes, D Wise is a vegan.
You've been around football your whole life, coaching, playing. Have you ever had a D lineman that's a vegan?
I have not, but clearly he knows what he's doing because he is every bit of 6'5", 280, like it's strong, like unique guys in this room, man. Like really savvy individuals. They're aware of their bodies. They're aware of how to get themselves prepared to go to practice each and every day. And I gotta assume it's going to carry over to the season. Just the intent and the mindset those guys have. Like, it's pretty cool to see these guys just in their element each and every day.
I mean, for me, when I think of a guy like Dietrich Wise, like he played for Bill Belichick.
No doubt.
He knows what he's doing.
No doubt about it. And having a guy like that helps everybody in the room.
Well, and two guys we haven't mentioned, Johnny, fully healthy, and then Duran. Like, just how are both those guys looking this offseason?
Duran, alpha male, elite. Like, last year, he led by example. We had a conversation. I challenged him a little bit to continue to do the same thing he was doing, but to be more vocal with it. Like, take over. And he's taking that thing wholeheartedly and run with it, man. He's making corrections to guys before I even get a chance to do it, which is so cool to see, because that now raises the floor of the entire room. So having that guy in there, I couldn't ask for anything more with DP. Like, he is intent on getting 1% better each and every day, each and every play. And then with Johnny, like, I'm so excited for that young fella, man. Like, he had a tough hand last year coming in and being banged up, and then getting thrown into the deep end immediately when John got banged up, which was not by design, but it helped him tremendously, because now he was able to be a big boy in the league and play some legit ball, and he was able to learn by fire. Sure. So that stuff is going to circle back to this year, to where now it's not going to be anything that catches him off guard, because he's been in those situations earlier than we all envisioned. We thought last year we would have a 3-man rotation, and like I said, he got kind of banged up. By the time he finally got healthy, then John went down, and then when John came back, then Ron went down. So we never really had what we wanted to have. But he's setting himself up to this off season, taking the corrections, watching the film, to really have a good role for himself this year. And I'm excited to see what he does with it.
Daryl Tap's got energy, man.
Man, Daryl is talking fired up, but he speaks eloquently.
He's
got
a real charisma.
Hey, man, listen. What I took away from that, everyone just assumed that all these guys were here because they're big. Yes, they're bigger, but they're all athletic, and they're not one-dimensional. They could do multiple things. Kinlaw and Goldman, he's talking about those guys. Goldman's a big dude. But he runs to the ball. He doesn't just stay in one spot all day. Like the big boys they had from Panthers back in the day.
Yeah.
Kinlaw is a pass rusher and a run stopper. You have to get you want to get bigger to compete against those guys, but you also want to have guys that can do multiple things. Because if you just get bigger and they can't do but one thing, teams can manipulate that. But they got guys that they feel are better. And you know what I'll do? I'll go along with these football minds over half of the people out there that just make comments.
Yeah, I think, if you're pessimistic about something, you're allowed to be. But these guys, I love how Tap was like, it might have come out of nowhere for y'all, but that was a target for us talking about Kinlaw.
Yeah.
Like, it's pretty clear it was a target for them when Tap coached them and Peter scouted them back with the Niners.
Yeah.
And they went and got them. And if you want to get caught up about the contract, I think you're wrong. It's a tier 3 D-line contract. It's really not that big of a deal in the big grand scheme of things. But
if you don't know what you're if you don't know the vocabulary of what you're discussing, it's a bad thing for you. When you just look at stuff and you want to talk because you're a talking person, it's okay. But when people start asking you to break it down and you can't, shut the hell up.
Well said, B. We're going to make some bets when we return. B. Mitch Finley, 1067 The Fan. Grant and Danny coming your way next. Boys got a packed show coming up. I imagine the baseball boys are not thrilled with last night's result in Natstown. That just felt so inevitable when Gore came out. I did want to mention one thing real quick. Landville, you remember that dude that called in yesterday that said they don't need to sign Terry because they signed Gallup?
Yeah.
Just so everyone's aware.
Nah, we got Gallup. We don't need Terry.
Well, Landville, I didn't see him yesterday, but I wasn't ready to say this. Nikki Javala tweeted out 30 minutes ago or so. Wide receiver Michael Gallup is dealing with a hamstring strain, per source. Wasn't on the field for minicamp yesterday or today.
But if you think about it, Terry's hamstring wasn't on the field either.
Now that is funny. Let's make some bets, boys.
Let's go, baby.
All right.
Gather around.
Whitest Brian, what do you got?
You and me won yesterday.
Damn
Everyone else
right.
lost.
I took the Nats with the points. So what are the records?
You are in the lead at 2-0. I'm 2-1, and everyone else is 1-1.
Therefore, I've won the week. My week's over. I went undefeated.
You ain't won the week yet because you're gonna be 2-2 at the end of the week.
No, I get a pick tonight.
You're not gonna be here tomorrow, though.
Yeah, but hold on. So you can't. Like, I can still make a pick for tonight. I'm here right now.
Hey, I'm going by the rules y'all set up.
The rules are constantly changing.
But if you lost, you wouldn't be undefeated for the week.
Right? Okay.
Yeah, if you make your pick now.
If I make a pick and win, I'm 3-0, and then on Friday I'd be 3-1.
Yeah,
which is still some hater-ish, but whatever.
No, that's how it's always been, though.
Is it?
Yes.
Oh,
in the many times I made picks and wasn't there, y'all
yeah,
counted
we don't
as
want to
a
hear about
loss.
you right now. You always try to make it about you. It ain't
Nah,
about you
y'all
no
be
more.
cheating.
Man, it ain't about you.
Y'all
no more. Move
only
on.
enforce the
Brian, make
rules
your
on
pick,
me.
bro. We tired of listening to Jeff talk about something that ain't got nothing to do with it.
Nah,
Mets
y'all-
money line.
Mets money line. Hater.
Mets money line, bam my ass.
Cardinals money line.
Cardinals money line.
Pacers money line.
That's my guy, J Dogs. I'm not going to tell him how
Give
little
me the
sense
Oklahoma City Thunder.
It makes very little sense to take the money line when we're not actually winning money and
When
you
they
could take the
giving you
points.
I'm sold on winning.
Give me the Oklahoma City. I can't take their money line. That's too much. But give me -5.5.
I'm taking the under.
What's on there? 227.
I see it at 228.
228. I'll do that. And the Oklahoma City Thunder.
I'm going to exercise restraint, and Grant and Danny might have some news when their show starts. Thank you very much to everybody that joined the program today. Thank you to Rob McNamara from joining us from Keswick Hall. Thank you to Mike Ganetti joining us from Spot Track. Thank you to Neil Greenberg for joining us. Good day out here, man. Commanders minicamp in full force. Never know what's going to happen on a football field. Grant and Danny next. If you made it this far, I owe you a beer.
This sports update is brought to you by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Some pretty big news coming out of Commanders minicamp. During 7-on-7 drills, Noah Brown, the wide receiver, was just carted off the field following a catch on the ground. He stayed down for a few extra beats and then slowly walked to the sideline, ultimately being carted off to the building. That's wide receiver Noah Brown carted off the field during Commanders minicamp. Last season for the Commanders, Brown appeared in 11 games before his season ended prematurely due to a kidney injury. He finished with 35 receptions for 453 yards and caught 1 touchdown. A little more Commanders news. The Commanders have signed special teams ace Jeremy Reeves to a 1-year contract extension. He's become a critical special teams piece for this club, earning an all-pro berth as a special teams player in 2022. Very well-deserved contract extension for him. And 7 p.m. tonight, the Nationals and Mets face off in Game 2 of this series. It was a close one last night. Mets ultimately walk it off in the 10th inning. Jake Irvin on the mound for Washington tonight. Both C.J. Abrams and Nathaniel Lowe homered last night, so hopefully they can get ahead of that stellar Mets rotation. Make sure you tune in right here to 106.7 The Fan to listen live, 7:10 p.m. first pitch. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put our team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
Good Wednesday afternoon, and welcome into Grant and Danny, June 11th, 2025. You are listening to 106.7 The Fan. We are live in the Navy Yard in our Half Street studios, just a few blocks from Nationals Park. Got a nice show planned for you today at 4:30. Hall of Famer Marshall Faulk stops by, and at 5 o'clock, the head coach of the DC Defenders, who play a Saturday championship game this weekend, Shannon Harris, will be on the show with us. That is in 3 hours. Right now, though, Danny, we got breaking news to tend to.
Yeah.
And we don't want to necessarily speculate, but that's kind of the gig from afar here at this point. You hope for the best. You hope it's a nothing burger. Guys get carted off all the time, and you find out that it's nothing significant. But so far, the context clues aren't great here. Noah Brown, wide receiver for the Commanders, carted off the practice field just about 14 minutes ago. Nikki Javala of the Washington Post saying he went down during 7-on-7 drills, threw his helmet after being helped to the sideline, and then got on a cart and was taken into the building.
Just stinks. I mean, as soon as you hear that phrase, carted off, you know that the best case, it's not that bad.
It's like 4 of the worst words strung together in football. Carted off the field. In baseball, Dr. James Andrews is like the 3 scary words, or now I guess it would be like
felt something pop.
Ulnar collateral ligament, maybe the 3 worst words. But in football, carted off the field, sometimes it's, a lot of overreaction from the outside and somebody's fine. Let's hope for the best. But those aren't words you want to hear during minicamp on June 11th.
Yeah, as you said, the best case is it's not that bad. But it's not good. You don't get carted off because everything's fine. So, hopefully, obviously we'll wait to hear more as we react to it. But that room, changed a little bit with the introduction of Deebo Samuel, and Terry McLaurin, the contract is still outstanding. So Noah Brown is a guy they brought back, very dependable. At one point last year was Jaden Daniels' favorite target for a few weeks in a row, and kind of settled in to his role as kind of that 2.5, 3, whatever you want to call it. They didn't have a bona fide number 2. They kind of Voltroned it with a few different receivers, but of course caught one of the biggest passes of the season last year, that Hail Mary, his lone touchdown for the year, but had a few big third down conversions. It's kind of that, do a little bit of everything, a receiver, a guy that you'd absolutely rather have than not. This isn't the Michael Gallup tier, respectfully, of dudes that I really don't care whether they're here or not here. This is somebody that was productive when given the chance.
Yeah, so there's a couple of different groups here. You've got this guy will be really good at wide receiver for the Commanders this year group, and that's Terry McLaurin. And if he's healthy, right, that's the caveat, but Deebo Samuel. Then there's you're going to get something out of him tier. Not going to be an impact player, but has a higher floor than he does a higher ceiling. And that's like Noah Brown and maybe even someone like a Jalen Lane as a rookie or whatever. And then there's like whatever you get out of this guy is a plus. That's your Michael Gallups and your Chris Moores, and maybe even KJ Osborne is in that group, right? Losing Brown would be a big deal.
Yep.
You mentioned the injury at the end of last year after 11 games. That was a kidney. You remember that?
Yeah, scary as hell.
That was a really weird thing, man. I don't know all the details of what ended up being diagnosed. I just know that it was an internal injury, that the word kidney was used, and that they almost immediately said he would be out for the remainder of the season, which tells you that it was kind of ominous. But he's back. They signed him to the 1-year deal, and now he's out on the practice field after catching 35 balls last year. And that 450 yards he gave him was a godsend. Forget the Hail Mary, which was the 52-yard touchdown to win a game in Landover and beat the Chicago Bears, which was the play of the year by anybody. But he was not on the team during training camp. I mean, he came in right before the start of the year, and where would they have been without him? Just as a depth piece. It's not like they've added a ton at wide receiver this offseason. Debo is more of a weapon than he is a traditional wideout. But I think he helps to slot Noah Brown down the depth chart narrowly, because you do have a guy that could be like a 2-ish. But what they want to do with Debo Samuel presumably means you still need someone on the outside a lot, or in the slot plenty. And so Noah Brown was going to play a ton, and hopefully he'll be perfectly healthy and still will. But in a hypothetical where let's just say he's not available for whatever reason, there's a lot more pressure on Jalen Lane, the 4th-round pick out of Virginia Tech, to figure things out pretty quickly as Debo's understudy. Maybe the guy that stands to benefit the most would suddenly be Luke McCaffrey, the 3rd-round pick, who last year, earlier in the year, was more involved than he was at the end of the season when he became almost exclusively a special teamer. But you're 24. You were picked in the top 100. You're a big boy at 6'2" and 200. You got the bloodlines of having a dad who was a great receiver and a brother who's been an MVP caliber player. You might need to grow up real fast here if you're Luke McCaffrey.
Yeah, the opportunity might be there for him. I mean, you think about their receiver structure. It's interesting. I mean, last year, between Alameda Zaccheaus, De'Ami Brown, and Jamison Crowder, you pretty much had 85 catches, rather, between those 3 guys. That's because nobody was their number 2 receiver. Noah Brown sort of was by default, but not really. I mean, your point, though, about Debo Samuel, I think, is right on. He's, a 2A, a 1-part slot, 1 part outside, 1 part running back, 1 part, to me, mostly weapon. He's going to absorb a lot of those touches, and rightfully so, by the way, because he's good with the football in his hands. But you still, to your point, need the normal structure of a, quote, second wide receiver to line up opposite Terry McLaurin that can punish defenses if you tilt certain ways, right? I mean, what you're going to get at various times, inevitably, is a good matchup where a receiver that's, worth the salt will be able to take advantage of the 3rd best corner, right? I mean, that's something that's where you need to start to be able to win more often than not. And, Luke McCaffrey, to his credit, was getting open at a pretty good clip according to the advanced analytics, but didn't get a ton of targets, especially, as you said, as the season went on. Only 18 catches for him last year. The opportunity, regardless of Noah Brown's health or not, was going to be there for him this year to kind of take that step, because I think Lane now does the Luke McCaffrey returning role. Are you going to have a chance to be kind of a more of a contributor as a wide receiver? TBD. But again, you don't want to speculate, don't know anything. Just know that Noah Brown was carted off the field. Hopefully it's minor and it's just precautionary, but golly, that all of a sudden changes that room, right?
He had a 5-catch, 60-yard game against the Giants. He had a 6-catch, 71-yard game in the division against the Cowboys last year. Of course, he went for 73 yards when the big play of the season was made on the Hail Mary, and he scored a touchdown to beat the Chicago Bears. But, I mean, there were some volume days. 4 for 58 against the Baltimore Ravens. He basically had the same role almost every single week. A lot of those, 15-yard dig in-breakers where, he would come out of his break, have a guy plastered on his back, box him out with his big 230-pound receiver frame. And he served a nice purpose. They didn't necessarily replace that. They didn't replicate him in a younger guy. So at 29 years old, the kidney thing's behind him, but now we got to see what happened here with him getting carted off the field. But I think if we're going to have a conversation about wide receiver today, and we've probably now broken a record talking about Commanders receivers without discussing the Terry McLaurin contract, it's fascinating. Here he is not at camp, and they haven't resolved the McLaurin ongoing negotiation. But you've now got a guy going down potentially with a serious injury, being carted off, who is right behind him on the depth chart. So without McLaurin there, and now Noah Brown, at best is just going to miss some practice time here. Deebo Samuel's in motion and moving all over the place. Your traditional receivers are Lane and McCaffrey and Osborne. Gallup's dealing with a hamstring. So it shows you're not that far away from having a real issue at wide receiver.
Yeah, it's a glaring reminder there, right? I mean, that position group was altered because of Deebo Samuel. And presumably if and when Terry McLaurin signs his deal, that's a nice 1-2 punch, not a number one and number two. It's not Jamar Chase and T. Higgins, but it's something, right? Because all you're looking for is to upgrade some of the weaponry there for Jaden Daniels. Mission accomplished, adding Deebo Samuel to it. And the offensive line should be, in theory, a lot better than it was last year, especially when it comes to pass blocking, with 2 new tackles and Coleman getting kicked inside. So, yeah, but the unproven nature of that group. So what everybody does at this time of year is they go, well, Luke McCaffrey's, as you said, 6'2", 205 and runs this and could do that. My point is always to them, yeah, that sounds great in theory. The same way, Marco Mitchell was unbelievable on paper. The same way you could name that preseason hero that was, Maurice Harris or whoever you thought was going to be awesome. Everyone from Jacoby Jones to Ja'Cory Brooks to Mike Strachan to Kaz Allen. I'm looking for known commodities that have done it at the highest levels of the NFL, not in August, respectfully. And some of those guys may take the leap and do it. There are always those stories, but until then, it's a lot of unproven. And this is where your GM kind of makes his money to me.
Yeah, if you're Terry McLaurin, obviously the worst news is going to be that any of your brothers, any of your boys goes down here. That's not what you want. But any kind of injuries at the receiver position are only going to strengthen your leverage to an extent, because you view production at wideout in an organization just as a number of catches and yards that gets divvied up.
Mm-hmm.
And so whatever the pile of catches and yards from Jaden Daniels is going to be this year, and hopefully it's more attempts and it's more catches for receivers and it's more yardage for receivers because he runs less and throws more. Well, automatically you just take out close to 80 of those grabs and 1,100 of those yards and you hand them to Terry McLaurin. But whatever amount you might have given to Brown, and I keep saying this, but Deebo Samuel, to me, it's not just a lineup and play receiver addition. He's a weapon. So yes, will he take some catches, yards away from Noah Brown? Probably. But Noah Brown traditionally may have actually been like the number 2 outside receiver on the depth chart at the start of today's practice in that sense.
He was going to be on probably a 50 catch pace before injuries and a couple things happened.
Last year.
Yeah, last year.
Yeah, and with Deebo, I think some of that goes away, but it's still a 35, 40 catch guy who might be outside of McLaurin and the Samuel touches, however he gets them all over the formation, number 2 on the team. So if you weren't to have him, I know it's a 1-year deal. Almost everything they sign is a 1-year deal. You can't kind of downplay the significance that he was going to be a factor and how much that could influence things with Terry. Let's go to Shane in Virginia on Grant and Dan. He wants to hop in here. Noah Brown carted off the practice field out at minicamp. What's up, Shane? How are you?
Hey, Commander Grant, how y'all doing today?
Hey, buddy.
Doing well.
This isn't good news for the Commanders right now. I mean, if you ask me, our receiving core was kind of questionable anyway. You give me an Deebo Samuels, a year older, which has declined every year since he's had that one decent year, if you will. We're paying him $21 million for I think a third receiver in any other team. But no, this is huge. We need, and you got Terry's not even signed yet too. So you're telling me right now our receiving room it's question mark right now, big time. We need to go out and try to make a move somewhere, because you're saying you're trying to help Daniels. Well, you need to sign Terry to help Daniels, and we got to get another receiver in here.
I want to go into that. Buddy. Thanks for the call, buddy. So we'll put McLaurin to the side for a second, because it's June 11th, and you're not playing a game tomorrow. So him not being under contract right now, this moment, isn't the end-all, be-all if you think you're going to get a deal done with him. But to his point, let's just say hypothetically, and again, I don't want to speculate on what the injury is, but all we know is he got carted off. If something happened with Noah Brown where he's not available for some stretch this year, if you don't change how you're planning on using Deebo, and he's your jet action guy and he's lining up in the backfield, I'm just picturing Cliffy using him the exact way Kyle Shanahan did, okay? Then either you're ready to have Luke McCaffrey or
Lane.
Well, Jalen Lane, I think, is more slot and specials.
I do too.
And you're not putting him on the outside. I'm wondering if I want to say KJ Osborne with a year in the program, or Chris Moore to me may or may not be on the team. Michael Gallup could be the other guy.
You ready to do that?
Is it McLaurin and Gallup / McLaurin and McCaffrey, right? or like McLaurin and Osborne with McCaffrey in the slot? Is that what we're talking about here potentially at wide receiver? And that's with Terry on the field because he's under contract and he's going to be here. Extension or no extension, he's got a year left on the deal. But yeah, they might need to go get a veteran. If you were banking on production from Brown and you're now not going to get it, there's other guys out there you could sign that 1-year deal to that could catch 35 balls, unless they just think KJ Osborne or Michael Gallup's that guy already.
Yeah, there are some veterans and names you're going to recognize. Keenan Allen, Amari Cooper, Gabriel Davis, Nelson Aguilar, DJ Chark, Tyler Boyd, more of a slot guy, was successful in Cincinnati. He's kind of the third option. Chris Conley, old friend Jamison Crowder, again, more of a slot guy. So there's some veterans that previously had high price tags that I don't know would at this stage, because clearly there's a pretty soft market for them. And I was thoroughly disappointed in Cooper the second half of last year after the trade. I thought that was going to be a godsend for the Bills, and of course it didn't really work. But some of those guys, as you know, slotting into a number 2 role, a secondary role, where you're probably the fourth option in that passing game behind Terry McLaurin, Deebo Samuel, whatever it is in terms of offense, maybe Ertz/Eckler, then that receiver. I think that wouldn't be a terrible thing.
So we're doing our best here because we weren't at practice. We don't have eyeballs on the field. We're sitting in a DC studio, but Noah Brown was carted off the field within the last half hour. And Nikki Javala said, who is on the scene, that he threw his helmet, was frustrated, went down during 7-on-7 work. We don't know how serious or if he's injured at all, other than maybe, hopefully, a scare. But it certainly, according to the reporters that were there, didn't look all that good. And so we're trying to make sense of what this means for now here on June 11th in the receiver room. Let's go to Sean in Falls Church on Grant and Danny. What's up, Sean?
Hey, guys. I appreciate you taking my call. So I think it's definitely a McCaffrey, Lane, Gallup, time to step up kind of situation. I also think it might affect the number for Terry in terms of his contract. I think that if somebody goes down, especially a guy that's going to be on the outside like Noah Brown might be, I think his number goes up a little bit, but it's really more of an opportunity, I think, for the guys right beneath him. If you're carted off, I think it's a little bit different than just limping off. I think that's kind of a significant upgrade in terms of injury.
I would tend to agree. I've just seen too many times, and when I was on the beat, this happened frequently, where a guy left on a cart thinking something really serious had happened, and then you get in and it's really good news. Now, the really good news might still mean, obviously, you're
missing some time. Yeah.
Like you're out for a few weeks, but if you're out 4 to 6 weeks with something right now, you're still back in time, very likely, for the start of training camp, right? So I'm not suggesting he's going off the field because he has a cramp, although people have been carted off for cramps before, too. I've seen that. In fact, I covered people who got carted off. We're going, oh, my God, this guy's season's over. And then you find out he needed fluids. It does not sound like that's the case, just based on the reporters saying he's throwing his helmet and some of, he limped off and whatever else. But I'm not going to sit here and guess and play doctor without seeing it and without being a doctor as to what happened. What do you make of his question, though, or his point about Terry McLaurin? Let's get into that next. He says that if there is a serious injury here, that Terry's price tag changes.
It didn't go down.
His number goes up. I kind of think the market's the market, and an injury within your own locker room to a guy that isn't on your level anyway isn't going to change a whole lot, but we could tackle that next. You can react if you'd like. 800-636-1067. The Commanders at mandatory minicamp on the field today. Noah Brown's been carted off. We are getting to the bottom of what is going on. We'll keep efforting to get somebody on the phone from out there. And also, what does it mean if he's going to miss time at wide receiver? We're Grant and Danny.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan. This update is brought to you by Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. Big news out of Commanders' mandatory minicamp today. Noah Brown was carted off at minicamp. He went down during a 7-on-7 period. He threw his helmet, left with a towel over his head on the cart, according to Nikki Javala and John Keim. Other Commanders news today, Jeremy Reeves signed a 1-year extension with the team. He's now under contract through 2026. NBA Finals tonight, Game 3, Thunder and Pacers at 8:30 in Indiana, series tied at a game apiece. Baseball, the Nationals fell to the Mets 5-4 in 10 innings yesterday. They'll look to bounce back in Game 2 of the series at Citi Field in New York tonight. 7:10 first pitch. Can hear the game right here on The Fan. Jake Irvin takes on David Peterson. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call. Just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Mini camp in Ashburn today. The Commanders are on the field. Noah Brown has been carted off. We are trying to get details on exactly what went down, but apparently, according to Nikki Javala of the Washington Post, he threw his helmet in frustration and then hopped on a cart after being helped off the field with a limp and was carted back to the locker room. Practice then ended a little bit early, and the media is discussing things now with players and coaches as they come off the field. So we've been taking a look at the wide receiver room and how things could shake out here, depending on what's going on with Noah Brown. But we got a question at the end of the segment. We'll get back to the phones in just a moment. You can call us at 800-636-1067, but I wanted to address this. A caller suggested that depending on, how serious the Noah Brown injury is, it could affect the Terry McLaurin discussions, meaning that he now can get more money or he has more leverage. I guess that makes decent sense. It's certainly not going to hurt his leverage. I just don't think the money changes at all, to be honest with you, with something like this. Maybe if it was Debo who was out for an extended period of time or someone with a much higher ceiling than, say, Noah Brown, I guess you could say it's possible. Or honestly, even if it was a different position but an important player like Ertz or a running back or whatever, where the offensive ceiling changes considerably today, which I don't think happens even if Noah Brown's out for a bunch of games, then maybe McLaurin can make the case like, the crown just got heavier, man. I need to do even more. I view it as the market is pretty set. Like we saw the DK Metcalf contract. Mm-hmm. That's basically what it's going to end up being. Either you want to pay that or you don't, but that's where it is. McLaurin's going to want a little more than that, and the Commanders are going to want to pay him a little less than that, but it's going to be within $1 million, $1.5 million, something like that, one way or the other from there. So I just don't think the market changes. We've got all the comps in the neighborhood. The houses have been sold. So if you're basically saying like someone just punched a hole in the wall in the basement and now it changes, what I don't think it really does.
I'm struggling to come up with a good analogy for it. I'll do my best. So imagine Laramie Tunsil was an incumbent here at left tackle, and they drafted Brandon Coleman to one day be the heir apparent and apprentice to take over at left tackle, right after a year or 2 years or whatever. And Laramie Tunsil showed up with his hand out because he was in the last year of his deal. And then his future replacement got hurt. Then I would think Tunsil gets to go, okay, now you guys really need me because your backup plan is gone, right? That's not the case here. There's no number one waiting in the wings. It's not like they drafted Jalen Lane to be the heir apparent to Terry McLaurin. Maybe it turns out to be one day, God willing. But you know what I mean? It's not as if they had somebody apples to apples go, as soon as Terry McLaurin goes down or is gone, I got someone else that's going to get 125 targets. They don't. They've got Luke McCaffrey. They've got Jalen Lane. They've got, name that fill-in. So I don't see it exactly as one-to-one, but I also don't think Terry McLaurin's value went down today, right? I mean, again, who knows what the extent of the injuries with Brown, but you need to make sure that everything is done. And maybe by virtue of that, you could be a bit more hardline and not have to acquiesce as much if you're McLaurin's side. I don't know.
Let's go to Jamal, who's in Northeast DC right now, chiming in on Grant and Danny. What's up, Jamal? How are you?
Hey, what's going on, Grant? Danny, thanks for taking my call.
Got it, buddy.
I personally, prior to the injury, I felt like McLaurin should have been a top priority for a couple reasons. For one, let's just look at his production. He's done nothing but that since he's been here. regardless of who's been throwing him the ball too. I mean, we finally got Jedi 5, so that takes care of that. But prior to, it was a musical chairs of quarterbacks in here, and he showed up and showed out. He never spoke ill of the team. He's a captain. He wears the C, so clearly the team voted him as the captain and feels he's a leader. And not only that, he does everything right. And to me, you pay this man just to send a president to the rest of the players in the team, because if I'm on the team and I'm seeing you lollygag with McLaurin, a guy who does it all right, then what's the point of me doing everything correctly if I'm seeing you drag your feet on the guy who does everything correctly? So they just need to hurry up and pay him before this creates a bigger issue in the locker room, in my opinion. Thank you for taking my call.
Well, let me ask you this real quick, Jamal. Oh, he's gone. Everything you just said, we agree with. That was yesterday's topic, if I'm being honest, right? Should they pay him? When do they pay him? How do they pay him? We've talked about it. And it wasn't just yesterday. We've talked about it for a couple of weeks. It's a no-brainer. You got to take care of him. He is Mr. Commander. He's Lieutenant Commander. The question right now is not should they pay him. We're talking about in real time, depending on what happens with Noah Brown here, if it changes anything about the ongoing dialogue. The speculation from a caller is, well, now he can get more money. I'm pushing back on that a little bit, saying the market's the market. Where are you at on my analogy of like the houses got sold? We've talked to the real estate agent.
Because another house of a different type got sold doesn't change anything.
Well, I think it's even less than that. I think it's like while we were moving out, something on the floor got scratched. Like that doesn't mean a whole lot. The number's the number. That kind of stuff comes and goes. You could sign a Noah Brown tomorrow if you wanted to. And it might not be a guy that has been in the program or that you feel as good about, but there's guys like him that are out there that can come in here and catch you 37, 40 balls for 450, 500 yards, something like that.
Right. Yeah, I think it's pretty spot on. I mean, to me, this is, again, if they did the exact same thing or had a similar role, or Noah Brown, like maybe a better case would be in Cincinnati, right? Where, again, I'm not rooting for this, but let's say Jamar Chase goes down with an injury. T. Higgins would be a number one for a lot of teams. He's there too, but he's pretty damn good and could probably go for 1,200 yards and eat up a lot of the targets. Not do what Jamar Chase does, because there's another guy, one probably in Justin Jefferson, who could do those same kind of results. Maybe CeeDee Lamb in a good year, but Higgins would fill in. So maybe that's more of the one-to-one. But there's no other. This player will now ascend to eat up the lion's share of targets. Nobody else is 100 target worthy on this offense, if that makes sense.
If I had to guess right now, as far as who will catch the second most balls behind Terry McLaurin in a world where everybody's healthy, I would still say Debo over Noah Brown.
I would too.
Even though I think Debo is going to end up lining up in the backfield and getting carries a lot. But I would say, and maybe it's lazy. Maybe I'm just basing everything off of how he was used in San Fran.
I don't think it's lazy at all. I think it's correct. I mean, that's why you don't acquire him to not do that. I mean, you're flipping him screens and bubbles and smokes and pop passes, and those are all catches.
But I don't mean predicting him to be second. I mean, what's lazy, I think, is the role I'm imagining for him is just you take off the 49ers jersey and you put on the Commanders jersey. Maybe they have a different plan. Maybe they like him a little more traditionally at wide receiver more often and in their screen game more often. But I think he will be heavily involved in a lot of the screen stuff that Kingsbury wants to do. And I think 50 catches is absolutely possible in a reality. When we saw him catch 75 balls 4 years ago, those days are over. Since then, 56, 60, 51 grabs. I think he's going to be in that 50 catch area. And other than McLaurin, there's nobody else on the team that you would say that about. Let's go to Bernie in Potomac Falls. What's up, Bernie? How are you?
Hey, gentlemen, I'm great.
Hey,
so I'll two things. One, I worry that, I'm thinking it's ACL and he's gone for the year, right? Now, I don't know if it was contact, not on contact, but better.
We lose Bernie. Bernie, hang tight. We'll get right back to you. Ben Standing of the Athletics joining us from out in Ashburn right now at practice. Ben, we appreciate you making yourself available for a couple of minutes here. I know you're busy. What can you tell us about the Noah Brown situation?
Yeah, I mean, obviously it's hard to know exactly what happened, but basically he made a catch over the middle. It was like a sort of a low throw, and he went down to the ground, secured it, no big deal. But you could tell in the way he hit that something happened. To what degree, who knows? He stays down for an extra 2, 3, 4 seconds. The training staff comes out. He does eventually get up and slowly walks off the field, but then they decide to cart him over to the building. And, like I said, it's hard to tell exactly what stood out a little bit was when he gets to the building with the cart kind of rolls over sort of like a little bump out there. And at that moment, he kind of let out a scream. We were all sort of standing right there. And we don't know if it's a scream out of frustration, if it's a scream out of the bump did something to him. I can't say for sure. But, yeah, the whole thing was, jarring. You've seen it before. Some guys, it seems like a disaster, and then it turns out to be nothing. And other times,
yeah, you've been out there before. I was saying this where like a guy gets carted off. We're all talking about his season being over, and then he had a cramp. But now I'm not suggesting that happened this time. But generally, just assuming or guessing is probably the wrong way to go about it. How did you view Brown's role in the offense and like his import to what they're going to do? Assuming he may miss time or not, but like, what do you view him as right now? The way that they have things lined up.
Yeah, I was literally yesterday discussing this. That like I feel like he's like the underrated or the overlooked part of the offense. So he was, a pretty big element for them last year with his size, the ability to make plays down the field, draw pass interference penalties, and when he got hurt, they didn't have anybody with that kind of size. Obviously, guys like Zaccheaus and De'Ami Brown filled in, but I think that element remains the same, right? I mean, Deebo Samuel, sort of your slot guy. Terry, whenever he arrives, we know what he is, but he's not like the big, red zone size kind of a guy. So, yeah, I think he has a pretty significant role, but this is the rub, unfortunately for him in his career, is the injuries. Obviously, like you said, you can't speculate here. I don't know what to make of this, but you always have to factor in with him the injuries. That's what's plagued him throughout his career, and obviously we saw last year. Last year may have been a little bit of a fluke injury in terms of it was an internal injury, not like a knee or something. But unfortunately, these things happened seemingly to him, and you had to consider that. But hopefully he's all right, and hopefully he'll be ready. If not, in the next couple. Well, obviously they're off after this week. They have a long break, but hopefully he's ready by training camp or soon thereafter.
Kind of piggybacking off that, if he's not, again, we don't know, but if he's not, how do those targets get divvied up? How does the role get divvied up? Just sort of, who could sort of fill that void among their current group, and might they look externally?
Yeah, I mean, Michael Gallup is the guy they brought in, ex-Cowboy who, he's not as big as Noah Brown, but he's got some of the sort of physical play. Unfortunately, injuries have wrecked his career the last few years. He hasn't even actually been practicing the last few sessions, dealing with a little bit of an injury. So there's that. You've got KJ Osborne, who, he didn't do really much of anything once he joined the team last year, but he has been a pretty productive receiver. So I think those are two guys you could look at. But, should in the worst case scenario, again, I don't know, but in the worst case scenario, I would almost think you look outside and see who's still around. I don't want to, off the top of my head, I know like Amari Cooper's out there. Again, I'm not saying anything.
Not exciting anybody, yeah.
Right.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, but I think you probably would have to look outside because, again, specifically for what it is that he can do, that, they just don't really have that guy unless somebody emerges that we just have no sense about right now.
So, Ben, we'll let you out on this. Appreciate a couple of minutes here. So just to clarify, he got to the sideline limping or helped off, or he just got carted off from where he went down?
No, he walked to the sideline like super gingerly, and then I guess after they looked at him for a moment or two, they put him on the cart and brought him up. Yeah, I mean, as you know from the landscape, but the field is below the building, so you have to instead of walking uphill in any capacity, they went with the cart. So hopefully it was just nothing more than that. But like I said, he either seemed to be a bit frustrated, either because of the injury or he got hurt more, or I don't know what. But hopefully it's not a big deal. But we'll see. My guess is DQ is not going to tell us too much tomorrow. They'll just wait until training camp. But we'll see.
Thank you very much. There's Ben Stanek. Check out his work in The Athletic. Kind enough to hop on with us here on Grant and Danny from out in Ashburn. That was actually a really good point he made, and it should be passed along because it's one of those things you don't think about. But for people that haven't spent a lot of time out at that facility, there's really no way to get back into the building from the practice fields without climbing uphill for an extended period. So if any kind of injury, they're probably more likely to throw you on a cart, whereas there's plenty of places where it's pretty level or you're right there and you can just go into the blue tent or whatever, where maybe that's not as necessary. I'm not saying it's not serious. I don't know. But for, sprained ankle or anything, right?
They're probably carting you just because that walk stinks.
I bet you the cart is used more from anything that happens on the fields there because otherwise you're hoofing it a little bit. Like you're climbing.
No, that's a good point. Yeah. The part that the detail that Ben can provide that no one else has to this point is It's when they went over the bump, whatever that is, that moment. And you don't know if it's frustration or if it's just ill-timed or if it was because of something hurt that bad. But that's all happened to us, right? Where you get into you're hurt and you get into a different position, and then like the toe that you just stubbed, you brush it against something, or you're trying to get in your car after you got injured or whatever it is, and it hurts all over again. That's kind of what it sounds like. Again, don't want to speculate, but God, it stinks.
800-636-1067. You want to react with us? The news of the afternoon here. Noah Brown carted off the field at practice. We got a lot coming up on Grant and Danny today, including Marshall Faulk, the Hall of Famer, at 4:30 on the phone with us, and Defenders head coach Shannon Harris getting ready for the title game on Saturday, stopping by at 5 right here on G&D. With Danny, I'm Grant. This is the Fan. Noah Brown, wide receiver Commanders, carted off the practice field. We're getting information as it comes out. Team is not likely to update anything on his injury anytime today. They've, by design, probably, if we're being honest. But they talk before practices, and that's normal throughout the league. They're not going to come back to the podium to give you any insight. Quinn will talk tomorrow, and it's the last time he's talking, to my knowledge, before camp. So if he wants to say, even tomorrow, my guess is, hey, we're getting some more tests done. We're getting all the information we can. They probably already know by tomorrow what's going on.
Right. But
he doesn't need to tell you anything.
Exactly.
He's just trying to take the air out of the football until he doesn't have to talk again until the end of July.
Take your time and let you know, as you said, at the end of July.
Bernie's in Potomac Falls on Grant and Danny. Bernie, what's up?
Bern.
Yeah, I mean, I think they'll know. The only bad thing with Noah Brown is, if you find out, he's going to have surgery in a week, so he can be back next year because it is a torn ACL. I'm going to go silver lining. Better it happens now in June so that Kingsbury can work in another player. If there's somebody on the free agent market. Brown really impressed me in the Bengals game last year. There's a couple of catches he made in traffic that his length allowed him to make, and Daniels threw it to an area. So I hope they have enough time to either find a replacement or somebody gets his reps and is ready at opening game, and maybe Brown is back in October. Now, if I can real quick, the McLaurin thing.
Yeah.
I think here's what I think. This is all speculation. I think we're seeing the business side of Peters. This is the first free agent of note that's coming up, right? That he's dealt with in his tenure. And it may be more of the business side. This is what we do. It's like the San Francisco approach. This is what we do. We're not ready to re-sign. What I hope they're doing is it's going to be sorted out, and they're going to time the announcement, the re-signing, the length of his contract that works well with something in the season or before the season, and that they're thinking about it. But I think this is the business side of Peters. He's looking at the team 3 to 4 years from now as well. And I think he wants to time his draft picks coming to fruition in 2 to 3 years with Daniels, and he just wants to make sure it all works out and he doesn't overspend. So,
and that's his job.
That's the gig. Yeah.
Thanks for the call.
Thanks, bud.
He should do that. I have no problem if we find out that this is what Adam Peters is going to be, is a kind of a stickler who's not. For a long time, there weren't a whole lot of disputes like this around here, if you think about it, because guys just got these huge contracts. Now, normally it was players outside the organization, not their own. But most of the time, their own didn't need the contracts because they hadn't drafted and developed and had big enough, good enough stars that those are the guys you wanted to keep around as it is. But when you overspend, like Clinton Portis was on the show yesterday as an example. I asked him, did you ever miss a minicamp? And he said, no, I was never in a contract dispute. I'm paraphrasing. But if you remember, they acquired him via trade and they immediately gave him a $53 million contract over 8 years is what sticks out in my head. And this is a long, long time ago. So the numbers sound crazy now. But that's what they did. Like, you came to Washington to get that big contract.
Yep.
And to Dan Snyder's credit, if you want to give him some, they were willing to just hand those deals out like candy, and people got paid. And so they didn't have a whole lot of disputes. But I have no problem with, and I would even go as far as saying, Danny, it is a good thing, not a bad thing, if your general manager is very prudent and practical, and if he's known as a guy, it's going to be a knockdown, drag-out negotiation, as long as they land the plane. As long as eventually you're providing market value. I don't need you to overpay, which right now is probably what McLaurin wants a little more than, because he's staying here.
You can't major in that, right?
Exactly.
You overpay 3 times, you lose a player.
I need you to just provide market. So it's just going to be determined by ultimately what we find out the two sides are saying. If they want to pay Terry McLaurin 29 or 28 per year, and right now the number for him should probably be 32 plus, then I would side with the player. But if McLaurin wants 35 and they're trying to offer him 31 and change or 32, then I have no problem with what Peters is doing right now. I also think the caller made a good point there on Noah Brown's size. They haven't had a guy like him in a while, where I say you box out DBs, like guys are draped over you and you're making that catch. He is able to go across the middle, go up the ladder, make those catches. The Hail Mary was not an example of this. He was kind of standing alone in the end zone. But in theory, you can reach above everyone else like you're standing on the lifeguard stand. If he's not available, then either you need to have someone step forward in your wide receiver room who gives you that size, or you might have to go get it from outside the building, because he did provide an asset they didn't have.
Yeah. I mean, and again, the first name on that free agent list that I read, Keenan Allen. That's exactly what it reminds you of. He no longer is the elite receiving threat, no longer the guy that can run the entire route tree. that close to the line of scrimmage, box out, third down, war daddy type thing. He's got that.
I'd have to look at how much time he spent outside as opposed to in the slot last year. Because for so much of his career, he's been predominantly a slot guy. And Noah Brown was stationed opposite McLaurin, flanked out. That would be my only question. But you're right. Similarly, in terms of like the ability to use some size.
Right.
Keenan Allen routes people up.
Yes, he does.
I mean, maybe less so now.
I mean, Amari Cooper used to also. And now I'm as a guy I'm not interested in.
That's a good point. Quentin in Gaithersburg, you are on the Fan. How are you?
Yes, what's up, y'all? Sorry about the other day. I was on GW Parkway and the reception was just awful. But I'm back now, and honestly, I'm kind of distraught hearing about this injury to Noah Brown because, like you were saying, we haven't had a big body receiver in some time, and I'm not 100% a fan that's sold on Terry McLaurin as a top box office receiver. I really loved what Noah Brown provided us as far as just reliable hands, aggressive receiver. And now we kind of lack that. So maybe Michael Gallup steps up, but I don't know if this adds fuel to the fire to get the Terry deal done. But I feel like this injury definitely sets us back. Thank you so much for taking my call.
So let me clarify, because there are always people just jumping in their car and listening for the first time in the last minute or two. When you hear him say things like, I'm devastated and this injury sets us back. We have no idea what the injury is. It could be absolutely nothing, or it could be pretty serious, and it could be a long recovery. But what we know is Noah Brown today at minicamp was carted off the field, limped, got some help to the sideline, threw his helmet in frustration. While on the cart, let out a scream when it hit a bump. I mean, it doesn't sound great, but we just don't have any more information than that and may not get any today. So we're trying to make the most of what we can here with this discussion. But there is a possibility, I suppose, that the injury does lead to him not being available. And if that's the case, do they have enough size? Do they have enough depth? Do they have enough guys they can trust on the outside? Are you ready to say Luke McCaffrey could be a 40, 50 catch guy in the NFL this season? Do we think that Jalen Lane, who's viewed more as a Debo weapon and maybe a slot guy, could play on the outside and help them? Luke last year caught 18 balls, and by the end of the season was only used as a return man. So these are the types of things internally they're going to have to potentially figure out depending on the severity of this injury. 800-636-1067. You want to talk receivers with us. Next, though, I also want to get into what's going on with the stadium. There's been an update today. The mayor sending a public message to the city council. What is she getting at? That's next on Grant and Danny.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan. This update is brought to you by Paul Henry's Window Installation, your clear home improvement choice. Big news for the Commanders today. Wide receiver Noah Brown was carted off at minicamp today. He went down during a 7-on-7 drill, threw his helmet, left with a towel over his head on a cart. That according to Nikki Javala and John Keim. Other Commanders news today, they signed Jeremy Reeves to a 1-year extension. He's under contract now through 2026. Jaden Daniels ranked 4th in merchandise sales last season. Saquon Barkley, Patrick Mahomes, and Jalen Hurts finishing 1, 2, 3. Jaden Daniels in 4th. And Netflix announced they're going to be releasing a documentary, if you need something to hate watch, on Jerry Jones and the Dallas Cowboys called America's Team, the Gambler and His Cowboys. NBA Finals, Game 3 tonight. Thunder and Pacers, 8:30 tip-off in Indiana. Series tied at a game apiece. In baseball last night, the Nationals fell in the series opener at Citi Field in New York to the Mets 5-4 in 10 innings. They take on the Mets once again tonight, 7:10 first pitch right here on The Fan. Jake Irvin takes the hill for the Nationals. He's 5-2 on the season with a 4.02 ERA. He'll take on lefty David Peterson, who's had a great year this year, a 4-2 record with a 2.80 ERA for Peterson. This June only, get $125 off each window with a 5-window minimum and $600 off each door at Paul Henry's Window Installation. Schedule your no-pressure free estimate today at paulhenryswindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Back live on Grant and Danny as Commanders minicamp is ongoing in Ashburn. The show is brought to you today and every day by our friends, the law firm, Condori and Murrah.
Estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration, everything under the sun. Their attorneys are always there to protect you and your family's assets. Schedule a free consultation with their team today by visiting kmlawyers.com. Be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com.
I want to get into the mayor and the comments made to the city council about the stadium deal that is on the table. We'll get to that in just about 2 minutes. But Elijah's in D.C. He's been waiting to talk wide receivers. Noah Brown carted off the field today at minicamp. Terry McLaurin still a no-show with a contract negotiation ongoing. You've got a hamstring issue for Michael Gallup. Elijah, what do you think?
Well, I think they get this done because, hey guys, sorry. I think they get this stuff done. One, because, ex receivers don't just, just grow on trees, if you would. The mental makeup that goes into that for a team that's budding and trying to get to certain places. I think even the closer this gets to kickoff, if you would, I think it's less likely they get someone else because you got to get someone up to speed. And this just doesn't strike me as the type of time to start messing around with that. Now, because of the mismanagement from years and years, we have to acknowledge from the top, the GM, he has to do his due diligence to put every single card that exists on the table. Say, Terry is our guy, but we didn't draft him, which is it doesn't really matter at this point. But you have to still take into account different regimes and how they move and how they feel about the future and their guys and what's that next level, because there aren't that many guys from the last regime left. And we have to, I kind of seen them do the same deal in the first year. They bring on a lot of guys and then they kind of shave off to get to the next level. There may be another level of guys that get shaved. I'm not saying he's a part of that, but we have to accept.
You would think he'd survive the cut down, so to speak, the shaving off.
Now, one day there'll be a shaving off, and it's awkward. I mean, Art Monk played for the Jets. You know what I mean? Like one of my favorite player ever. Brian Mitchell didn't end his career here. It happens, right? It's the cruel, miserable, harsh, desert, winter, forever reality of the NFL. Like at some point, your usefulness wears out. That money, people start to look at it and go, that's a big amount of money for that production. And all of a sudden, you become expendable.
I got a tweet here from someone. I'm at Grant H. Paulson. Danny's at Funny Danny. And there seems to me like they're portraying concern over the receiving room, just in general. The fact that if Brown's hurt and what about Gallup and McLaurin. And what I would say is there is no game tomorrow. Like everyone just relax a little bit. But you can't just that can't be your plan. The fact that you don't have to play a game tomorrow is not the plan. That's the observation that says relax a little bit. A lot of these things will work themselves out. Maybe Brown's healthy. Maybe Gallup's healthy. McLaurin will certainly be back. But it doesn't mean that you can't also acknowledge that they might have to do something else. They might have to do more. They might have to be additive at that position. We'll get back into this as the show goes on. So let's get to the stadium and the latest from Mark Seagraves of NBC4. This dropped yesterday after our show last night. Mayor Bowser is warning the city council about a delay in passing the Commanders stadium. Remember the imposed deadline, I think by the team and the mayor on the city council, was mid-July, like around the 15th, which is about a month from right now. No real progress being made in terms of votes turning into yeses right now. But what she said was, let me emphasize, if the council strips the deal terms or budgeted dollars from the budget, it kills our agreement with the Commanders. The statement she's putting out is saying, we have a deal with the Commanders right now for these terms. If you start negotiating the terms and changing what you're willing to give them, we've got to start this thing all over again. This deal goes up in smoke. We had Council Member White sitting in studio in that chair right there, 4 feet away from me. And he made it very clear that he viewed this not as the only offer, but as the beginning of a negotiation. That this is what the team wants. We're going to make our changes, and I'll tell you what works for us, and then we'll go back and forth on this. That is not what this was, according to the team or the mayor. That is what he and some of the council members perceive that this is or needs to be. And I understand from their perspective.
Right. Sure.
You weren't included. You're mad about it. You don't like this deal as much as you'd like another deal. So that's how negotiation normally goes. But it doesn't mean the reality is that that's what this is. It could just be the team saying, here's your deal, take it or leave it. But from Mayor Bowser, if the council wants to approve the Commanders' deal to come to RFK, the time to debate the merits of the deal is now. A delay sacrifices our exclusive seat at the table and $2.7 billion in private investment. The Commanders and my team are ready to iron out the details with the council and respond to any concerns. It should be clear, but let me emphasize, if the council strips the deal terms or budgeted dollars from the budget, it kills our agreement with the team. She's literally saying, if you do that,
this or nothing.
Maryland's back on the table. I can't.
No, say it with a straight face. Go ahead.
You say, I can't. I honestly can't get it out.
Then Virginia could be a candidate for this. I can't. I can't.
Virginia's back at the table. I mean, the DC part of it exclusively is over. Now they still want to be there, so it very well could still work out, and I would predict that it would. But she's saying right now they're trying to take us to the dance, and they've told Maryland we're not going to the dance.
Right.
If you guys want to change what time they pick you up, what restaurant they go to, how they put the corsage on, if they're allowed to grind with you during Nelly, whatever
Hot in
else.
here, sure, yeah.
Yeah, like whatever the negotiation is, then they'll go back to Maryland. And she's just letting everybody know, here's the terms. Take them or leave them.
Yeah, which is an interesting framing. So I don't know where the truth is, honestly. I'm not calling anybody anything. I from one perspective, it sounds like, yeah, if we'd like to raise our hand and say, I'm making this up, so bear with me. Hey, we don't get any dollars for the parking structure we're building for 30 years. Could we have some? That's not crazy to me for the city to want to ask for that. Are they allowed to ask? Is this a take it or leave it situation? From one side, it sounds like this is the deal. Shut your mouth, yay or nay. Another side might say, why isn't there room for the team to not to pay more than $1 per year in taxes for the lifetime of the lease? Or who knows? So yeah, there's different framing of it. I don't know how internal the debate is. This is also expected to me to some degree, talking from the mayor's perspective, as I'm putting some pressure on, putting the screws to you guys a little bit, going, bleeper, get off the pot here. We got to move, because I think this is a priority for her, clearly, right?
Is this going better or worse than you guys anticipated, or is this just business?
This is what it was to me.
So and my point is, think about it through the lens of McLaurin.
Yep.
Everyone keeps going, oh my gosh, Terry McLaurin doesn't have a deal and he's not at minicamp. And I'm going, business of the NFL.
Mm-hmm.
Wake me up when training camp comes. I think that's what's happening here.
Me too.
Like, we could sit here and poke and prod every comment and look at what the council said. Look at what the mayor said. Oh my God, she threw it back at them. They threw it back at her. Look what the team did. It feels like this is just the not going to minicamp part. politics are at play. The spat is on.
It's a Wednesday in Washington, D.C.
Right? I mean, is there something to be said, though, for this is not going well or this is not happening at the pace you'd like? The press conference, and we all learned our lesson from the Ted Leonsis Virginia Dog and Pony show.
What happened?
Which almost was real and could have happened, and then it wasn't.
Yeah.
They're back in D.C., right? But from that press conference where I'm high-fiving anybody who will listen going, I got a stadium in my home state, the Commonwealth. I don't have to cross the river. First time in my life. Let's do this thing. Where's my town center? What kind of sports bars are going to be over there? Fired up. Learned our lesson.
Yes, we did.
So when that press conference happened, I thought, this is not a done deal. I've seen this before, but this is definitely going to happen.
Yes, I know this one.
This is where the team wants it. You also, by the way, at one point in time, you had the commissioner of the NFL standing next to the president of the United States of America.
Never forget, man.
Standing next to the mayor of Washington, D.C., who that person has said terrible things about, who's willing, for the betterment of this deal, to just stand there and wear it. Then you've got the owner of the team. Like, the Avengers have assembled on this deal. I mean, you can't have more powerful people.
Like, seriously, all the clout you could want is right there.
You can't do any more to force things through than to have all those people standing shoulder to shoulder saying, here's what's happening. The NFL owns a day of the week. The team owns the operation. They're going to build the stadium. The city owns the land. The president's forcing things through, like whatever you want. It seemed like this is just inevitable. And then you fast forward to today, and the mayor is still basically trying to plead with the city council, like, I promise this is a good deal. Was this just inevitable? I guess so.
Yeah, I mean, I'm old enough to remember the National Stadium deal and how it all went with Anthony Williams and Linda Kropp and everybody in between, where the amount of back and forth and posturing and, because everybody right now, the casual viewer, right? There's plugged in Peter. There's someone that like lives and breathes local DC politics, and they're very excited about everything, good, bad, and different, right? But then there's also the regular person who doesn't live and breathe that kind of thing, right? They're not a local DC politics wonk. They're here because they like a sports team or a stadium or whatever. There's an opportunity for everybody to get their shine. How often are you and I going to have Robert White on? I was actually impressed with him. Nice guy,
I like
charming, a lot of charisma. But like, how often are you and I going to have, hey, with us in the studio right now is Brooke Pinto to break down the Nationals bullpen.
Brooke Pinto guy?
We're not doing that. So they've all got a chance now to showcase themselves, and they get to espouse their views and increase their Q rating and answer every question and look really cool and say what they stand for and get themselves known, right? So they're going to take that opportunity. How much of that is theatrics? How much of that is standing firm to what you believe in? I kind of roll my eyes at any kind of principled stance that anybody espouses. I've lived here long enough to sort of, read between the lines a little bit. So to me, it's a long way of saying this is just the machine working. And it doesn't work in a way that would work in the private sector. It doesn't work in a way that you and I would be able to get away with. It doesn't work in a way that anybody would be able to do anything other than local government. This is what it looks like. So I still think we're in the posturing phase. I still think that one side saying there's a deadline, the other side saying, there's not though, right? And one side saying we need a better deal, the other side saying this is the deal. I think it happens. I think we're still doing that. This your Terry McLaurin analogy, Grant Harrison Paulson, if I could say that, is perfect. It's exactly what this is. But this isn't our normal bailiwick.
I do think, though, there was a path where this would have been going better, maybe if not realistic. And I guess that's all that matters. But where there was more support, where instead of 4 yeses right now, we had 6, or instead of the immediate pushback from the head of the council, he was more positive, Mendelson on it, or whoever it is, White or any of the other no's. I mean, you had a couple of people that aren't even willing to answer questions or come on the show, the Nadu and a couple of the others, like that are just like never 1 cent for a stadium ever in a million years. Ideally, it's just a bunch of people that are willing to listen and then see, okay, well, what do we like? What don't we like? And even from the other side, maybe, I think it's a really good deal for the city because of the amount of money that the owners are paying. But maybe, in a perfect world, there is more of a negotiation, and perhaps there still will be. I don't know. But while I think what's happened was somewhat expected, and this is all part of the politics of DC and the absolute knockdown, drag-out fight that this thing was always going to be, I'd love to just be able to fast forward to the end. Because a lot of times these things feel inevitable, but there's just going to be these ebbs and these flows and these peaks and these valleys. It's like the Snyder sale. I mean, how many different twists and turns over something we didn't know forever, but I would say for the last 7-8 months, we all had a pretty good feeling it was going to happen. But the day-to-day, when you're just living and dying with the story, it's exhausting. And you look like a fool. I mean, you look like one of the Lost Boys running back and forth between Peter Pan and Rufio. Which side are you on? Is it going to happen? Is it not going to happen? Is it going to happen? Whereas you were better off just not following anything from a 10,000-foot view and saying, yeah, he hired a bank. They're doing this. The league's pushing him out. And you got this owner, Irsay, saying this. He's selling. Instead, we're glued to everything. We're like, oh, maybe he's not. Oh, now it's Bezos. Now it's not Bezos. Now do they have a buyer? Who's this guy? Tillman Fertitta.
Yeah,
whatever the hell that guy.
What was the Canadian guy's name?
Steve Apostolopoulos.
Look at this. Look at this.
Thank you.
Look at that.
I couldn't do Tillman Fertitta, but I could do Steve.
You won't spell Apostolopoulos right now.
I don't remember how to spell it.
Let me look it up. Here we go.
Apostolopoulos. APOSTOLOP.
This is where it gets.
LUS.
See, it's that last POULOS. I want it to be POLOU, like OS, like that OUS, like, like dollhouse or something like that, even though it's not exactly pronunciation. But it's that POUL that gets you.
What if it was Steve Apostolopoulos?
Remember, like, there was like this weird skepticism at his offer. They're like, yeah, we're not sure how real it is. We're not sure if he's got the money.
Guy's name that the Junkies had on who tried to buy the team in cash? Brian something.
Oh, what was that guy's name?
Like, live locally.
Yeah.
He had this $1 billion idea for like.
But he didn't actually have the money, but he had the IP for money.
Right. Well, yeah, that was my favorite part. Is like, I don't have a plan. I have the concepts of a plan. It was like this Brian Davis. It was this $1 billion idea,
dude,
to have. It was something to do with like energy and what are they called? Like the panels that face the sun. Remember?
Yeah.
And he was worth a lot of money because even though he didn't have it,
it wasn't. He claimed to be.
I just remember that he was on with the Junkies, and like there was a time where a lot of people thought he was actually buying the team, and I thought that was very funny.
And that lot of people, yeah. Listening to him talk for like 5 minutes, and I went, "Oh no, no!"
Before I ever got to that far, I said, "This is not a real thing that's happening." Just pretty quickly can just rule this one out.
Okay.
Cursory look into his background, probably not going to own the team. And then about 2 minutes into that 35-minute interview, I went, "This will not be the owner of the Washington."
I don't think
Commanders.
this one's that likely. This particular, yeah. Dude, I totally forgot about that.
What a fun summer.
I'm going to take a deep dive down that memory lane tonight. I'm doing that one tonight.
There was like like Channel 9. What was the guy's name that's out in L.A. who was our buddy? Darren Haynes. Darren Haynes was like, the latest on Brian Davis's purchase of the Commander. Like every day they would have. It's like, really?
The latest?
Did you hear the interview he did on the radio?
You may not have caught that one.
Are you sure about this?
The unserious bid to buy the team.
He's being frozen out of all discussions. The guy that doesn't have the money to buy the team?
I too was frozen out of the discussions.
He gave them a suitcase with IOUs. Like, that's the guy
as
we're
good as
talking
money,
about?
sir.
That was a good time.
That was great. Steve Apostolopoulos, Brian Davis, and Tillman Fertitta.
I think that so far everything that's happening is not in any way alarming or damaging, but I wish it was going better. That's all I'm going to say. I wish more people were
just gung-ho and done.
Well, not even gung-ho. Yes, that, but like just starting to come together a little bit, whereas it just seems like it's still intractable on both sides. Hey, this is the deal. This doesn't work for us. We got a month here. It might be time to
right. Where else are the compromises coming? Again, it's stupid local politics. So it may just be that if I'm making this up, the guy from Ward 4 is going, I'm a no right now, but if I get, I'm making this number up, $50,000 in funding for my new rec center, I'll turn to a yes. It's got nothing to do with the deal.
But then what if he doesn't turn to a yes? We call that the Louise Lucas.
And then you got to post so many memes.
And we get a little meme or two.
Meme it up. But yeah, I don't know. So again, I always harken back to the National Stadium thing where Linda Kropp, who was the council chair, took it off a ballot at one point. It was like, it's time to vote. It's going to happen. She goes, it's now off the ballot. Oh my God, we're starting over again. Then she came back with, we're going to go to a different site that nobody had discussed. What is happening? This is the proposal. I mean, we went through this odyssey back then. And
Odyssey.
it's one part audacious, one part long journey where you're returning home. An odyssey.
Oh, that's right.
So you're audacious, but it's an audacious odyssey.
Did you guys hear TJ Oshi on the show from his retirement press conference? We're going to play a couple of minutes of that for you when we return next. We want to talk about his likability and who else in D.C. is on that Oshi level in terms of popularity among our current athletes. We're Grant and Danny on the Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan. This update is brought to you by thewindowman.com, the educational window company. News out of Commanders minicamp today. Noah Brown was carted off at minicamp during a 7-on-7 drill. He threw his helmet down and left with a towel over his head on a cart, according to Nikki Javala and John Keim. Other news today for the Commanders, they signed Jeremy Reeves to a 1-year extension. He's now under contract through 2026. NBA Finals back in action tonight. Game 3 for the Thunder and the Pacers in Indiana. Series tied at a game apiece. That'll tip off at 8:30 tonight. In baseball, the Nationals fell to the Mets in the series opener in New York, 5-4 in 10 innings last night. Game 2 of the series tonight, 7-10 first pitch right here on The Fan. Jake Irvin gets the ball for the Nationals. David Peterson, the lefty, gets the ball for the Mets. Summer heat is on the way. Replace those inefficient vinyl windows now. TheWindowman.com's fiberglass windows offer maximum comfort and are now $200 off every window. Visit thewindowman.com for your free consultation. $200 savings per Infinity replacement window only. Minimums and installation apply. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Grant and Danny welcoming you back on The Fan. We had the privilege on Monday to broadcast live from TJ Oshi's retirement celebration. Boy, did the Capitals put on a heck of a party for their great, legendary wing who helped them win a Stanley Cup. All I keep thinking, Danny, is if that was the Oshi retirement celly, what is the Ovechkin one going to look like? You got to go bigger.
Yeah. I talked to Derek Forrest, our buddy from DC News Now, asked me that same question. Junks talked about it. Like, if that's the baseline, and God, we love TJ Oshie. Nothing, I'm not knocking TJ Oshie. Heart and soul guy, but the dude that's 22nd in points in team history got a beautiful, wonderful, generous, awesome send-off, well-deserved and incredible.
The correct send-off.
Yeah, what do you do for the greatest goal scorer ever to live? What do you do for the guy that is responsible for youth hockey participation in this region? I don't know.
Likability out the wazoo for TJ Oshie. If you want to talk popularity and just, what is the presidential term? The approval rating for TJ Oshie, it's one of the highest that we've ever had for a DC athlete based on how he conducts himself and plays. But we caught up with him. I want to talk about other athletes that could be on the same level as him, maybe on the other side of this conversation, but we wanted to play some of it for you. This was Oshie from just after he gave his very emotional speech on Monday.
I'm better now. That was hard.
That's not easy, right?
That was a tough one, man.
That you were probably dreading that most of the day, in a sense. I mean, just the speech part of it, and because that's hard to get through.
Yeah, no, I've been editing that thing for the last couple of days, and today, right before we left, was the first time I read it out loud, and I was getting choked up in my office by myself, and so I was like, oh boy,
yeah,
here we go. But I saw Ryan Zimmerman, who him and Backy we're all neighbors. We got a little triangle around our preschool, and he's obviously been through it, and I just saw him on the way up here, and he's like, it's so much harder when you got everyone right there and you're looking at them. So,
and everyone's staring at you, right?
I know. I did not like to be the center of attention. It's so much better when it's like Ovi and you're here for Ovi's stuff, and then you can do the interviews after. But when you're on there, it's tough.
I'm sure this is a day, while not one that you look forward to necessarily, that is coming inevitably for some period of time. What a fitting venue for it. We're at the Fountain, where you guys celebrated the Cup 7 years ago, and there are thousands of Caps fans out here cheering for you. It's hard to do better than this for a day like today.
No, it is. It's hard to do better than this. And I actually reached out to Sergey, our PR guy, who's one of the best in the biz, and I asked him, I was like, hey, how does this work? Should I just put something on social media, or do you want to make a press release? And he's like, no, let's do something great. He's like, you mean a lot to the organization and the city. Let's do something with everyone involved. So he kind of took the reins on this thing. He was asking me some dates, and I was like, well, June 9th is like the day that we went.
So I said, whoever remembered that's big.
That was my idea.
Amazing.
I was like, why don't we do it then? I mean, June 7th is such a big day because not only did we win the Cup, I was the best man of a bachelor party that I had planned that started on June 7th. So my best friend's bachelor party started that day. My brother's birthday and my father-in-law's birthday is all June 7th. And so I knew the timeline pretty well, and I was like, hey, I don't want to take anything away from the team on June 7th. Let's maybe do the Fountain and it worked out.
How I think people have such a hard time understanding, right? The on ice stuff is what we get to see as fans, but you referenced it in your speech and then talking to Joe B in locker. It's the things that no one ever gets to see with your teammates in the room and those kind of memories. Just how unique an experience is that when you kind of look back on your career, all the guys that you get to know in this really unique thrown together family where you guys see each other more than your actual families a lot of times for months on end.
Yeah, it really is a special thing. And, I can't imagine being in a place where the whole team doesn't love each other and doesn't love the little things like going out for a beer when the plane lands, real quick before dinner, or hanging out in the locker room for longer than your wife would like you to. Like it's a special place, and you don't get to see it as a fan, but that's where the team comes together. That's where we get close. That's why we have success on the ice. It's really hard to be a good team and a good playoff team when everyone's kind of going their own ways, and there's a clique over here, and sometimes based on like where you're from, there's whatever Russians over here, Americans, other Europeans, whatever it is, dads, young guys. The best teams that I've been on, and most of the team, almost all of them here, we've all been one, and you just don't get that anywhere else. I don't care if you're playing in your country club's member tournament, or if you're in a tennis club or a book club. It's not like the team. So that's something that I'll always miss, and my most cherished memories is not on the ice. It's in the locker room.
Thought it was fitting you talked about that early July date 16 when you got traded to the Capitals, and we don't know what that's like. Most people can't relate to that, but there's a closing of the book that we don't think about for you in St. Louis that's really emotional. But man, if it didn't change your career in so many ways for the better, I mean, what did you know about the organization? Like, what were your thoughts about the Caps as you came here? Because now you'll be synonymous with this team forever.
I think when you're out west, especially in my younger years, you didn't see the East that much. And even to this day, you still don't. I think back then, sometimes, I feel like sometimes they weren't even in town. So I didn't know a lot except for Alex Ovechkin was here and Nicholas Backstrom was here. I think it's out there. I'm not like a big hockey nerd. I'm not watching every game. And that's really all I knew, besides a couple other guys. I knew about Johnny, playing with him in the Olympics. But other than that, it was hard. I mean, their words, not mine, but, I was considered one of the fan favorites in St. Louis. And all we had talked about was, what's the problem? Why can't we beat Chicago? Why can't we beat LA? And then when you're the guy that gets traded, it's like, oh, they think it's me. And so that was a tough pill to swallow. But like I said in my speech, I mean, Mac right away, the excitement in his voice when I talked to him, and then the next couple days with the fans, with Foz, with Blaine Forsythe, our power play coach, literally bringing me right in. He's like, I need to show you a couple things.
Wow.
And he's like, you're going to be perfect for this spot. And I was like, yes. I'm not even on the first power play in St. Louis. This is going to be great. And so, in my last year in St. Louis, I felt like I was kind of getting, pushed out a little bit, playing time wise, and not team wise. The guys were really great to me. I loved them. Fans were amazing, but I was going through a rough time. I really was. My daughter was just born. She was born with gastroschisis, so we were in the NICU for the first 3 weeks of her life, and I was navigating being a new father. And the trade it honestly changed my life, and really jump-started the last half of my career.
TJ, this has been a real treat, man. It was awesome to watch you. Congrats on getting through it, too, in addition to the next chapter of your life, man. Well-earned, my friend.
Thank you so much. It was, trust me, I was choked up there. Thank God I had the lemonade with me. That was a tough one.
Delicious lemonade.
Yeah.
Why didn't you drink the lemonade right through your dress shirt?
I should. Fans ask me all the time, and I tell them I'm saving it for cup celebrations only.
Okay.
But now that that's out, who knows?
Well, we had bets on whether you're going to jump in the fountain today. You showed up in the white pants.
And we knew it was gone.
No fountain.
I was. I'm still prepared. It honestly looks refreshing, if I'm being honest.
Yeah. You in the fountain. A story as old as time, man.
Yeah.
You guys get in the same place. You just start staring at each other. thank you. Means a lot to get you on for a couple minutes, and congrats. Seriously.
Thank you.
Congrats.
Thanks, boys.
TJ Oshi, we talked a lot on Monday about why he's so beloved. I think it's just that people watched him and they knew how much fun he was having and how much he cared. Who else in DC sports right now has that level of likability? Doesn't have to be a superstar, an all-star, one of the better players necessarily, although Oshi was a really good one and one of the best on the team for years, helped them win a championship. But if we're just talking approval rating, who are some of the guys that have the highest? First guy that came to mind for me was Terry McLaurin.
That's a good one. Different personalities, certainly, but McLaurin a little bit, I don't want to say more soft-spoken because it's not as if Oshie was constantly out in front doing interviews and stuff.
Honestly. McLaurin's a little bit less of a like life of the party guy, though.
Mm-hmm.
He's not the one leading them into the fountain. You know what I mean? Like, he just kind of, well, I will say some of the locker room audio and stuff that comes out, he seems to be when he's just around the guys in private, maybe more outspoken, but he seems, at least what we get to see, to be pretty reserved, whereas Oshi's more of a wild card, like fun, the guy that you got to watch at the party because he's going to jump off the thing from really high up or whatever.
Right. It's like, hey, look over there. And next thing you know, he like swaps out your soda for a beer. I mean, yeah, I don't think there are any wizards right now because they're so young and they're not really letting their hair down just yet, right? And nobody really wants to hear about your personality when you're losing 60 games. But Jordan Poole would be that way. Honestly, if they were good, a quirky kind of march to your own beat
you would
type
consider
guy.
him ultra likable or very high approval rating?
So if they were really good, then maybe you could see it. But my point is there's nobody on the Wizards right now that I would put in there.
Yeah, because I wouldn't have him on my list.
Like, to me, I'm not interested in it because you're losing 60 games.
I was going to say, I think he's actually polarizing.
So
takes bad shots. Like people don't enjoy his game frequently. But anyway.
Yeah, so for the football team, I mean, obviously Jaden Daniels was the first guy, just everything is grinning and humble and kind and aw shucksing while he's out there trying to kill you, like as an opponent. That one comes to mind, but I think McLaurin might be the best comp.
McLaurin's a good one. The other one I would have come up with, I think James Wood is closing in on this too, in that not only, maybe the problem is like stardom is destined, whereas Oshie was more really good, like will over skill type guy to some extent. And I don't want to take away from him. Oshie was very skilled, but never scored 40 goals, only scored 30 goals once. You think about it like from a home run perspective, James Wood's going to be a 35 home run guy in his first full season in the majors maybe this year. But I think the way he handles himself, he is almost energyless off of the field. He's very quiet, very reserved. I've really taken to like enjoy his personality and getting to know him and talk to him a little bit in the clubhouse now and seeing his big smile. But I mean, he's likable in that sense. Like I'm not sure that there's ever been a more unassuming, casual, great player that I've been around.
Right. The guy that I would say could be this, and again, not the same as Oshie exactly, but the fun-loving, goofy, pretty good player, could be here for a long time. If Nathaniel Lowe had come up through this organization and had been here for a while and, would have a 10-year Nationals run where he's mostly a middle-of-the-order bat, playing a good first base, like that dude is hilarious, funny, life of the party, doesn't quite look like everybody else. He's not the chiseled athlete with the rock solid abs and 4% body fat running around there. Looks like a dude that got lost from the keg party that's hitting the middle of the order for you. Like that guy would be a fan favorite, I think, if he was here for longer.
Definitely nonchalant. For James Wood is the word I'm thinking of. Like just a guy that is so unassuming and casual, and I think that translates to likable. Even on MLB Network yesterday, I went back and I got to see a couple of the clips of him and CJ Abrams. They were in Secaucus at the TV headquarters. And it wasn't like he leveled up. He didn't like put on...
Let me ramp it up for TV.
He wasn't like, let me turn up the energy and put on a big show for television. He was just James Wood. I'm just here, like I'm talking to my buddies. There's not going to be a whole lot of excitement oozing from me, but he's pleasant, he's friendly, but I just kind of, his demeanor is outstanding. I love it. And it's part of why I think he's had the success he has at such a young age. Our double play is next. What's going on in our lives? Nothing to do with sports. We're going to blitz right at the top of the hour in 20 minutes at 4 o'clock. And a Hall of Famer, Marshall Faulk, is on the show at 4:30 today on The Fan. Me and Ryan just spent the break looking at a Mike Morse home run that went above the red porch. That dude had power.
Yeah, light tower power.
He could hit a nuke. The Beltway Blitz coming up, covering the Nats. They deserved better as a starting rotation last night. Mackenzie Gore was nails.
Every year, there's got to be a guy that can't get wins. That you look at his record, go, what happened? This is what happens.
4-2 lead when he left the ball game last night, and they lost the game in extras. We'll talk to Dave Jagler about that. Mike Jones of The Athletic talking NFL football, and then we'll cover the Commanders with Michael Phillips of Odyssey Richmond, all coming up on the Beltway Blitz. Got a couple of tweets about very likable DC athletes after last segment. Matt says Chris Cooley is a good personality.
That's a great one.
Cooley was beloved. And he and Oshi, I think, are similar in the way of very true. Personality-wise, like life of the party. Kind of like the bro that you'd want to bring with you because you'd have fun and they'd do the crazy thing and everyone would laugh.
Like who among the then Redskins would go in the fountain? I bet you 47 would.
This is a funny Twitter name, Meaty Thighs. Meaty Thighs says Tress Way and Mikey Sanders still. In terms of very likable.
Yeah, good comps, yeah.
I agree with that. I don't have a negative word to say about either guy. And I don't know what Commanders fan would. And Tress, he's been around for so long. He's absolutely beloved. He's reached that level. It is time for our double play. We do it every day right now, driven by your local Washington area Honda dealers. Now's the time for a great deal on a new Honda. Visit your local Washington area Honda dealers today. What's going on in our lives? Nothing to do with sports.
Rest in peace to a music legend, Brian Wilson of the Beach Boys, passed away. Saw via his Twitter account that's now been kind of passed around. Someone on his behalf announced his passing in his late 70s.
82, I thought I saw.
Oh, I got that wrong. I thought it was late 70s. Hard to overstate their impact. So what happened later on in the kind of the life of the Beach Boys is people sort of think of them as this kind of gimmick that would like show up on Full House with Uncle Jesse. You know, and then like he's playing with him.
Perform live with Uncle Jesse on the drums.
And that completely belittles and belies how unbelievably prolific this band was. So there's an argument to be made. It's one that I would make, certainly. They are the greatest American rock band ever. America leads the league in solo artists. We get everybody from Elvis to Michael Jackson to Madonna to everybody in between. But bands, Britain had kind of gotten over on us a few different times over, right? Whether it's the Beatles or the Rolling Stones and everything in between. They were contemporaries of the Beatles, and they were almost, and you saw a little bit of this in that brilliant Beatles documentary on Disney Plus that came out a couple of years ago that Peter Jackson put together. But contemporaries of theirs, it was only good. It was like having a Magic and Bird going back and forth, right? Where George Harrison was influenced by what George Clapton was doing guitar-wise, marveling at the guy's skill. So, too, were bands looking at the Beatles who had just come out with Rubber Soul as the Beach Boys were getting ready to put out Pet Sounds, one of the most important and influential albums of all time. One of the things that you use when you're talking about stuff, GP, is writing that second bestseller as one of your analogies, which is such a good one. It's very apt. They started out as the ultimate pop rock kind of band, where it's Surfing USA, kind of the gimmicky sort of California. We're just the surfer boys. It's very low key and very low stakes. A total and complete departure of like everything from beautiful, heartfelt stuff like God Only Knows, which I cannot tell you how many people have played that at their wedding or for a first dance or to walk down the aisle, to everything in that album is totally different than what they'd done before. And it kind of gave rise to everything from psychedelic rock to pop rock to, influencing the Beatles themselves and other bands. We look at that and went, oh my God, that's what's possible. We can still have commercial success. They've sold well over 100 million albums, lifetime, the Beach Boys had, and kind of expand our sound and do things differently than we had done before. We have enough credibility with our audience. As long as it's good, you can get away with it. So Brian Wilson was one of the driving forces behind that band, him and two brothers, for so many years. He poured his heart and soul into one album after Pet Sounds that people didn't like and didn't get released initially, and he was basically all but out of the band for a while and was estranged from them, and it was this terrible divorce, and it was only kind of later that there was reconciliation. But a true genius and innovator gone after an amazing life.
So I pulled up Classic Rock and Culture, a website, and just looking at their ranking of the top 50 American bands ever, they've got the Beach Boys 1. They have Tom Petty and the Heartbreakers 2. Others in the conversation here, Van Halen, They ranked third. CCR, Creedence Clearwater Revival, which is
Aerosmith will be in there too.
It's basically just the Forrest Gump, soundtrack.
Seriously.
CCR.
Yeah, they're in every soundtrack, by the way.
Aerosmith, The Doors, REM, the Eagles, Simon and Garfunkel, Steely Dan, some of the others. But yeah, I mean, you could probably advocate the Allman Brothers or Nirvana, or there's different people, the Ramones, like different strokes. But the Beach Boys, man. When I was in elementary school, me and my two brothers at like a talent show did a bit where we had surfboards and we pretended to do a Beach Boys song and we danced to it and it was wacky. So you think about just how random that is. Like, we're kids. That was our big talent show song. And that was
so funny.
Decades after they had performed it. Time for my double play. I actually wanted to talk a lot more about this, and maybe we could circle back to it later in the show. But my God, is cable broadcast, I'll use news lightly here, but news television terrible. I do my best to avoid it. Like, I get the news. I've got to stay somewhat informed. So I've got different places I like to read and a couple Substacks and things that I belong to. But the other day, it's late at night. I'm seeing all these tweets about Los Angeles and what's going on and whatever. So I'm like, let me just check this out and see what's what. I flipped through a couple of the different news networks. They all have 7 people sitting around a table screaming at each other.
I don't know who it's for.
How does anyone watch this? It's the worst television in the world. Now, I will just say, I mean, you could pick any of them, right? MSNBC, Fox News, CNN. I don't care. You guys care? I don't care. But like this particular example, the first one I went to was like CNN. And I'm not exaggerating. They had 6 people around a table and they were talking over each other the entire time. There was a viral clip about the NBA's halftime show that came out, which is fairly unwatchable, by the way. It's pretty awful. But the clip was like, how does anyone watch this? And it was Stephen A. Smith and Kendrick Perkins, and I think
Bob Myers
and maybe one other person, like all talking at the same time for 6 seconds. And they weren't even on camera, so you couldn't see them talking. It was like voiceover video of highlights. It was the worst thing I'd ever heard. But that's what this show was for 30 minutes.
Yeah.
Every time I think it was Abby Phillip or something, every time this woman would introduce a topic, which she's an analyst herself, so she did a bad job doing that because she's like giving in a long-winded opinion and not just teeing them up with questions. Like, she's throwing this thing out there, and then the same 3 people start yelling at each other and literally yelling at each other and talking over each other. And all I could think is, why does anyone watch this show?
I can't figure out who it's for.
It's all of them, though.
That's what I mean.
On the right-wing channel, the left-wing channel. It's too many people. The NFL's doing all this stuff now where it's more and more people at the desk. But at least they go down the line and everyone just makes a quick take.
You got a point guard that at least is going to try to facilitate it.
Exactly.
And
but this poor host had no chance.
Yeah.
I mean, it would go a minute and a half of just everyone shouting and no one making any actual points that could be heard before she would finally get control again. And then they would go back to somewhere else.
And that's the show, by the way. That's it.
It was so awful.
Yeah.
And I thought, no wonder why TV ratings for these networks are down. I'm trying to watch this and hear something, and I can't hear anything.
Yeah.
It was literally the worst television I've seen in years.
The worst parts of sports TV where it's descended to, again, like the OG is, pardon the interruption, 2 guys that have great chemistry going back and forth. Or think of here locally, the Sports Junkies. You sleep on 4, not you personally, Grant, but 4 dudes in a room debating and arguing about stuff and not stepping on each other constantly. It ain't easy. Do that with any of you and your buddies. They don't have that, these panel shows. It's everybody just talking over and shouting and trying to get a talking point in, and it's not entertaining, it's not informative. It's the worst thing we've got going, and everyone's going, let's do more of that. Every network's going, not only sign me up for that, but let's make another show that does that. I don't get it.
I don't even really have a problem with cutting each other off when they're talking. I think that's how conversations work. Like, sometimes you don't jump in when I'm doing a long-winded thing because you're waiting for me to stop talking. That's not how conversations generally work, and it shouldn't be how radio works. Like, occasionally I'm going to jump in, then you jump in, you cut me off, I cut you off. It's not personal. I'm not taking it personally.
It's very personal.
I wouldn't mind that on television, by the way. But it isn't that. It's literally long-winded speaking over each other. Like, when you stop me, you know what I have to do? I have to stop now and then counter or add to what you said. That's not what they're doing.
No,
They're literally all just like they're the only one in the room. And at one point, I'm not exaggerating this. I have to see if I can find a video for you. It was like 4 people.
No, I just can't.
All just going on these long-winded takes. And I'm like, what is this? This is the worst thing. This is terrible
It's
television.
so bad.
But I went to the other one. Same thing. They're all doing it. Who said we need 7 people to sit at the desk?
Somebody somewhere went yes to this. Not only this one, but we're going to keep greenlighting all of them. It's so bad. It's ever worse.
The Beltway Blitz is next. Marshall Faulk is on the show at 4:30.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. This update is brought to you by Surfside Iced Tea and Vodka or Surfside Lemonade and Vodka. Big news for the Commanders today. Day 2 of their mandatory minicamp injury news is wide receiver Noah Brown went down and was carted off the field during a 7-on-7 portion of practice. He reportedly threw his helmet down and then left with a towel over his head on a cart. Those reports from Nikki Jabvala and John Keim. Also for the Commanders today, they signed Jeremy Reeves to a 1-year extension. He's now under contract through 2026. Jaden Daniels ranked 4th in merchandise sales last season behind Saquon Barkley, Patrick Mahomes, and Jalen Hurts. And Netflix announced today that they're releasing a documentary on Jerry Jones and the Dallas Cowboys. It's called America's Team, the Gambler and His Cowboys. In the NBA, the finals getting underway once again tonight in Indiana. Game 3, Thunder and Pacers at 8:30. Series tied at a game apiece. Baseball last night, the Mets beat the Nationals 5-4 in 10 innings. The Nats will look to bounce back tonight in Game 2 of the series at Citi Field. 7:10 first pitch. You can hear the game right here on the Fan. Jake Irvin takes the hill for the Nationals. He's 5-2 with a 4.02 ERA. He'll take on the lefty David Peterson, who is 4-2 with a 2.80 ERA. There's nothing more refreshing than an ice-cold Surfside iced tea and vodka or Surfside lemonade and vodka to break the heat. Surfside is only 100 calories, 2 grams of sugar, and 0 bubbles. That's right. No carbonation. Look for the can with the sunset stripes. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Welcome back, Grant and Danny on the Fan. We're brought to you by the law firm Condori and Murad. Our buddies are going to take good care of you, get you squared away for a last will and testament, set up a living trust, put together a medical power of attorney, schedule a free consultation with their attorneys today at kmlawyers.com. If you mention us, you'll get a discount. That's kmlawyers.com. It is time for your Beltway Blitz. We'll cover the NFL and the Commanders, but we got to start on the diamond. Dave Jagler is with us, and Jags was on the call with Charlie Slows last night of the Nats at Citi Field. Another gem from Mackenzie Gore, and nothing to show for it after the bullpen blew the game late. 4-2 lead when Gore departed. Jags, how do you make sense of the 5-4 loss to open the series?
Yeah, that one, obviously I've done a lot of games over the years. That one I didn't sleep well on. I was not happy leaving the ballpark with the way that one went because you felt like the Nationals had so many chances to win, and the things that prevented them from winning were self-inflicted, whether that was outs on the bases, missed opportunities. And I think in particular, Jose Ferrer's been pitching very well. He had 12 appearances without allowing an earned run, and he was just dealing last night. He strikes out the first 2 batters. He has Marte 0-2, and all of a sudden got cute and ended up missing with a couple of changeups. And all of a sudden he walks him to get to Soto. And at that point you're going, oh no, you can't walk that guy to get to Soto. He gets Soto 0-2 on a couple of 100-mile-per-hour fastballs and then hangs up a slider and gives up a bullet, and the game turns from there. So it felt like the Mets didn't as much come back to win that game as the Nationals really helped them out. And that was frustrating because with the way Gore pitched and the early offense they had, great night from CJ, that's a game you need to win. Especially to start that series on a winning note and give you a chance to win the series with a win tonight.
Yeah, Jags, you mentioned C.J. Abrams, where I wanted to go. Encouraging signs for him last night. On base his first 3 times, then got hit by a pitch. So, traffic, that was good, right? Some good signs from him last night?
Yeah, I mean, much needed. He had been in a rut, and it always coincides with C.J. on his chase rate. And he's just been chasing a really, really high rate. And he's a guy who can do damage. When he chases pitches. I mean, he was in the MLB Network studio yesterday, and they're showing home runs that he hits on pitches that aren't near the strike zone. But in general, you're not going to be a successful big league hitter swinging at those pitches all the time. And he had just gotten so swing happy that he was getting himself out. Yes, last night he was back in the zone and hitting the ball to left field. I mean, when he hit that home run in Baltimore, that kind of was the culmination of his really hot start, hitting the ball with authority the other way. He got back to that last night, hitting that line drive home run to left center. So hopefully he'll let it carry over to tonight, and he'll be on that surge. We know he can be very high and very low. He had been down low. Let's hope he can get back to high.
Jags, Andres Chaparro is going to get his first start tonight, was able to debut for the season last night, went 1 for 1 off a lefty. They're saying this isn't going to be a true DH platoon, but Bell's 2 for 39 off lefties. Chaparro's 1 for 1 and rakes off of them in the minor leagues historically. Why shouldn't it be a platoon?
I mean, I think the proof will be in the pudding. I mean, it would shock me if he's not in there against left-handed pitchers every time, because this lineup is so left-handed. You know, unless there's going to be a day where you want to rest Nathaniel Lowe. I mean, he hasn't basically had a day off all year except for the one series where he was sick in Miami, and you wanted to play one of those guys at first base to start the game. But to me, Chaparro is only here to play against lefties. So he's going to be in there tonight against Peterson because, I mean, I've never seen a lineup so left-handed heavy. When they had the last West Coast trip where they had nothing but left-handed hitters, Chaparro gives you a little more lineup balance, and that's a good thing to try to at least create some favorable platoon matchups against left-handed pitching, both starters or relievers, because he's also a pinch-hitting option late, as he was last night when he doubled late in the ballgame.
Preview this one tonight with Jake Irvin on the bump.
Well, you know, Irvin's been interesting. It's a weird season for Jake. He'll have these really dominant starts, then he'll have starts where he doesn't have strikeouts, but finds his way through. We know that Jake is going to compete, but there's something about the matchup against the Mets. I mean, he has had 3 of the best starts in his career against the Mets, including the one earlier this season. 3 times in his career, he's pitched into the 8th inning against New York, and he's only done it 4 times overall. So I think this lineup brings out the best in him. It seems to be a good matchup. So they'll need that, because on the other side, David Peterson has been historically a very bad matchup for the Nationals. He's pitched 12 games in his career against the Nats. The Mets are 11-1 in those games. So the Nationals have not found a way to beat this guy. They need to, with Irvin giving them a good start tonight.
Yeah, interestingly, his strikeout rate, 7.5 per 9 last year, 5.7 per 9 this year. But more importantly, ERA is down to 4.02. So we'll see if he can kind of sustain. I think his FIP's about 4.5, right about where it was last year. Dave Jagler, Charlie Slow.
That's weird. That's so weird. Grant, that's so weird because there are these games where he can pitch effectively without strikeouts, but you think at some point he's going to have to find a way to get that back toward the 7.5 that he was last year.
Right. If nothing else, just to wiggle out of some jams when he's in the soup a little bit to help him out. Dave, thank you, buddy. We'll be listening tonight.
All right, guys. Always appreciate you.
Thank you, bud. Enjoy City Field. There's Dave Jagler. He and Charlie on the call of Nats baseball. 7:10 first pitch. That means 6:40 pregame tonight here on The Fan. Let's talk football. Mike Jones of The Athletic to help us do just that. Mikey, how about Aaron Rodgers to the Steelers? We got our first glimpse of him in a uniform yesterday. He's now married. Nobody knows to who, but he's sporting his wedding ring, and he's the quarterback of the Steelers. How's this going to end?
It's going to end one or two ways. Either disastrously bad, because he's going to get frustrated and he will wind up pulling back the curtain on all the kind of, although Mike Tomlin is regarded as a strong leader, there's a lot of out-of-date practices with the Steelers organization, and Rodgers could wind up exposing all that, because we know when things don't go well, he points fingers and, it goes badly, but then at least the Steelers would finally be in position to draft a quarterback, or it's going to go okay and they're going to be a titch above 500 and they're not going to make a deep playoff run, and they're just going to be exactly stuck in football purgatory just like they were before they signed him.
Of some of the guys that are in the midst of holding out, holding in, whatever you want to call it, not practicing at mini camps going around the league, do any of these guys change teams?
I don't think so. When you look at all of these guys, either they or the team or both of them have said that they want to get something done, except for Trey Hendrickson up in Cincinnati. But Joe Burrow is beating the drum for them to get him taken care of. And so I think that what they are asking is just unrealistic, and nobody has seemed desperate enough to meet that asking price. So I think they might wind up getting something done. The other ones that you look at, TJ Watt, both sides said they want to get something done. James Cook is holding in, so that seems like a good sign. Jerry Jones will sign Micah Parsons at the last minute. And Terry McLaurin, I would have to think that Adam Peters and Dan Quinn are smart enough to know that they've got to get him taken care of too.
AFC, what's the pecking order like? Do the Chiefs still sit atop the list, and who else among the contenders like Buffalo, Baltimore, maybe Cincinnati could be ready to break through finally?
Yeah, I still have the Chiefs up there. They had a really good draft. They took care of pressing needs along their offensive line. They also added a couple more versatile offensive weapons for Patrick Mahomes and also some playmakers for their defense. I think they are still the top team in the AFC. Buffalo, we'll see with them. You know, they've got the pieces. Obviously, they've got the biggest piece, but there's still questions about their defense. They have Bosa that they're hoping can be the pass rushing presence they need, but he's still not all the way healthy, and he might wind up being a situational guy and not able to handle the full load. So, again, those questions, I think, will keep them from overtaking them. Baltimore, obviously, Lamar Jackson is playing really good football right now. They have Derrick Henry coming back. They drafted a pass rusher that'll help. I still just don't know about their wide receiving core. DeAndre Hopkins is over the hill. I would have liked to have seen them make another, impactful addition there. So I think they are still behind Kansas City and Cincinnati until we know what's going to happen with their defense. I don't see them overtaking Kansas City either.
Yeah. So speaking of that division, people, I think, sleep on the fact that the Chargers won 11 games last year. I don't think anybody's really talking about that. Year one of Harbaugh, and then Denver at 10 wins. I'm with you. I don't think anybody takes over Kansas City, who won 15 games last year, to your point, and that stranglehold of the division continues. But what kind of leaps forward are people maybe not expecting or not counting on here from either the Chargers or the Broncos, whose programs both seem to be heading in the right direction?
Yeah, no, I agree with you. I think they will be better, but I just don't think that they're still quite there yet. They might make Kansas City sweat a little bit for the first time in a long time because they've just been running away with that division. They did play them tough, and so I think we'll see growth out of them. They could, maybe both of them could wind up getting a wild card spot, and depending on the draw, maybe they make some noise, upset a couple teams in the playoffs. But again, I don't see them overtaking Kansas City. You have Andy Reid, you have Patrick Mahomes, and they're just so good. They're so in sync. And so I think that those two are both just behind them.
Mike, we appreciate you, buddy. Thank you.
All right. Thanks. I'll see you guys.
You got it. Let's talk local football. Michael Phillips, Odyssey in Richmond. Michael, I'm sure you saw Noah Brown carted off the field from minicamp activity today. If he is seriously injured, and I want to make very clear that we don't know what injury he sustained, how big of a blow would that be to the wide receiver room?
Well, I think he probably had the inside track or has the inside track, right? I'll agree with you. We don't know what's going on here, what this looks like. Has the inside track to being wide receiver 3. I think if you're lining up all the candidates, that is a competition that is far from settled. That one was certainly going to go into the preseason, maybe even result in snaps being divided. Obviously, you got Terry at 1. Obviously, you got Debo at 2. I think it was a pretty crowded competition there. You've got Osborne, you've got Lane, you've got McCaffrey. Whoever else steps up in that training camp period, there's always the mystery guy potential as well. So you had 4 guys fighting for one spot, but I at least in my mind, Noah Brown was the favorite to win it.
So let's go into where those targets go, right? So Debo Samuel's going to absorb some of the Zacchaeus, De'Ami Brown, name that Jag receiver that they had, targets and looks on offense. Who kind of steps into that second full-blown receiver role in terms of where those targets get divvied up?
Well, I would love for it to be Luke McCaffrey, right? And I'm not saying it will be, but I would love for it to be because, 1, that validates Adam Peters as a good drafter. 2, it's always easier to find guys internally, right? His contract situation is very good. 2 more years of team control after this year, and you've got him in the building to tag and do other things after that. Anytime you can find a guy internally, it's better than externally. And certainly given the draft capital they used on him, it's not unreasonable to expect a leap forward in year 2. So that's where I'm looking first. But I think Jalen Lane's got potential too. And the intriguing thing there is you don't have to use him a ton. You can use him a little bit because he's going to be active on game day as your returner, right? We all understand kick returns are more important than ever. Punt returns are going to continue to be important. There's going to be more kick returns because the touchback moves to the 35. He will be active on game days in that role. So any extra use you get out of him as a wide receiver, that's just bonus. That's free use on top. So anything you can get there is a win in terms of putting him in packages and situations.
Michael Phillips, Odyssey, Richmond. All right, Michael, Dan Quinn gave some names of guys who stood out and impressed him among the young players. He talked about the likes of Ben Sinnott. Who do you think of the second-year guys has the biggest breakout this year? Sinnott, McCaffrey, Newton, or Coleman?
Oh, can we put McGee on the board, right? Does he qualify?
Oh, Quinn named him today, so sure.
Yeah. I think so. Right. I think the opportunity is going to be there. And this is not a knock on Bobby Wagner, and you will never catch me on the radio knocking Bobby Wagner because he's an accomplished pro who helped guide this team through the losing streak last year. That is an unsung contribution that was huge. I think it's unreasonable to expect him to play 100% of the snaps this year. And even if he's healthy enough to play 100% of the snaps, I don't think he should. I don't think that's a good idea for everybody involved. So I think McGee will have the clearest path to contribution. You look at Sinnott, who obviously I've spoken at length about the importance of him having a big season to solidify that spot in the tight end room. But you've also got Bates, you've also got Ertz. There's certainly going to be competition there. You've got 4 wide sets that they'll run from time to time. Sometimes you'll put 2 running backs in. You'll use Debo in different ways. I think McGee's got the cleanest path to right now on paper. There are snaps for him, and it's up to him to make the most of them.
At the end of this year, are we going to go, man, they were right, Brian Robinson was way better than people thought? Or are we going to go, yeah, this was an own goal, preventable mistake? Where are you at?
Can I be in the middle? Can I make the least exciting radio you guys will make today? I am prepared to have a medium take on this. I'm not hot. I'm not cold. I just think he is what he is. I think he can run for 700, 800 yards this year. I think he can get some tough yards. I think he'll get stuffed in some tough situations as well. I think he's a guy who I love having on my team on a rookie contract. And when it's time to cut a check that has another 0 on the end of it, I say, oh, no, thank you. You can go play for the Patriots or the Browns or whoever will have you. I'm glad they have him this year. I think he'll be productive. I just think at the end of the year, everybody will say, it was a fun 4 years and good luck wherever's next.
Michael Phillips, I know you're a busy guy on Odyssey Richmond and with the Richmonder now off the ground and flying along seamlessly. But have you been up here for any baseball this year at Nats Park? Or are you aware of how good James Wood is? Or team don't sleep, or are you sleeping?
Well, nobody is not sleeping harder than me on James Wood. I enjoy watching him on Masson each evening. We had Bryce Eldridge roll through Richmond for a few exhilarating weeks.
Did.
He is now on to Sacramento with the Giants organization at AAA. So I feel like I've seen a lot of young baseball talent this year. But, man, he is a generational star. And I would love to have this. I know you guys pay him the tribute he is due, and I love to have that discussion without getting it wrapped into the many flaws of the team-building approach the Washington Nationals are using right now. Right. I just hope we can have this nice thing for a long time.
That would be very, very nice. He is represented by Scott Boras, which should be accompanied by
the watch is ticking,
like a doon 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 kind of sounder.
I am going to the Richmond Flying Squirrels game tonight down here. Nice. It is Odyssey night and Salute to Sequins night. It is both events simultaneously. It is also Bring Your Dog to the Ballpark night. We have 3 theme nights. So proud to be included with Sequins and Dogs.
Sequins like sequins, or what is that? What is that?
Like you've got a daughter, like they wear the shirts that, it's like one, the little
so just wear
thing,
sequins.
like they flip them and then it's something. Yeah, wear something sequins.
You got a lot of sequins on your outfits?
Are you throwing out the first pitch tonight for Odyssey night?
I have been asked to throw out the first pitch twice. I have given it to each of my 2 daughters, so I have never thrown one out. I did not get invited to throw it out tonight. I'll be curious to see who it maybe is AWOD. I don't know.
Oh my God.
If it is, obviously, you're going to be hearing about a debacle on the judge.
Video, please.
Yeah, no kidding. If it's AWOD, I would love. Matter of fact, Clary, text AWOD and see if he's going to be throwing out the first pitch tonight for Odyssey night. Please tell Nutsy and Natasha, 2 of my favorite mass guys, that I said hello.
I most certainly will. You guys have a good one.
See you, brother.
Too, buddy. There's Michael Phillips, Odyssey in Richmond. Sounds like he's team don't sleep. Team no sleep on James Woods.
He's a no sleep guy.
He knows about James Woods. Excellence. That's all we ask for on this program. # Team No Sleep. Marshall Faulk. Marshall. Hall of Famer joins us next on Grant and Danny. Guys, it's Grant. FanDuel's the best place to find all your favorite player props during the NBA playoffs, which get back going. NBA Finals has gotten underway. We're a couple of games in, and now you can make the smarter play with new performance trends. If you want to check out a player's consistency during the playoffs or who's been flirting with triple doubles, what guys have been averaging, how many attempts they're getting, it's all available in the app. After the tip-off, you can combine live prop bets into a same-game parlay for a chance to win big. If you don't already have FanDuel, it's not too late to get in on the action. You're going to get started with $200 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. That's $200 bonus bets. $5 bets got to win. FanDuel.com/GP. That's FanDuel.com/GP, promo code GP. Must be 21, present in Virginia. First online real money wager only, $5 deposit required. Bonus issued, non-withdrawable bonus bet expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. This update is brought to you by the Chesapeake Bay Sox. Purchase tickets at baysox.com. In the NFL, Commanders mandatory minicamp continued today, day 2 of minicamp. Noah Brown was carted off at minicamp today during a 7-on-7 period. He threw his helmet and left with a towel over his head on a cart, that according to Nikki Jabvala and John Keim. Also for the Commanders, they signed Jeremy Reeves to a 1-year extension. He's now under contract through 2026. NBA Finals continue tonight. Game 3, Thunder and Pacers in Indiana. 8:30 tip-off. Series tied at a game apiece. And in baseball, the Nationals fell to the Mets in Game 1 of the series at Citi Field last night, 5-4 in 10 innings. Game 2 of the series tonight, 7:10 first pitch right here on the Fan. Jake Irvin takes on David Peterson. The Washington Nationals AA affiliate comes to town. Catch the Bay Sox as they take on the Harrisburg Senators on June 14th for Star Wars night plus fireworks. Then celebrate Father's Day on June 15th with special deals. Closer to home, closer to the action, baysox.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Thanks to Toby for the update. Welcome back to Grant and Danny on the Fan. We are pleased right now to go to the Rude guest hotline. Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV, to talk to one of the great running backs of my lifetime and one of the best to ever do it. A Hall of Famer who's a 3-time All-Pro and a 7-time Pro Bowler. Marshall Faulk is with us on Grant and Danny. Marshall, you're on in the DMV. Thanks for a few minutes. How are you?
What's going on, guys? What's going on?
Pleasure to have you. And I know this weekend you're. We talked to Clinton Portis about this yesterday, but you're at the EAPEN Open, EAPEN Open.com for tickets, sponsorship opportunities, founded to help battle leukemia and lymphoma societies, so kids can soar. A whole bunch of wonderful causes kind of tied into one. I know you've been tied to this tournament for a number of years. What drew you to it?
Well, just the work that they do. And a lot of times, you know, when either when we were kids or when we have kids, we don't think about the things that happen to kids who grow up or whom are born with these issues. And, you know, we got to think about them and using my likeness, my name and my likeness to raise money to give these kids a chance at a better life, better quality of life. It's easy to do. Very easy to do.
Well, it's admirable that you're doing it. And again, it's the EAPEN Open, and for people who want more information, they can check out the site eapenopen.com. Marshall Faulk is with us on Grant and Danny. Marshall, to say that you came early or maybe at an era, maybe one ahead of where you would have been best used is probably flawed because you had one of the great careers ever.
You did just fine, yeah.
But I think about all the time. You had a stretch of 5 straight years where you caught 80 or more passes. And you could educate me better. I remember like Charlie Garner and a couple guys, maybe others that were heavily involved in the passing game. But I just wonder nowadays, with the check down no longer being a pejorative and teams liking to move the ball, throw into the running backs, like what some of those numbers could look like for you. Was it in vogue at all? Was it happening in other places when you started being one of the best receivers as a running back?
I mean, I don't want to make it seem like I was the first to do it. I probably took it to another level. Guys like Ronnie Harmon, Thurman Thomas, James Brooks, and the guy who deserved to be in the Hall of Fame for sure, Roger Craig. They did it. I mean, they did it. But the way that I did it and then moving me out as a receiver, those were the things that kind of separated how I did it. And I believe now, you know, you look at the position, and the position has changed. You either have a bunch of backs to do different things, or you have a back who can do everything. And for a minute, we kind of got lost and thought that the back who did everything was gone. And then Saquon Barkley reminded us, like, oh, that's what it looks like. There it is right there. So happy for him that he did what he did, and happy for the position, even Derrick Henry. And then watch the teams pay the guys as well.
Yeah, what have you made of that, of the kind of the fall off where the running back position became borderline expendable, Marshall, to now it seems to be we're in the middle of a renaissance where everyone's going, oh, that's right, if you have a back like a couple of those guys you mentioned, it really can make a huge difference. What have you made of that entire phenomenon?
Listen, in football, they'll find a way to try to phase you out. And if you give them a reason to, then they'll do it. They'll do it even more so And the position became that because, guys didn't take it as serious. They didn't want to be every down backs. They got into the, they wanted to save themselves and they didn't want to do this and didn't want to do that. And it became bad for the position. And what happens when that happens is they try to find a way to do it without you. And so a lot of guys found themselves in bad situations where teams wouldn't pay them. They started letting bad to go. And we saw the landscape of what it started to look like. The position looked extinct. But now we got some guys on the rise and some young guys coming in. Ashton Genty showed us, like, you put the numbers up, that's what they'll do. They'll pay you. And the position is back to where it is. And let me tell you guys this. Look, you know this. Quarterback throws the ball. It looks all fancy. But when you get to playoff football and you get to the Super Bowl, we always talk about the team who runs the ball is going to win. It always happens.
Well, I look at the MVP voting last year, and Josh Allen ended up running away with it. Saquon Barkley finished third. People forget Lamar, head and shoulders better, and he didn't get a first-place vote. He got one second-place vote. It was basically mostly third through fifth-place votes for Saquon Barkley, who, had he not have chosen not to in the final week, would have broken the rushing record, 2,000 yards, put the Eagles on his back, best team in the conference. And I ask you this as a former MVP, have we seen the end of even a running back being allowed, maybe isn't the right word, to win MVP? Like the year before, remember with McCaffrey, everyone was like, oh, it can't be him, no way. Isn't the running back ever going to win that award again, you think?
Oh, most definitely. I believe so. I don't want to take anything away from Josh and what he has done. But man, the guy was so close so many times. And it almost felt like just for the sake of for the Buffalo Bills, like, man, they had to win something, just like you just keep getting there and Patrick Mahomes keep knocking you off. You have to win something. And here's the thing. When you look at the numbers between Josh and Lamar, I mean, they look very similar.
Right.
They look very similar. They decided that Josh deserved it more. And that's when it comes to that award, when you start to look at, who deserves it, it's an award and people get to make that decision. So,
I just wonder, Saquon goes for 2,000 yards and did something we hadn't really seen. And it felt like even at the end of the season, he was not really.
Yeah, there's 7 quarterbacks out of him. Yeah.
It's just like, what does a guy have to do at that position? Nowadays, they're like, oh, you're the offensive player of the year. And the MVP seems to be the best quarterback award.
We've created the league that we have.
Yeah.
And that's all we could do as running backs is play in it. Unfortunately for Saquon and all the other running backs, you go out, you don't make MVP a priority. You make winning the Super Bowl a priority. And I believe that's what these guys are going to do because when you look at the landscape of the league has created how we have it. You protect the quarterback the way you protect him. You damn near can't hit a quarterback if he pretends to slide. And if you don't slide, you give up another 10 yards. What happens there? They've made this league a passing league because if you don't have a quarterback, you can't sell tickets.
Marshall Faulk with us here on Grant and Danny. Marshall, going back to your career, as prolific as you were, forgive me of my inability to remember all of this, but did you run out of the gun ever or a lot?
Never. Yes, maybe. Once in a while.
What do you make of that now? That's kind of the new paradigm, right? Because obviously with a guy like Jaden Daniels or Lamar Jackson, you want to take advantage of that, the bind that puts the defense in. How much harder is that? And how different is that for a running back to be able to kind of get that same momentum and the read and the like?
I think it's tough. It's challenging, but when you have a quarterback in the likes of a Lamar or a Josh, the element of playing 11-on-11 football, it exists.
Mm-hmm.
And you want to present it, and you need to make, because defenses are good, man. You want to make them work hard, and this creates that.
Yeah, because to your point, when you're going from under, Warner's under center or whoever, and you're deep in the backfield, it's 10 against 11, really, because the quarterback can't help you. So now you're just even the playing field.
Exactly. There you go. And now you make one guy miss and you got a touchdown.
Marshall Faulk's with us on Grant and Danny. You mentioned Ashton Genty. I don't know how closely you followed this, but the quick cliff notes would be he had this, I forget what he called it, but he had this style where he stood straight up. And it wasn't something that we'd seen anybody do in the NFL before the snap. And basically, obviously, he goes and runs for 2,600 yards and 29 touchdowns, and he gets picked at the top of the board. And right away, as he's drafted, he's told by Pete Carroll and company, you got to get in the stance that we want you to. You're not doing the straight up thing anymore. Would you let a guy kind of be himself, or are you more along the lines of the stuff that worked for you, for Boise State was cute, but here's how we do it in the league?
It's crazy and asinine that we're having this conversation. And if you remember, a quarterback that ran the football couldn't play in NFL as well. And I feel bad for Pete at the age of whatever he is, that he thinks the stands make a back. And just because cosmetically he needed to look the way he wanted to look is the problem why coaches get left behind. And probably why he's in Vegas instead of Seattle. We need to focus on what wins games instead of what things look like.
Is there a team that you're kind of looking at coming into this season where you go, watch out for this group? And we have that worst to first thing every year. It seems like there's like a different NFC South champion almost every other season. It seems like, and that kind of the normal phenomenon. Is there a team that you've kind of got circled where you're kind of siding up to people at parties going, watch out for this group?
Listen, it's not because we're on this call, but it's because of what they looked like last year. And I think it's the Commanders, man. Like I really like the moves that they made. I like how they played last year, and it was just they really surprised a lot of people. And Jaden, man, I was just impressed at how poised he was, even in the loss in the playoffs. Just the things that he was able to do. I believe it's changed the mindset of what people think about young quarterbacks now when they come into the league.
Yeah, we hadn't seen anything like it. Marshall Faulk, Hall of Famer. Last one for me, Marshall. You talked a little bit about the moving back to the run and the fact that it's such a pass-heavy league now based on kind of the dictation from the top down. As you watch the game now, like if you were, whether it's calling plays or coaching, maybe it's along the lines of what we were just talking about with Pete, what are some of the things you would look to bring with you and kind of change about the trends in the NFL or what isn't being taken advantage of enough in your opinion?
Let's say everything is being taken advantage of, but I would literally give the defense a better chance. This defenseless receiver stuff, this overprotection of the quarterback, it's gone too far to where, as a defensive guy, I really don't know how you're supposed to play defense. I don't know what you're supposed to do. If it's a running quarterback, they get more liberties. If you watch the quarterbacks that are athletic, you hit them in the head, you do certain things to them, they don't call the flag. But you give me a pocket passer, you touch him, and all the flags fly. I just don't like it. Like we need to treat the quarterback like he plays football, like the rest of us, and allow him to play tackle. And you don't have to get a note from his mom, nor do you have to put a light on his head when you touch him. He's down. Like, let him play football.
Great Marshall Faulk kind enough to join us here. The Eapen Open this Friday at Whisker Creek Golf Course in Iamsville, Maryland, hosted by Marshall Faulk, Clinton Portis, Santana Moss, Warren Sapp, and more. 21st year of existence, raises funds for So Kids Soar and the Leukemia Lymphoma Society, raised over $100,000 to support youth with disabilities and advance blood cancer research. Go to EapenOpen.com, EAPEN Open.com for tickets and sponsorship opportunities. Marshall, this is a treat, man. Thank you.
All good. Yeah, have a good one.
We appreciate you. That was a pleasure. Marshall Faulk, I will stack up his run from 97 to 2002.
He was so great.
6 years of Marshall Faulk against just about any 6-year stretch for any running back. When he was averaging 80-plus catches, but he was also going for 12 or 1,300 yards on the ground during that time. That was as big a heater. He was an All-Pro 3 times in a row during that stretch. He was a Pro Bowler throughout, but he won MVP once. He was a runner-up for MVP 2 other times. He was in the top 5 in MVP, I think, all 5 of those years. That was Colts into Rams right at the turn of the millennium. That was the greatest show on turf. Kurt Warner, Oz Hakeem. Weird to say him next, but Isaac Bruce, Torrey Holt, Oz Hakeem, like that whole group. That was my squad. Yeah, that was everybody's squad.
The end of his time in Indianapolis in 98, right, where you go 13-20 on the ground and 900 in the air, right, with 80-plus receptions, they went, oh, that seems like we found something. And then that just was his norm for the next several seasons in St. Louis. The perfect offensive weapon.
Speaking of running backs, good transition here. A current NFL running back is trying to become a movie star. We'll give you some details on that next. Plus, the head coach of the DC Defenders playing in the UFL title on Saturday, Shannon Harris, will join us in about 15 minutes. So Derrick Henry, sneaky had a Saquon Barkley-esque season last year. I think people forget because Barkley was on his way to the record for the majority of last season, that Derrick Henry basically was a few carries away from what Barkley did. He ran for 1,921 yards. He averaged 5.9 a pop. Now, it's going to sound like I'm taking away from Saquon, Danny. That's not the goal here. Saquon averaged 5.8 a pop last year. He just happened to run the ball 20 more times. If Henry did that, then Henry goes for 2,000, and he has a chance to break the record in the final season. But I bring him up because a guy who's led the league in rushing attempts 4 times, in yards 2 times, in touchdowns 3 times, apparently is a big Adam Sandler movie fan. Because him and Adam Sandler struck a deal. You brought this to my attention a few days ago, that if he rushes for 2,000 yards again this season, and for Derrick Henry, that would be the 3rd time he's ever done it in his career. He went for 2027 in 2020, and he went for, well, I guess last year he ended up short, but 1,921. So if he runs for 2,000 this year, and he would be doing it at age 31, never seems to age, Adam Sandler's going to put him in a movie.
I thought this was so cool.
I got a lot of questions about this.
Yeah.
Are they making a movie about Derrick Henry?
I don't know that. I don't think it's that.
Is he going to be a main character? Is it just a cameo? Because Travis Kelce didn't have to do anything. He's in the new Happy Gilmore.
He just gets to be in it.
Why does Derrick Henry have to strike some weird deal where he's got to run for 2,000 yards?
So this is via the Dan Patrick show. Sandler was on Dan Patrick, right? And I guess either the next day or shortly thereafter, Derrick Henry was on. And as they're sitting there talking about his normal, you're an excellent running back, how are you still doing this? It's ridiculous how good you are. Everyone thought you'd have fallen off a cliff by now, but you didn't because you're a superstar. You almost ran for 2,000 last year, blah, blah, blah. He closes with, if you ever see Sandler again, tell him I'm a really big fan and I'd really love to meet him one day. Not even like I want to be in a movie. I just want to meet the guy. Like he's a huge Derrick Henry fan.
Derrick Henry tells this to Dan Patrick.
Yes.
Out of the blue. I wonder,
because Sandler was on recently.
Also, it is pretty well known that he's very close with Adam Sandler. He's in a lot of his movies. He's part of like the group of guys that gets to be in everything now. He's like playing random cops with mustaches and Longest Yard and whatever else.
Yep.
So he's like, hey, tell Adam Sandler I want to meet him. So I guess he's just a mark. He's probably a Happy Gilmore, Billy Madison guy. He likes Grown Ups. He likes all the Happy Madison stuff.
He loves it, all about it. So then Adam Sandler, because apparently, like, by all accounts, this is like the greatest dude of all time. Everybody loves Adam Sandler. Like, there's no off switch to it. Like, if you're his buddy, if you're in the circle, no matter if you're Rob Schneider or, a comedian that he likes or his dude from when he was growing up, you get to be in the movie. Like, he has put so many dudes over in his films forever.
None of them are like A-list actors.
Yeah.
They're just guys who are in the Sandler stuff.
Yeah, like the guy who was the quarterback in Waterboy. That guy's been in every single thing that he's ever done. You know, like it's just what they do. Like they rotate their supporting roles, but that's the only time that guy's acting and stuff is when it's a Happy Madison production.
I wonder if that guy's a millionaire.
I'm sure he is.
Just based on Adam Sandler.
Yeah, you sit there at home and don't do anything, and you're getting checks because the Waterboy was on USA. You know, so Adam Sandler records the video.
Peter Dante, by the way.
It definitely is. Sandler records the video that Patrick then gets to Derrick Henry, which is 2,000 yards plus this year, gets you not only in the movie, but we have a nice dinner together from Adam Sandler to Derrick Henry. So basically, like, here's your carrot. I'll dangle in front of you. You'll be in my movie. I don't know what they're filming or what they're doing, or if it's a bit part or if it's a starring role, if it's Kelsey style. I just think stuff like that is awesome.
Who would you want to strike this deal with? Would it be a Sandler type flick? Like I would,
because it's got to be someone that's in charge of everything, and Sandler is. Like any production that he does, it's Happy Madison. He's the producer. He's the boss. You know,
not even taking it as literally, just like an actor with some pull goes, "Hey, I'll get you in my next movie." Would I want to be? I'd probably want to be an extra in something Denzel's doing, where Denzel reaches out and he's like, "Hey, man, you finished #1 for the entire year."
That's right.
Like, you're going to be in my next flick.
You guys are straight #1 for 4 books. Yeah.
Equalizer 4. Denzel's often people, and I'm one of the guys he throat chops somewhere along the way. Like, I'm just sitting.
You just catch one.
I'm sitting at a table. He walks in and puts a bullet right in my noggin. I just keel over. Like, that's my acting debut.
Well, I mean, it's not your debut. I mean, you've been in feature films before.
Well, I've auditioned for them.
You were in the Replacements.
I was an extra in the crowd. This is very different.
Yeah, but you're in the movie.
I mean, I'm on an IMDb page for this one. And then that doesn't happen for the Replacements.
Yeah, you're right. My first instinct is Tom Hardy. I think that dude's incredible. Like I love that guy as an actor, right? I think everything I think he's great, but B, like everything he does, I feel like is just a smash or things that I tend to enjoy. But that's not enough juice. That's not enough like commercial appeal.
I think I'd want to be in the next Fast and the Furious movie. I'd strike a deal with like Vin Diesel and his boys. Like, hey,
because it is about family.
I want to be a part of the family in the next movie. I don't know how it works out. Like I'm an ex-boyfriend of Jordana Brewster or something.
Right, they're like thinking of reasonable plot lines.
I want to be at the cookout, drinking a Corona around the grill with Tyrese and the boys. That's what I want in the next Fast and the Furious.
Put old Randy Dugan in the next Mission Impossible. No stunts though.
With the new whoever's going to take over.
Yeah, whoever the new
Tom
one is.
Cruise. Shannon Harris is the interim head coach of the Defenders. He's got him in the championship game. They play on Saturday for a UFL title. We'll talk to him next on Grant and Danny.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. This update is brought to you by I-66 Express Lanes. Commanders mandatory minicamp day 2 today. Terry McLaurin still not in attendance, with the big news today. Another wide receiver, Noah Brown, was carted off during a 7-on-7 period. He reportedly threw down his helmet and left with a towel over his head on a cart after practice. Nicky Jabvala and John Keim with the reports. The Commanders also today signed Jeremy Reeves to a 1-year extension. He's now under contract through 2026. It was announced that Jaden Daniels ranked 4th in merchandise sales over last season behind Saquon Barkley, Patrick Mahomes, and Jalen Hurts. And Netflix announced a new documentary, if you want something to hate watch, coming up soon. Jerry Jones and the Dallas Cowboys, America's Team, the Gambler and his Cowboys. NBA Finals, Game 3 tonight, Thunder and Pacers in Indiana, 8:30 tip-off. That series is tied at a game apiece. In baseball, the Mets beat the Nationals in Game 1 of the series at Citi Field last night, 5-4 in 10 innings. Game 2 tonight, 7:10 first pitch right here on the Fan. Righty Jake Irvin takes the ball for the Nationals. He's 5-2 on the season with a 4.02 ERA. He'll take on lefty David Peterson, who's 4-2 with a 2.80 ERA. Nats and Mets 7:10. Charlie and Dave on the call right here on the Fan. What's the road to a reliable commute in Virginia? That's easy. The 66 Express outside the Beltway is the answer you've been looking for. Get the inside track to Express travel on I-66 outside the Beltway at ride66express.com. Guess less, no more. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Thank you, Toby. Welcome back. Grant and Danny on the Fan, brought to you by our friends, the law firm Kondorian Murat.
The good people over at Kondorian Murat. Estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration, the whole kit and the caboodle. Their attorneys are always there to protect you and your family's assets. Schedule a free consultation with their team today by visiting kmlawyers.com, and be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com.
The DC Defenders are on to a championship game. They won the XFL conference title decisively, doubling up their opponent, St. Louis, on the road in their building this past weekend. And now they move forward for the title round Saturday afternoon. They're taking on the Michigan Panthers in the UFL championship game. And we are joined now by the interim head coach of the DC Defenders, Shannon Harris, who's got the boys ready to try to win their first title in the UFL. Coach, thanks for the time. How's it going?
Hey man, thanks for having me. Everything going well. Like you said, we are prepping and preparing for this week's game, and excited about it, and knowing that it's going to be a challenge for us. Michigan's a really good football team, well coached by Coach Nolan and his staff, and they got some really good players. So we're definitely excited for the matchup and excited for the game.
Yeah, they're juggernaut, and I'm sure you guys, will be viewed around the country as underdogs going in, and that seems like right where you want to be. If you don't mind, going back through this season, some of the things you guys have dealt with, all the way from you taking over right before the year with Coach Barlow getting a good opportunity, all the way through now, you've got this great thing you do in the locker room where you kind of recite different things that are going in unideal ways or badly, and then all your players shout good. And I think it's the coolest thing. Mm-hmm. But just give us an idea of like how you guys started to wear all these things on your shoulders as benefits and not slaps to the face.
Yeah, I tell you, man, we've had so many challenges and across the board throughout the season with our team, and so the good thing about it is we have a great group of guys. A lot of credit for that goes to Vaughn Hutchinson, our GM. He brought in the right type of guys that fit what we do. Great character guys, men of integrity, understand what it takes to win, and don't complain a whole lot. Just love the work and love the game itself. And we had the opportunity to watch a video of Coach Brad where our offensive line coach brought to the offense, and I'm like, you know what, man, I would love to show this to the team. So throughout the course of that video, the guy was saying things like, I didn't get the job interview good. Maybe I need to, work hard at the interview. I didn't get an opportunity to get this position good, And so whatever the case may have been, it was always good, but find a way to get better. You know what I mean? So don't get bitter, get better. And so that was the one thing that, how our mindset has been throughout the entire course of the season.
Coach, for folks that may not have seen you guys kind of throughout, break down some of your key players and performers here who are going to have to shine for you guys to win this championship.
Yeah. Against our last opponent, I'll say this, complete team effort, all phases of the game. And going into this championship game, it's going to take that same type of effort. It's going to take, especially on defense, it's going to take all 11 hats to the ball, especially when it comes to Bryce Perkins with their quarterback. We know what type of guy he is, how dynamic he is when he able to put the ball down and take off and run. He's that type of athlete. We got to treat him as he's a running back or a receiver or tight end. We can't treat him as a quarterback. We have to treat him as a totally different player, but knowing that he can throw the ball. So we got to make sure we game tackle. And also when we do get to tackle him, we got to make sure we get him down to the ground. And then, and that's with the ball in his hand, not after he done, skipped on 12 people and then still throw the ball. Right. So, so we got to do that. And then, on the offense side of the ball, we got to sustain our run game. We got to be able to run the football, and, everything about what we do comes from that.
Bryce Perkins is going to be a name that our listeners know because he played at UVA for a couple of years with Virginia. He was at Arizona State a little bit before Jaden was there, I think, but also started a game for the Rams in the National Football League not too long ago that people will remember from the 2022 season. The interim head coach of the Defenders, Shannon Harris, is with us right now. And you guys have NFL caliber talent in your own right. Some guys who have played in the league and have some pelts on the wall, and then some players that are trying to get back there. How about, specific to some of the Defenders putting their resumes out there for NFL teams this season? Who do you think's helped themselves the most in their quest to either get back to or get their first shot in the league?
Yeah. Again, a lot of our guys, like you said, have opportunities or have played in Super Bowls, have won Super Bowls on team, have played, a lot of years on team. So all that stuff have come together for sure. So, all those guys have done a great job of creating value for themselves and giving themselves an opportunity to get back to other teams, right? So, and they was all strategically picked by us based off of, what we do offensively, what we do defensively. All those guys fit the mold of and fit our scheme. And so, we had a good group of guys, man, that have created a lot of value for themselves and to give themselves opportunity to get back into the NFL.
Coach, on that front, I imagine it might be a challenge in your job. You could tell me that I'm wrong, where inherently somebody is thinking of themselves as an independent contractor, an individual who wants to get back to the NFL, to your point, whereas you may be asking for team buy-in. It seemed like it might not always be in total concert there. I'd love you to speak to that challenge and how you guys were able to overcome that.
Yeah, the one thing we talk about every day and in our meetings at practice is that it's team success and individual success will come. And, we've been able to do that this year, and guys have bought into that model. We know that if we win games as a team, we'll have created a lot of individual success and a lot of individual awards. And so that's been the case so far this year.
The interim head coach of the DC Defenders, who are playing a Saturday championship game, Shannon Harris, is with us here on Grant and Danny on 106.7 The Fan. You mentioned how talented the Michigan group is, specifically offensively. I mean, what are some of the keys, in your opinion, for your group when you've got the football and trying to move the ball against them and have success? They were pretty dominant in their conference championship route.
Yeah, as long as we can continue, especially when we have the ball on offense, continue to be efficient and take care of the football. As long as we can continue to do that, we feel like we can score as many points with anyone. But I love our matchup with our defense this second time around against their offense. We have a lot to prove, and what happened in that first matchup with us. It wasn't so much that Michigan beat us. It was the fundamentals that beat us. So as long as we stay, true to our fundamentals and do the thing what we're supposed to do, and a big fundamental part of that is just tackling. And, that's easily said than done when it comes to a guy like Bryce, for sure. But, they got a lot of team speed. Those guys play hard and fast together. they're gonna try to outwork their opponent. So, but that's us. We that same type of team, but we got to be better at it this go around.
Besides Perkins, who you mentioned, who are some guys that you got to slow down? Some of the keys.
Yeah, they're running back run the ball extremely hard, and then their wide receivers when they catch the ball, they're looking to score every time they touch the ball, whether it's a hitch, out route, a dig, whatever that route may be. And when they catch the ball, their mindset is to score immediately, and they run and play fast for sure.
As far as the UFL goes, I go to all the home games. I enjoy Audi Field. I've really enjoyed the experience. From your perspective, having been around it now, how do you feel like the league is trending, and what's next, do you think? Like, how do you continue to grow the fan base, both locally, nationally? For those of us that want to see this thing hang around for the long haul, it's been a real grind to try to get one of these spring leagues to stick. How close are we to the UFL being that team, do you think? Or that league, rather?
Yeah, I think it's very close. I think the league have done a really good job of, taking the slow pace of this thing and not try to move so fast with doing everything the way people want to see it right? So as long as we can continue to put a good brand of football out there, and, the games are exciting the way they are, and it's continuing to create opportunity for all these guys. As long as that continues to happen, the league will continue to have success, and it's creating so much opportunity for everyone.
Coach, really appreciate you joining us, man. Good luck this weekend.
Thanks a lot. I really appreciate you all, man.
Yeah, you got it. There's Shannon Harris, the interim head coach of the DC Defenders, taking on the Michigan Panthers. They're going to play the game in St. Louis at the old Edward Jones Dome. It's now called the Dome at America Center.
What a dumb name the new name is, by the way, just as a quick editorial.
Yeah.
It's such a Edward Jones Dome. Oh, I know what that is. It's the Dome at the Center for America. Wrong.
It's just naming, sponsors and stuff.
I get it.
Like the Northwest Stadium instead of FedEx Field. It's the Dome at America Center.
I mean, I
think they like the idea of the Dome. So, that they're doing that. Like, if you do Nationals Park, you would do like Nats Park at Pepsi Field or something like that.
I don't know. It's something about the way it just doesn't roll off to me at all.
All the words.
It's so unnatural. The Dome.
Here's what I don't get, though. So the Defenders are playing the championship game at 8 Eastern, but the championship parade starts at 6 Eastern. The parade in town, there's a parade in DC, right? It's Saturday, the same day. Isn't that the Defenders championship parade?
I don't know that they're the same. There's some crossover, but not the same.
I thought the Defenders championship parade was Saturday and they play Saturday.
No.
But isn't it weird to schedule it before the game and then to have the parade 2 hours before the kickoff?
I think so.
What happens if they lose and you've already had
now you've had the parade. You
the
look like a
Defenders
horse's
championship
ass.
parade.
Yeah, now what? Now what? That's somebody should have thought of that.
I actually heard they're doing it big too. Like they're going to bring in tanks and stuff like that, all in the name of the DC Defenders being in the championship.
That's as far as I know, coincides.
All I'm saying is, do they know that it starts at 8 Eastern?
No,
because then you should wait till after for the parade to make it more fun.
I would have,
or even you should do the parade Sunday then. If the Defenders game's not till Saturday, it's.
If you already booked it, then
it just seems weird to me that you would do the championship parade before the game. And what if the Michigan Panthers find out about it? Doesn't that add?
That's
to
pretty big bulletin
board material. Are they going to be talking about it in their locker room? Like right now in DC, they're doing the Defenders championship parade, and we haven't even kicked off yet. Let's go show these guys a thing or two.
Right. That's a risky run, I think, by doing the premature championship parade.
Very odd. But look, whatever it takes to get the boys motivated. If you think the parade at 6 is going to help,
dude, we can't cancel it. We're already going forward. So you guys better bring it home.
I'll bet you they thought the game was going to be played at. Does anyone know why? You could tell me 800-636-1067. Why the parade is taking place before the Defenders game?
Just calmly explain it to Toby first, and then
if it's the Defenders championship parade, Toby will field your call
in reasonable tones without getting upset. Just tell Toby.
I just. You get what I'm saying?
Of course I do.
Normally, the championship parade is after a game.
Normally.
Somebody's actually calling.
Pretty exceptional.
God, I wish I could hear this conversation.
I don't. I'm good. I'm cringing inside and outside. I'm mid-cringe right now.
Toby's like
the hairs on my arms are standing up, and we agree with you guys.
I think what happened is, we'll move on, but I just want to say, I think what happened is they thought the championship game was going to be at noon or 1. They scheduled the parade for 6.
Yep.
Then the game actually turned out to be at 8 o'clock.
In the Dome.
And now you can't move the parade because there's already a lot of obligations and things like that. But anyway, if you want to go to the Defenders Championship Parade, it's before the game. Just know that. That's all I'm saying. All right, with that in mind, Danny, speaking of is the UFL going to work and how's this all going to go? Why are the Savannah Bananas so popular?
Man.
This goes back to my Someone Explained to Me segment of yesteryear. Someone explained this to me. They're now on ESPN. I see them on national television.
They're selling out.
I was talking to Drab about this like a week ago. Drabby's a mark. Maybe he won't admit it on the air, but he knew all the guys' names and who does the backflips. And like, people are so in. You know, they're selling out NFL stadiums.
Yes, like consecutive nights. Like 200,000 people go
How
see
does
them
something
in a
get
weekend.
so big so fast?
I don't know.
And everyone just says, oh, it's the Globetrotters. The Globetrotters aren't big anymore. Nobody cares about the Globetrotters.
Like, I saw the Globetrotters in the 80s. It was the greatest throw of my life.
There was a time when I was 6 when I went to see the Globetrotters and thought it was cool at the Patriot Center. I'm not trying to joan on the Globetrotters. But you can't just say it's the Globetrotters and then move on.
And don't wave your hand at me, by the way, when you say it's the Globetrotters, because those guys can't sell out the Patriot Center.
But why is it? I know it's different. It's
Actually,
entertainment. It's songs. It's dancing, whatever. Like, people are telling me, I don't want to watch football if it's not the NFL. It's got to be the best. But you'll go watch these dudes who played some college baseball, like dance and do sing-alongs. Like, what am I missing exactly? And I'm happy that people are happy. I want to take my kids to this. I think my kids would have a blast. I just don't get how this thing got this big this fast and why so many people care that they can literally take up residency for a weekend. We don't have a real stadium in D.C. to use, but in the event that we had a 60,000 person NFL stadium in the most powerful city in the world, then they would do a Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
Yeah, they're barnstorming around the country, selling out like the biggest, the big house, like the biggest college football stadiums, the biggest arenas. People are going to see them in droves.
Has anybody seen the Bananas out there that can tell me if it was worth it? By the way, it's like $300 or something crazy.
Yeah.
To go, like, you could probably do a little better. But I looked, I'm going to look it up right now, in fact, on the Game Time app. The Nationals Park, they're coming again this month. Savannah Banana tickets. Did you look those up last year by chance?
I did, because Megan was like, "We want to go. I want to go, or I want the kids to go. I think they'd enjoy it." And I went, you know what we're not going to do is that. Not because I'm out on it. It's just like, that's a fortune.
Guy, they're at Great American Ballpark right now. Outdrawing the Reds.
Yeah, by a lot.
Ladies and gentlemen, turn your attention to home plate where Funny Danny's going to tell a joke and swing the bat. Like, that's what's happening.
Yeah, I'm doing Tonto, jump on it, like as I enter the box. And then, now I'm like, going to hit and ground out.
Is the bit that it is, it's kind of like the circus?
Yeah, it's all social media stuff. I mean, there's a dude on stilts. I mean, the one guy that I know him by his Instagram name, Coach Rack, who has given baseball hitting tips forever. And so that comes up in my algorithm a ton. He's an incredibly handsome, in-shape dude who like tried out and made the Bananas. Actually a Nationals draft pick years ago. But so I know that guy because he has really good drills.
Oh, the one
and
that
like,
the Washington Post wrote all about.
I think maybe they did. I don't know. But he really good drills and like good stuff for like coaches working with kids, which I do. So I followed him and now I know that he's on the Savannah Bananas. But like, I don't know who the party animals are. I don't know who any of these people are, but it's like, I think to me, that's the entry point. Is it's all these social media things. It's how, respectfully, a comedian that used to be, I'll do a weekend at the DC Improv. It's why that guy could do one show at the Lincoln Theater or the Warner Theater for 5 times the money and sell it all out.
Someone's got to explain to me why this thing is wildfire, why everybody wants a piece, how it got so popular so fast. I blinked and the Savannah Bananas are the hottest ticket in entertainment.
Yeah.
And it sounds like I'm anti it. I promise I'm not. I don't understand it. Also, it's so expensive. I just need someone to explain that's been to one of these things. Like, what happens?
Right.
Is it an actual 9-inning baseball game? Are they actually competing against? Drab told me the other team's name is the Firefighters, which is funny. But is that a thing?
I mean, I know about the party animals. I don't know about the firefighters.
Oh,
Who's that?
maybe it is the party animals. The firefighters at the Savannah Bananas at Nats Park. Are those real firefighters playing against them?
You're asking a great question.
So here's what I'm looking at. I just looked up the tickets. Where I often sit at Nats Park section 114, which is basically straight up from third base, just past the visitors' dugout. It says fees included. Those seats can be $460. See the Savannah Bananas. 100 level, $471. If you want to go like maybe this is Terra Club-ish, $630 each. 100 level tickets, 2 to 4 tickets at a time. You can get them. The lowest I'm seeing here is 245. Someone's got to help me.
Yep.
What's happening here?
James Wood's playing next week.
800-636-1067. Take that money and go get a few tickets to watch James Wood and eat lots of popcorn and ice cream. Well, I mean, the kids are going to love it, I'm sure, if you take your kids.
Sure.
My kids could like James Wood, too. I could. That's James Wood. We're going to watch him. But if someone's gone, explain this to me. Grant and Danny on the Fan. Hey, guys, it's Grant. FanDuel's got the best bets during the NBA Finals going on right now. Favorite player props, parlays, whatever you want to play, they've got it. You want to check a player's numbers, the consistency throughout the postseason, their averages, all of those types of things are available now in the apps. You don't have to navigate away, which I love. It makes you smarter, better. Smarter, better means you're going to hit more bets. If you don't already have FanDuel, it is not too late to get in on the action. You'll get started with $200 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. It's $200 when you bet 5 and it wins. FanDuel.com/GP, promo code GP. FanDuel.com/GP. Got to be 21, present in Virginia. First online real money wager only. $5 deposit required. Bonus issued, non-withdrawable bonus bet expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan. This update is brought to you by Prince George's Community College. In the NFL, Day 2 of Commanders' mandatory minicamp, big news as wide receiver Noah Brown was carted off at minicamp today. He went down during a 7-on-7 period, left with a towel over his head on a cart, according to John Keim. Also, the Commanders signed Jeremy Reeves to a 1-year extension. He's now under contract through 2026. NBA Finals, Game 3 tonight. Thunder and Pacers in Indiana, 8:30 tip-off. Series tied at a game apiece. In baseball, Nationals taking on the Mets for Game 2 of the series after they dropped the opener last night, 5-4 in 10 innings. 7:10 first pitch. Can hear the game right here on The Fan. Jake Irvin takes the hill for the Nationals. David Peterson goes to the hill for the Mets. Charlie and Dave on the call. Nats and Mets right here on The Fan at 7:10. At Prince George's Community College, your military or federal work experience can count for college credit through our prior learning assessment network. Save time, save money, finish your mission, because at PGCC, your future is our mission. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
He's Danny. I'm Grant. This is The Fan. Welcome back, and thanks for listening to the program. Later this month, the Savannah Bananas are at Nats Park. They were here last year. I did not get to go. I was on a little trek outside the DMV, but I at least looked up the tickets before we went, and I was like, maybe I'll take the kids, and I said, never mind.
Yeah, I asked around, hey, do we have a hookup? The answer was no. Then I was like, let me see if I can get tickets myself. The answer was no.
This is not me knocking the event. Or how much tickets cost, because things cost what the market dictates.
Absolutely, yeah.
It's a really hard ticket to get.
It's a credit to them, by the way. They went from whatever this was in the wilderness to a couple guys posting on Instagram once a week to like this national phenomenon. It's incredible.
The guy that runs it, who's like their Barnum and Bailey, he's like the Hugh Jackman of The Greatest Show, right? The Greatest Showman. Because it's the greatest show. His name's like Yellow Tux Jesse or something like that. That guy took out some loan and was like, it's the rags to riches story of like down to his final buck, and I'm going to make it. I promise you here, we're going to do this thing.
My number's going to come in. We're going to bounce them around the country playing the party animals. You'll see.
Now they're on ESPN, and he could sell this thing for billions of dollars.
Like, look at the picture I just sent you guys in our DM. The Savannah Bananas posted a picture of what it looked like 3 hours before first pitch, June 7th, when they were at Bank of America Stadium in Carolina.
Look at this.
I bet Bank of America Stadium hasn't seen a crowd outside of that stadium since Cam Newton was there.
That looks like, what do they call the little square in front of the Bucks games in that little park where Giannis is about to drop 37 in the finals?
Deer District.
This looks like Deer District during the finals.
Or Jurassic Park ahead of a Raptors game or something. Yeah,
honestly,
like it's ridiculous.
This looks like right outside of Capital One Arena the night they won the Stanley Cup.
Seriously.
And by the way, all of these people are in Bananas gear. Like, this is what I don't get. They're in yellow and navy blue T-shirts. Look at all the Bananas gear.
Like, I understand. Let me try to quantify my position. I understand people liking it. I understand people going to it. I don't understand this, like, this is the Beatles in real time, rock star, oh my God, camp out hours early, pay whatever it costs, devotion.
This is what I'm trying to figure out. But also, I will go back even one step further. How did people get hooked like this and obsessed like this?
Social media, man.
But it was, I guess so. It wasn't on TV.
Right.
The social media thing is cool because it's like they're singing or whatever. But I've seen some of the clips. I don't know what it is still. I know that people sing and then go up to bat. I know that they break into song and dance and then a guy throws a pitch. Was that what hooked all these people?
So everything's different. So banana ball, like if a fan catches the ball in the air, it's an out.
Right.
For example, you get points for trick plays and they're doing all these different things.
How do these people know that? Like, I had this guy Jesse on
via
my
social
MLB radio show 7 years ago when it was launching, and they were killing in Savannah at the time, like in the original ballpark. And people were coming there to see them before they ever started barnstorming.
Yeah.
And I was like, this is kind of a cool idea. I'm not really sure what the ceiling is. Fast forward a few years.
Ceiling's very high.
It's the biggest thing in America.
Yeah. Ceiling is incredibly high.
So I learned some of that from talking to him, but like this kid right here in his Bananas shirt who's like putting up a sign, it's my birthday, pick me or whatever.
Right.
Where did his obsession come from? Let's go to the phones. 800-636-1067. We'll start with Steve in Gainesville on Grant and Danny. What's up, Steve?
Hey, how's it going?
How are you?
Good, good. So basically, it's like a lottery system. So you have to go on their website and sign up to buy the tickets. Now you can buy them like you were looking at Game Time, and you have to be chosen from their lottery. And I thought, well, great, I got the tickets. No, you have to log in at a specific date and time that they give you to buy the ticket. So I just bought tickets to when they play at Camden Yards for $40.
Oh, so you can get tickets through them that are reasonably priced if you hit the lottery.
Oh,
correct.
Got it. So let me ask you this. So, like, for you to be
Yeah.
that locked in that you find out the date and the time, like it's a Taylor Swift concert, where does your intrigue and fascination with this thing come from? And how deep is your knowledge base on what is going on? Or do you just hear that it's fun to see and that's it?
I know about what you know. My wife and kids wanted to go, and I was like, well, if the tickets are as much as I'm seeing, we're not going. But I signed up, and I told my wife when I was sitting there waiting for my, 11 o'clock, last Tuesday time frame, I said, if they're expensive, I'm not buying them. But when they came up $40, and I have no idea where I'm sitting, they just basically said, you're in left center field, section 90 to 98.
Oh, so they give you like a whole group. What's funny is I don't know if there's a way that they could prevent this. He could turn around now and sell those tickets
Right,
for
at
a
a massive profit, yeah.
profit. Because I'm just looking at the secondary market,
Mhm.
and the cheapest ticket I see at Nats Park a few weeks from now is $245, and some of them are going for close to $700. But so they said they want to go, right? And he's for them, it's more of an interest.
Yeah,
they're just intrigued by what is this. Is that a big part of this? Because
I think
I'm
it's
looking
part
at
of it.
this picture, and all these people are wearing gear. You don't buy gear if you don't know what it is.
Right. So it became the cool thing. So a phenomenon that you'll never understand, that I wouldn't understand either. My children, they've grown out of this a bit, mostly because we restrict their access to it because it's so toxic and disgusting and stupid. But these YouTubers, they know these guys. Like, dude, that's Galoshes, or that's like Earwax 47. Like, they know these chotches, and it's a thing I will never understand. Right. That same phenomenon is what this is to a degree, right? Now these guys are talented and doing more interesting things. They obviously all have baseball backgrounds.
How good are the baseball players?
They're either minor leaguers, college players, everything in
Do
between.
you think these guys could play like in AA?
Some of them did and could, but maybe not quite that level, but close to it. And so you have to have a requisite amount of skill. But I'm telling you, it's the social media component. Whereas you and I go, social media, so what? That's not interesting. It's over everybody's Instagram and everybody's engaging it. And now it's a self-perpetuating machine that because of social media, it's this huge amount of buy-in where people are like, just sheep, can't wait to go.
So I get what you're saying.
Yeah.
It's going to sound like I don't.
Right.
That, for me, I need a payoff when I get there.
It doesn't register for me.
I'm sitting there for 2 hours. What's happening? Baseball and dancing?
Ish. Right.
Right?
So a routine three hopper to short is not a routine three hopper to
Right,
short.
the
The
guy
guy's
is
going
like
to field
the-
it between his legs
Yes.
and throw it behind his
Which
back.
is cool. Like,
Yeah.
some of that is cool. Man. Todd in Potomac. Savannah Bananas, what can you tell me?
Hey guys, love the show. Last year when they came to Nats Park, our baseball team mom somehow had a hookup for us to get a block of seats in upper right field there.
Nice.
We weren't sure if we were going to be able to go, so I didn't get in on that. Sure enough, we were able to go, and then I end up on StubHub dishing out plenty of money for my son and I to go. But
Can you say how much were tickets?
They were probably a couple $100 a piece at that point.
So I
So,
didn't know
but-
if like
but
what
I
I'm
can tell
seeing
you-
is about right, but
Yeah, that's right. But he's right here, and he's 12, and he can tell you why it's so good and why the kids.
all right,
love
let's
it.
hear it. Why the bananas?
This is Grayson.
So there's this left fielder. His name is Rack.
Coach
He
Rack.
actually played for the Nationals in the minor leagues. He played in AA.
Yep.
He has like 30 million subscribers on YouTube. And the Savannah Bananas, most people love it because of like the fans are involved.
So
like,
meaning
if
if
the
you make the
fans
catch, then there's an out.
Yeah. And like the gear, it's not that expensive. Like hats are like $20. So like fans like love it. But also, Yeah, they're really good. Like, the players, you have to be really good. And, like, everybody tries out, and, like, nobody makes it, really.
Yeah, like I couldn't make it. And I don't think I could have made it in my prime either, right? Like the level is higher than that.
Well, of course, yeah.
And the guy I referenced is this dude, Rack, like came in as a celebrity already had this huge following. That's the only guy I know. But so I keep pointing that name out. But
like some guy just tweeted me and goes, dude, it's the Savannah Bananas. They're the Harlem Globetrotters of baseball. Like that's the Harlem Globetrotters were never this big. Now maybe with
they
social media,
were pretty big.
I agree.
At one point.
But they were never this big.
Right.
Ever.
Not like this.
Now, with social media, could it have worked out for them to be this big? Possibly. Maybe they came at the wrong time. But they never went city to city to set up courts where 70,000 people came 3 straight nights. I watched a clip of this tuxedoed gentleman, Jesse, I think's his name, the guy that runs the whole joint. He's trying to like get to the bus after, and he's being mobbed. Like he's Paul McCartney.
Yep.
He is being mobbed, and he starts like screaming at the security, I will sign an autograph for every person here. And he's like, if you're here, I will sign for you. Like he was probably there till 2 a.m.
Yeah.
Good for him. I loved it. But my point is like, James Wood's in this ballpark 2 days from now. Let's do that for James Wood.
Yep.
What about that?
What about that?
Nobody is sleeping on the Savannah Bananas. I can tell you that. Nobody's sleeping on Jesse, the yellow tuxedo
Jesse,
guy.
the body tuxedo.
I just wish there was as much interest for the superstar 22-year-old outfielder that we have. Let's go to Colin in Leesburg. Hello, Colin.
How's it going?
Hey, buddy.
Hey, so went to Savannah Bananas last year. Didn't know anything about it. Took my son.
Hold on,
had a
before
blast.
you go. How does that happen? Like, did someone just
Like,
offer you a ticket? Or
Was he
it
saying he
free?
wanted to go?
Got the lottery. So got the lottery last year. Got the lottery this year. So it's doable. It's not, impossible to
Interesting.
get in the lottery and be able to get affordable tickets. So that's the first sell, is that's affordable. Like the kid said prior, the gear's affordable. But I guess the other big element too is just the fan engagement. It's so genuine. And the best, I was trying to think of a analogy to describe it to you guys. Like the mites on ice during intermission at Caps games,
Totally.
like the guys that actually stay in their seats and stuff like that, and everybody's cheering and having a good time and cheering them on and stuff like that. Imagine that, but everybody in the stadium has that type of energy and has that type of vibe.
For the whole night.
But it's for the entire night. And then the gameplay itself, so they play basically like an inning by inning. So whoever wins that inning, that's how they, judge who wins the overall game. So it moves a lot quicker. So like my son and stuff, if I take him to a Nats game, I'm spending 2-3 innings and stuff like that out in the outfield at the playground and stuff, and I'm missing the game.
Dipping dots 4
He's
times.
dialed in the entire time. He's dialed in the entire time. It moves quick. It's entertaining, but just the overall, atmosphere of it. It was like nothing, no other sporting event and stuff like that I've seen. And it's from
And
the
you're going
front
back.
gate all the way to the seats. Yep. Going back this year.
That's very cool. So my question is about that secret sauce. Whereas I get that vibe that everybody, the mites on ice example works for me. Everybody has that like infectious excitement, happy to be there. Let's support this thing from start to finish. And what I'm wondering is, how did they create that so fast?
Right.
In every city in America.
I mean, I've seen
that doesn't happen.
Right. I've seen that guy, the boss, the tuxedo guy, like talk about the to the players, like as a pep talk. Like, this
Yellow
is the
suit
experience
Jesse.
that we want to give, and they take it to heart. I mean, you can go on a cruise with these guys during the offseason when they know they can't play baseball, so they're still like not out of sight. You know what I mean? It's like right now you go to the website, the thing they're offering right here is Banana Land at Sea is back. Cruise from Tampa to Cozumel with your favorite banana ball players from February 9th to the 13th. They know they're not hitting, so there's no off season. There's no out of sight, out of mind. They're not going away. You can come, go down the water side with us on this boat of some kind for a few days. It's unbelievable.
Eric in Alexandria, what's up?
Yeah, hey guys, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so I think part of it is, and I'm an old guy, so I don't know much about this, but my daughter loves it. And they really, first of all, they respect the fans, right? They, and I'll give you, they go out of their way when it comes to customer service. I'll give you a little story. They have this lottery, so they try to limit the amount of scalping that's going on, although they can't get rid of it altogether. But my daughter put in, she's been trying to get to the games, and they they made a mistake. They like oversold you might say the lottery. Like they picked too many winners, and they couldn't, for certain locations, they couldn't honor all the tickets. And they had announced to these fans that they weren't going to be able to fulfill the tickets that they had selected, even though they originally had been told they would. And to compensate them, they admitted that they were wrong, and then they allowed them to pick any game, and they gave them 5 free tickets. My daughter got 5 free tickets to any game in the country that she wanted to go see.
Wow. I mean, so
making it right, yeah.
People feel like they're taken care of, clearly. And when you're there, it seems like everybody treats you well. We can move on from this next. 800-636-1067 if people want to hop in. But I want to know, did anything else get on a rocket ship like this? Like, give me an example. It's just like 3 years ago, this was nothing.
Didn't exist.
And now it's the biggest thing in sports entertainment.
I received 2 text messages on this front that I think will shed a lot of light.
Guys, it's Grant and Danny for our friends at CoPair. We are losing weight on a program where we're meeting with coaches every single week. We are getting to the bottom of some of our trouble areas, trying to figure out how we keep cleaning up our decisions, our diets, the exercise that we're doing, and also, and maybe more importantly, these consultations with our coaches, weigh-ins, getting real information and data on what we're losing. Is it muscle? Is it fat? What we're gaining? Is it muscle? And each week's a little bit different, Danny.
The yo-yo. Right? Everybody that's dieted, everybody is familiar with the yo-yo. You can have a good couple of days, you have a good fortnight, have a good month, but you know that it might end up coming back on just based on lifestyle, the challenges and everything they're in. That's why this isn't about a crash diet. It's about a long-term, sustainable, tangible way to get yourself on track for living long-term healthy. That's the beauty of it. When you graduate, for example, you could visit CoPair for check-ins, advice designed to help you keep the weight off forever for free. Do what so many of our listeners have done. Do what we've done. Give them a call. 855-888-0180. That's 855-888-0180 or copairhealth.com.
All right, so Danny had some time to think about it. Do you have an example for me of a sports-related, entertainment-related rocket ship that has made the progress of the Bananas in the short time that they have?
Not apples to apples, okay? Because this is about fan interest. So the game is baseball, tangentially related to baseball, but this is about fans that went from you've never heard of it a few years ago to everybody being involved. The closest, you might roll your eyes, is pickleball. Nobody played pickleball in 2019. Pandemic happens, and for whatever reason, it catches the country by storm. And now 4 times as many people play pickleball as play golf. That's a very short time from no one's heard of it to ubiquitous. I remember my buddy, we went to his family's house, and he's like, we're going to play pickle. I'm like, we're getting in rundowns? What the hell are you talking about?
Right.
And he's like, no. And he showed me the game, and I was hooked. That's the closest I can come.
Yeah, well, which is just a sport.
Right.
So it doesn't even
It's
really,
not the same deal.
It's not analogous in any way. But yeah, I mean, that is an example of something that's, like something that was 0 to 100.
From nothing to a thing, yeah.
Yeah. Let's go to Ryan in DC. What's up, buddy?
Hey, guys. How's it going?
Good.
So I heard your comment about, why is it so great? And I went last year on a free ticket. I had nothing invested, and I was just kind of an open book. I wanted to see why it was so great. So I understand why you were thinking the same thing.
I'm just wondering what it is. Yeah.
Yeah, and what it is, I mean, like the guy said, whoever wins the inning wins the point. It's a 2-hour baseball game with a whole lot of bizarre rules. But I think the foundation for me, I'm a baseball junkie. It's really, really good baseball. The players are obviously, they got to a level higher than most baseball players will ever get. So I think their foundation for me was, this is actually really good athletic competition, and the game is not scripted. It's not like the Globetrotters who beat the Generals every time.
Mm-hmm.
It's a legitimate competition.
Oh, I thought the game was
changes.
scripted where they win every time. It's not?
It is not scripted. Sometimes the
interesting.
firefighters win, and sometimes that third team that you mentioned wins.
The party animals.
The party animals, right. And there's just, like the guy, so and the other guy said, they're really genuine with the fans in a way that struck me. And when I left after 3 hours, I thought, I can see why these guys are so popular, because they play good baseball. It's this bizarre brand of baseball that's really entertaining. And they have a gift for comedy and entertainment that I did not expect.
So I
was
wonder
like
too,
next
though,
level.
Ryan,
And
thanks for the call. It sounds like maybe they're updating you on the rules or letting people know the rules as they go.
Yeah.
Because if people like him are going to these games that didn't have a whole lot of knowledge going in, how would you know that, it's an out when the fan catches it? Is the audio that good that the guy's just on the microphone and you're hearing everything he's saying? Or are they flashing it on the board, or maybe both? I guess you'd have to constantly be educating people, because not everyone knows what's going on. Although when I look at these pictures and everybody's wearing Bananas gear,
You seem to have some level of buy-in.
my guess is they know the rules. They could explain it to people. Nate in Annandale, home of the Adams. What's up?
Hey, my man. So, first and foremost, baseball is so hard. I've swung a baseball bat twice in my life. One time was up on Ferndale and Inzer, and I fell in the mud, lost my glasses. This is 6th grade. Second time was at PNC Park from a batting machine. This is before my collegiate year of team captain, defensive end, jacked. I whiffed every time. Baseball is so hard that when you can actually engage in people that can't do it, I mean, look at that. Who's the dude from the A's or whatever it is? Because I don't even watch baseball, but I love seeing triple plays. That's the coolest play in all of sports. You got these dudes doing like these crazy, like last second reactions to things.
Yeah, the flips and stuff.
And when you can actually do that, like, dude, Funny Danny actually has the reaction time of a cat, most likely, because he played actually
30 years ago, maybe.
Maybe. Someone asked here, Kristen said, would you have, if you got an offer to be a banana out of college, would you have done it?
Oh, hell yeah.
I say no chance.
Dude, making money playing baseball?
Well, see, that's the other thing, and I need to double click on. I don't think these guys make a lot of money. At least early on, I remember hearing that there was some issues with that.
The initial?
I'd be curious to know more.
Well, you know what I want to do? As I'm looking at the roster, Danny Hosley is from Vienna, Virginia. That's a Vienna guy. That's local. That's right by us. Let's track that guy down and talk to him.
Yeah, why not? He'd have some good knowledge. I mean, what do those guys make, do you think?
Great question. I mean, I wouldn't. I mean, when you sell out an 80,000 person arena twice in a weekend, somebody's taking home some scratch.
So Google says 75 to 95K on average, about 85,000. That ain't nothing.
But
the
that's
barnstorm for a few months.
And then there's your base where, again, like some of these guys have huge social media followings because of it. You grow your own, and just by doing normal videos, like Meta probably sending you a couple grand a month.
Let's go to Corey in Alexandria. What's up, buddy?
Hey guys, long time listener, first time caller.
Appreciate you.
I feel like my YouTube. So I'll put you guys onto this. There's a channel, Baseball Doesn't Exist. They actually recently just did a video about this. So really, to your point, Grant, they're like rise to fame. I don't remember the exact year, if it was 2012 or 13, but when the main guy, Tuxedo Jesse or whatever, took over, he really just bought a minor league team, the Savannah Bananas. And they were still a minor league team up until maybe 2 years ago when they fully dedicated to going to banana ball. But they were running these banana ball games at the same time as minor league games. So they actually had two teams on the Savannah Bananas. And they realized that, they were just getting way more attendance at these banana ball games. And when fans would come to the regular games, they were like, where's banana ball? And so he had to make a decision. What do I want to do? Do I want to own a minor league team where I can do all my antics, or do I really want to, put into this and, like everyone's been saying, the Harlem Globetrotters of baseball? So I don't think it was a small rise. I think it was a long time, but I mean, it did blow up with social media over the past couple of years.
Appreciate you, buddy. It's good knowledge.
So two nuggets. Our buddy Frank Hanrahan said, and I quote, apparently it's all you can eat and drink, included with the Bananas tickets. That's number one.
Steamed for that.
And my
Is
wife.
that me getting them on a secondary app, or is that hitting the lottery?
That's a great question. That I don't know.
Okay.
And my wife said it's social media and also because they're all hot. So there you go.
Oh, I do think most of them are really good looking.
I'm looking at it now, and there's something to that.
There's some handsome gentlemen, Danny.
If you like that soul shredded, no body fat look,
gross.
Where the guy like is handsome,
Not me.
that's not. I mean,
Give
that's
me
not
a dad bod every single time.
right?
Do you? I want to go back to this whole you would have played. You really think you would have?
100%.
Someone getting you to dance and sing, you'd have been so Rick.
I wouldn't have loved that part, but
That's the whole part.
But I love attention. The doing trick plays and like having fun and playing baseball, like
But
for
then
real
you-
in front of people.
But then you have to put your glove and bat down and go do a full dog and dance and
I
pony
would.
show.
That wouldn't be my favorite, but a lot of the guys like have said they're like, that's not why I signed up to play. But then you kind of get into it and you realize people are going nuts for you. I love attention.
Well, the last thing I love about it too is at each of these parks they bring back legends. So like
Mhm.
when they were here, Gio played.
Yeah.
This year, I'm sure they'll try to get Worth or somebody to come back and take part. And they just do one little thing, whatever it is. They go up and they have an at bat. I think that's pretty cool too.
It's very cool.
It's brilliant. I mean, it's working.
Yeah,
It's
they're doing
genius.
fine.
I'm just gonna have to go to see what this thing is, but it's good info from everybody, and most importantly from your wife. It sounds like
Yeah,
they're hot.
quote, they're all hot.
End quote. Grant and Danny with you on the Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. This update is brought to you by Main Street Bank. It's your local bank, local Main Street Bank. In the NFL, Commanders' mandatory minicamp continued on today. Still no Terry McLaurin, but the big news out in Ashburn today, another wide receiver, Noah Brown. He was carted off the practice field today, went down during a 7-on-7 drill, reportedly threw his helmet, and then left with a towel over his head on a cart. Those according to Nikki Javala and John Keim. Commanders signed Jeremy Reeves to a one-year extension today. He's now under contract through 2026. Linebacker Jermaine Pratt, who was released by the Bengals earlier this week, is signing a one-year deal with the Raiders worth $4.25 million. NBA Finals continue tonight. Game 3 between the Thunder and the Pacers in Indiana. 8:30 tip-off for that one. The series tied at a game apiece. In baseball, Game 1 of the series for the Nationals and the Mets at Citi Field went the Mets' way in 10 innings, winning 5-4 last night for New York. Nats will look to get back on track tonight. 7:10 first pitch. Can hear the game right here on the Fan. Jake Irvin takes the hill for the Nationals. He's 5-2 on the season with a 4.02 ERA. He'll take on lefty David Peterson, who's 4-2 with a 2.80 ERA. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put our team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
We're Grant and Danny. This is the Fan. We're brought to you by the law firm Kandori and Murad.
We love those guys. We want you to go see them. Estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration. Their attorneys are always there to protect you and your family's assets. Schedule a free consultation with their team today by visiting kmlawyers.com. Be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com.
Danny and I, throughout the break, were just debating. And I kept saying I didn't know that you would be willing, Danny, to play for the Savannah Bananas, but you are willing. Or you are.
I'll do it now. Yeah.
You're looking for a contract now. You would have been willing. But you made the point. You'll deal with all of the other stuff if you get to play baseball in front of thousands of people.
Yep.
And I guess I could see that. If these guys are actually going up and taking their hacks trying to get hits, and then when you're in third base, does everyone, like, would you have to do a spin catch or something?
All the times goofing off in the outfield would finally come in handy where you're catching one behind the back or you're, doing whatever. I mean, the choreographed dance stuff or whatever was not my favorite, but then I'd watch my follower count go through the roof and I'm earning checks for that too. And I'm doing appearances. I go, all right, I guess I'll play the game.
They spend hours choreographing.
Oh yeah.
Hours and hours every day, like learning these dances too. It's pretty crazy from what I've seen. Story of the day out in Ashburn today, Danny, in minicamp for the Commanders. Noah Brown got injured, was carted off the field. We have no update on his status. But Noah Brown is one of the best receivers in the receiver room, and especially right now with Terry McLaurin unsigned and not at practice. The Commanders are dealing with a short wide receiver group because you've got McLaurin out, you've got Gallup unavailable with a hamstring, and now Brown gets carted off. We don't know how serious the injury is. But you can make the case he would have been their number 2 guy in targets as far as out wide receivers go this season behind McLaurin. Deebo Samuel's going to play receiver, but he's also going to move inside. He's going to live in the backfield as well. He's more of a gadget guy that's going to get touches. But this would be a substantial loss if Noah Brown is not available for Washington.
Yeah, it's one of the few, and again, it's not as if he's a 100-catch guy that you're going, how the hell do we replace him? But this is one of the few track record proven, dependable, non-McLaurin options here. Deebo Samuel's another. I consider him more of a receiver, running back, weapon, hybrid, whatever you want to call it. He's going to get a lot of touches this year. He's going to take the Olamide Zaccheaus touches, a lot of the Diami Brown touches, and a lot of Jamison Crowder touches, and he'll be his own thing for sure. He'll help.
Now some Noah Brown touches.
Well, now it looks like maybe some Noah Brown touches, unfortunately. But in terms of, there's a void there. Now, you're hoping Luke McCaffrey, you're hoping Jalen Lane, but I felt comfortable knowing what Noah Brown was. And Noah Brown was probably a 50-catch guy if in a certain kind of offense that could have helped you. Not a world beater, not a star, but certainly dependable.
So I think we both thought his role might actually grow this year based on what we said earlier in the show. I want to know if that's the case for you. But last season, he caught 35 balls. Now, he was basically playing at a 50-ish catch pace if you look at the fact that he got hurt in week 13 had a serious internal injury. It was actually a kidney issue, and they shut him down for the remainder of the season right away because he wasn't going to be able to take on the in-game contact. But if I was to set the over-under, Danny, at 40 grabs this year, which is up from last year, but down a little bit from the pace, I think I would have taken over 40 catches for him. Barely, but slightly over 40 catches, because I think it's McLaurin on the outside, Debo moving everywhere as a weapon, and then Noah Brown is the next guy on the wide receiver hit list to play on the boundary. So I would have said over 40 catches, better than last year in catch total. What about you?
Probably would have been in that range for me. Again, the Debo Samuel corollary is the hard part to kind of figure out where those targets would go. I don't know if the fader comes down on Zach Ertz and all of his targets that would have been his. Now Ben Sinnott shares some of them. It's always kind of hard to tell where all the different pieces go. But
over under 40 catches.
Over. Yeah, same. To me, it was like 50 to 55, somewhere in there.
I think we could bank on McLaurin healthy just because, injuries happen to anybody, but he's been healthy his whole career. But you just mentioned Zach Ertz. I would bet against him having a fully healthy season again.
And again, it's not a rip on him. I feel the same way, but this is last year was the anomaly. Last year was whoa, how did that happen?
There were years leading up to last year where
I'd be stunned if he has 66 catches again.
Right.
I'd be stunned.
So those catches go somewhere. Some of them are going to go to Ben Sinnott, maybe, the tight end behind him on the depth chart. But yeah, it just means everyone else is going to be a little more involved. You mentioned Zacchaeus is gone. You mentioned De'Ami Brown is gone. Jamison Crowder is gone. They didn't replace those guys with receivers that are going to necessarily be as good right away.
Right.
Like, to me, Jalen Lane is a project for a couple of years from now is going to help you on special teams. Luke McCaffrey needs to make a leap and step forward. He'll take some of those catches possibly. He caught 18 balls last year. Maybe he catches 30 balls or something like that this year. But I just hope, fingers crossed, that this Noah Brown thing isn't serious, because if it is, now you're back in the wide receiver market, very likely, especially until you get something done with McLaurin. And this doesn't make it that you have to pay McLaurin more, or I don't think it changes anything with the McLaurin algorithm. But as long as he's not signed, Danny, and now Noah Brown's hurt, you're looking at a wide receiver room. It's only June 11th. They don't have a game tomorrow. But Debo Samuel's not going to be lined up at receiver all the time. That's a ton of Luke McCaffrey. You're praying that Michael Gallup's on the field or KJ Osborne. They're just not that deep with proven guys.
Yeah, now they may know. They may have a great feel. Like, well, they're going, just trust us. You'll see. McCaffrey's the real deal. Just, our offense was too good last year. There wasn't room for him to shine. But you talk about this all the time, and I think it's always a good perspective where we don't know if Ben Sinnott can play. We shouldn't be moving on just yet. You spent a second-round pick on the guy, right? And I think that's very reasonable. That may be the kind of the same argument they use here, where we're going, there's nobody that you guys know. We know that Jalen Lane can do more than he did at Virginia Tech because their quarterback play, respectfully, wasn't great. Or we know that Luke McCaffrey was open all the damn time and he's a 40-catch guy. Just you wait and see. Maybe that's it. But for me, I'm going competitive team, unproven. If this was a Sam Howell, Ron Rivera production, I'm going, play the kids. Who cares? What are you going to do? Lose? I got that covered. You got greater designs right now. So that's why I think for me, I'm going, God, I'd love to have something proven there.
Shortly after Noah Brown limped to the sideline and then was helped up, got on the cart, and was driven into the facility, Ben Standig joined us. For those of you just jumping in your car, getting out of the office today that are learning about this, Noah Brown carted off at minicamp practice. This was Standig's eyewitness report from on the scene today at practice.
Yeah, I mean, obviously it's hard to know exactly what happened, but basically he made a catch over the middle. It was like a sort of a low throw, and he went down to the ground, secured it, no big deal. But you could tell on the way he hit that something happened. To what degree, who knows? He stays down for an extra 2, 3, 4 seconds. The training staff comes out. He does eventually get up and slowly walks off the field, but then they decide to cart him over to the building. And, like I said, it's hard to tell exactly what stood out a little bit was when he gets to the building with the cart kind of rolls over sort of like a little bump out there. And at that moment, he kind of let out a scream. We were all sort of standing right there. And we don't know if it's a scream out of frustration, if it's a scream out of the bump did something to him. I can't say for sure. But, yeah, the whole thing was, jarring. You've seen this before. Some guys, it seems like a disaster, and then it turns out to be nothing. And other times,
hey, you've been out there before. I was saying this where like a guy gets carted off. We're all talking about his season being over, and then he had a cramp. But now I'm not suggesting that happened this time. But generally, just assuming or guessing is probably the wrong way to go about it. How did you view Brown's role in the offense and like his import to what they're going to do, assuming he may miss time or not? But like, what do you view him as right now, the way that they have things lined up?
Yeah, I was literally yesterday discussing this. That like, I feel like he's like the underrated or the overlooked part of the offense. So he was, a pretty big element for them last year with his size, the ability to make plays down the field, draw pass interference penalties. And, when he got hurt, they didn't have anybody with that kind of size. Obviously, guys like Zaccheaus and De'Ami Brown filled in. But, I think that element remains the same, right? I mean, Deebo Samuel's sort of your slot guy. Terry, whenever he arrives, we know what he is, but he's not like the big, red zone size kind of a guy. So, I think he has a pretty significant role, but this is the rub, unfortunately for him in his career, is the injuries. Obviously, like you said, you can't speculate here. I don't know what to make of this, but you always have to factor in with him the injuries. That's what's plagued him throughout his career. And obviously we saw last year, last year may have been a little bit of a fluke injury in terms of it was an internal injury, not like a knee or something. But unfortunately, these things happen seemingly to him. And, you had to consider that, but hopefully he's all right. And, hopefully he'll be ready. If not, in the next couple, well, obviously they're off after this week. They have a long break, but hopefully he's ready by training camp or, soon thereafter.
Kind of piggybacking off that, if he's not, again, we don't know, but if he's not, how do those targets get divvied up? How does the role get divvied up? Just sort of, who could sort of fill that void among their current group, and might they look externally?
Yeah, I mean, Michael Gallup is the guy they brought in, ex-Cowboy who, he's not as big as Noah Brown, but he's got some of the sort of physical play. Unfortunately, injuries have wrecked his career the last few years. He hasn't even actually been practicing the last few sessions, dealing with a little bit of an injury. So there's that. You've got KJ Osborne, who, look, he didn't do really much of anything once he joined the team last year, but he has been a pretty productive receiver. So I think those are two guys you could look at. But, should, in the worst case scenario, again, just I don't know, but in the worst case scenario, I would almost think you look outside and see who's still around. I don't want to, I off the top of my head, I know like Amari Cooper's out there. Again, I'm not saying anything.
Not exciting anybody, yeah.
Right.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, but I think you probably would have to look outside because, again, specifically for what it is that he can do, that, they just don't really have that guy unless somebody emerges that we just have no sense about right now.
So, Ben, we'll let you out on this. Appreciate a couple of minutes here. So just to clarify, he got to the sideline limping or helped off, or he just got carted off from where he went down?
No, he walked to the sideline like super gingerly, and then I guess after they looked at him for a moment or two, they put him on the cart and brought him up. Yeah, I mean, as you know from the landscape, but the field is below the building, so you have to instead of walking uphill in any capacity, they went with the cart. So hopefully it was just nothing more than that. But like I said, he either seemed to be a bit frustrated, either because of the injury or he got hurt more, or I don't know what. But hopefully it's not a big deal. But we'll see. My guess is DQ is not going to tell us too much tomorrow. They'll just wait until training camp. But we'll see.
Thank you. It's Ben Standig, who joined us earlier today right here on Grant and Danny after Noah Brown's injury, and he was carted off the field. So that was the big story, obviously a negative story. There was a positive story today that got completely buried. In fact, we've barely talked about it on the show, and that was the addition of Jeremy Reeves for another year on his deal. So an extension. This is the extension everybody wanted, right? The guy that's
we've been waiting on an announcement for an extension.
Right.
This is the one.
This is everybody asked for
it's
this.
An extension.
2022 All-Pro on special teams. Was a Pro Bowler, made 33 tackles that year. He was just an animal on teams, on coverage. Only played 4 defensive snaps last year, so he's basically now become exclusively a special team stalwart. Covers kicks, punts, helps on return units. 317 special teams reps last season. He is very integral in what they do on that unit. 20 stops last year, just a glue guy, heart and soul type player, and one of the more popular players in the locker room. Went to South Alabama, got cut a bunch of times before he eventually latched on, Danny. This was Dan Quinn on being able to extend Jeremy Reeves, keeping him around through 2026, going into a final year of his deal. They like to sign guys going into final year of deals. That's good to know.
Mm-hmm. That honestly makes me smile. This is a true commander, one of our heavy hitters, and like an absolute all-around BMF, like in every way. It's no surprise he was elected one of the captains, when the postseason began. But he affects all sides of the ball. And that's kind of the best part about our team. It's not like, hey, I'm just over here with the defense or just on the special teams. Like, we're one team. And I love that. And Jeremy represents that about as strongly as anybody could.
We talked earlier about likability because we were discussing TJ Oshi's retirement. Easy to like Jeremy Reeves.
Without question. I mean, still, as much as I lampoon Ron Rivera, I think rightfully so, that moment where he found out Jeremy Reeves, that he was the all-pro special teams guy, and Tress Way, who's as much of a mensch as anybody else, was like, can I be here when you tell him?
Yeah.
Right? Not because you want to like surprise him or gotcha, but it was like, I want to see it. I want to see like how moved he's going to be, because you can tell how much it means to him, man.
All Pro Revo, they call him. This was Jeremy Reeves on the 1-year extension that'll keep him around for 2 more seasons.
When I first got here and everything that I went through, all the tough days I went through, I got a chance to talk to, AP and DQ before practice and just tell them, like, man, it's nice to just be wanted, and feel like what I do matters, you know what I'm saying? So I'm just filled with gratitude, man. I was just talking to some of the young guys and telling them, like, if you take anything from me, just understand that the turtle does win the race. I was able to check off 1 mark for myself, but now you have to add something to the list, I feel like being stagnant is the downfall of every person, right? So I always set new goals and parameters for myself. I have them written down in my notepad. I did it before we started OTAs. And so that's what I'm working towards, right? It's a journey, right? And every day is just I'm building and working towards something because at the end of the day, it not only helps me, but it helps our team.
I like that. The turtle does win the race.
My favorite part of that was something that resonates with me an awful lot. I love the being recognized or just feeling that what I'm doing matters. That's pretty much all I'm after.
Who doesn't?
So, you know what I mean? Like I want everyone to, to not necessarily appreciate it because I'm not some sort of hero, but you know what I mean? Where it's like anything that I accomplish or anything that I'm working towards or chopping wood at, it's like, hey, this matters. This is relevant. You're not just spinning a hamster wheel. And that feeling, I think, is really, really good for a guy that has climbed up that greasy ladder into some headwinds.
Well, Danny, I just want you to know what you do, it matters. It does. It really does. And thank you for that.
Danny,
here's the thing.
Before you answer Darius, I want you to know what you do matters.
I'm taking all of these compliments, by the way. Let's go all around the room.
Danny, what you do, it really matters.
Thanks, Tubbs.
Is Clary over there or no?
He's not there. He knows what I do.
Shocker.
Doesn't matter.
He had a corporate meeting.
Unbelievable. I mean,
now what he does matters. That's fine, Clary. What he does.
That's a really, really good point. Yeah. Clary, get in here. He's having a nice discussion with Vic as they come back into the studio. Let Danny know that what he does matters, please.
Danny, it does not matter.
See, I told you.
Wow.
I told you.
Wait.
What Danny does matters.
Oh.
So the opposite.
Danny, it does matter. I'm sorry.
That's okay, man.
Why on earth?
Yeah.
That's how he brought a gun to a compliment fight.
Yeah, I mean, he's got that axe for being in corporate now. That sharpened edge.
We want you to know, Clary, that your corporate contributions do matter.
Hop in the stream real quick, brother.
No, thank you, Danny.
Dan Quinn today, before practice, discussed some of the young guys that are playing well at camp and showing out. Tomorrow, we're going to do a topic on which of the second-year commanders from the draft class is going to have the biggest leap. Ben Sinnott, Luke McCaffrey, Johnny Newton, Brandon Coleman, Jordan McGee among them. Well, he name-checked a few of those guys today.
I think there's quite a few, and it'll be the easy ones where, some guys who've already had leadership things like a Marcus. But, also it's Percy. I see it in some of the second-year players, that we were talking about yesterday. I felt it in Jordan McGee, in terms of the way that he's put in so much work. Ben Sinnott is one I thought had just a fantastic off season. And I'm seeing that come to fruition in this, time frame that he's been going. So seeing different guys into different spaces, it's been good, but there's quite a few actually that, and it's not all in the same way. Like sometimes it might be out on the field. Somebody else might be in the meeting room. Somebody else might be down in the weight room and with the guys in their training. So different voices and some new players that's made an impact on me. Dietrich Wise and Jonathan Jones, just such a good standard about how they do things. So it's cool, to find different guys.
I love when coaches actually single out players.
Yeah.
It's so easy a lot of the time to just be vague or say, oh, everyone looks good, or I'm not going to single guys out. I love when they actually give you some names of guys that they're impressed by.
Right. So, and I'm not picking on it, but we had defenders coach Shannon Harris on. I was like, give me some guys that have to play well.
Right, he didn't want to do it.
The team.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll tune in for that then. But like Dan Quinn is not scared to do that. And you never know if it's sort of master motivational technique or whatever. Like a couple guys need the carrot. A couple other guys don't ever need to hear their name. Some guys do. So you never know quite, to sort of sift through it. But it does sound so genuine when he's like, here's where I've been impressed. And some of these young guys, it was very noteworthy.
Quick question for you before we say goodbye.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just getting texts now from the wife. It sounds like our refrigerator and our freezer completely turned off sometime today.
Mm-hmm.
And now, of course, we're going to want a new fridge freezer.
Yep.
And I'm going to have to end up getting the nicest fridge freezer.
Oh, dude.
And that's a whole nother ordeal for another time. I'm pretty worried about that, but just know that that's a thing.
I love you, buddy. You should be more worried than you are.
Wow.
Tressway can line up and hit either one of your yammers.
You see this
Yeah.
hand right here?
Yeah.
I'm turning everything away at the rim. The Kimbe Matumbo.
You're going to need a fridge, brother.
No.
The food's got to stay cold somehow.
It's going to be a super cheap fridge. But here's the point.
I'm the most sure.
My wife is saying the food is bad. There's no way the food is bad. If it happened this afternoon, essentially.
It could absolutely be. Yeah.
No chance.
Yeah.
I mean, if it hasn't been opened a bunch and it's just this afternoon sitting in our fridge.
I can't make the judgment from here. I can tell you that it can happen.
That seems insane.
It does, but I'm telling you it can happen.
Should we err on the side of it's probably fine? I think we should do that. We just went shopping. We just bought a bunch of stuff.
That smell will tell you. The story will be told via the smell.
It smells fine.
You sure about that?
No, I mean, I'm sitting here, so not yet, but I think it'll be fine.
Yeah.
If the thing stopped working this afternoon and the refrigerator is still, been closed, let's be okay here.
You would think, but I'm telling you it can happen.
It is time for the leadoff presented by the Window Mans. It's 1989. The Window Man's been the educational window company. Get your free and home estimate or visit thewindowman.com's all-new Fairfax showroom.
The Learners own the Nats, but David Peterson has a minority share. They have to beat him tonight. Jake Irvin on the bump, leading off playing shortstop. Jake Abrams batting second at third base. Ahmed Rosario batting third in left field. That's James Wood. Andres Chaparro, your DH, batting fourth. He's batting fifth. He's playing first. Nathaniel Lowe, batting sixth in right field. That's Alex Call. Riley Adams behind the dish doing the catching, hitting seventh. Luis Garcia Jr. at second base, hitting eighth. And your guy, my guy, our guy, that's Jacob Young in center field, batting ninth.
Steamed to see Jacob Young patrol the outfield. For the fellows behind the scenes, Darius, Toby, Ryan, Grant, and Danny saying so long. Thank you for listening to the show. We're on live tomorrow after Nationals baseball right here on The Fan.
Thank you for coming.